Welcome everybody. We're continuing the virtual march and organized by Abby Carter. Bring attention to the missing and exploited children. Welcome everybody that's joined me from Tismosis stream. It's an awesome guy doing great work, good work. We're all gonna learn something today, tonight, and yeah.
Hey guys, so we got an update from Miss Allie Carter, regarding the this little smear campaign we've got going from this woman claiming to be her bio mother. So you guys already know how I feel about it, and she basically confirmed a lot of what I'd said in that post in the video that I put out yesterday and today regarding the situation, and that I thought that this was interesting timing considering the worldwide digital virtual march that Ali announced that she thought we should all do on all of our own platforms. Not like she's even trying to assemble for herself, but to go and start talking about the children. Look up missing children in your area. Ask yourself if you'd seen an Amber Alert to do with that. Either way, just raising awareness and bringing more attention to the missing and exploited children. So doing no harm whatsoever, but for whatever reason now we have this whole character assassination plot launched against her. Like, the timing couldn't be any more impeccable. So anyways, you guys, like I said, you guys know what I think about it, and Allie's got a perfectly good, reasonable response to everything that people have been saying in the comments, and all of the lies and accusations and whatever it is that are being thrown around. That Allie's got documented evidence, and she's been talking about this for years. She's put out evidence, official documents, all this stuff over the past few years. She's been talking about this the whole time. So, like, I don't know why nobody's asking themselves, like, any of these people that are getting in on the smear campaign, why they're not asking yourselves why now? Allie's been on doing this the whole time for almost 5 years now. So why now? Seems obvious to me. It seems obvious to a lot of the people that have been following and watching her already. But anyways, so here's her update. And we're still going to be going and doing this virtual march this coming weekend. So stay tuned for that too.
Hi. Hey, Hi, Shelly. I know you're there somewhere. She's right here.
I'm lurking. Hi, guys.
Yeah, she's right here. All right. Also screen recording, thank you. That's what I need to right now. If you can screen record this video, I know many want to hear this. So, if you guys can screen record this, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But first, let's pray. And then after we pray, let's talk. Yeah? Again, I know there's some of you who are like, hey, I don't believe in Jesus. I do. I do. It took me a while to get here. I always say that because I've been through many things in my life, in my 31 almost years of life, where I've had people that had their hand in my life that were satanic, that knew the Bible better than many churchgoers, that were using it for the wrong reasons. So, I believe in the Father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I trust God, and I know that some things that he's got to do, because there's only so much that we can do. So, if you're like, hey, I don't believe in Jesus, I'm going to step out for a second. I am going to be talking about the children. Now, everybody can agree on that. However, there are some people I know that are not for the children. There are some people who they're just for gossip and for Satan. So, I get that. I don't expect everybody to like me. I know not everybody's going to love me. And I know not everybody loves the truth of precious, innocent children. So, what are you going to do? Right? After this live, they are going to, the admin, the superheroes I call heroes that don't need a cape. They're not white hats, they're everyday people. They're going to be playing some worship music on there, on Telegram, after I get off. And this weekend, a lot of the 90s that we've met around the world are going to be speaking on the Telegram chat. So I'm going to turn my comments off because I just hope that you guys can pay attention to what I'm saying. For those of you who have common sense, I know common sense is not always common. So I want to talk to y'all real quick. First, let's pray. This is your moment. Leave, come back. 30 seconds. Okay? Lord, Father God, we come to you today and we just thank you. I thank you so much for the breath in our lungs. I thank you for blessing us and bringing us this far, Jesus. Thank you for continuing to keep us safe through every storm that is meant to take down windows, houses, homes, God. I thank you for continuing to keep us safe. Jesus, I just ask that you open the minds, hearts, and ears of those that are listening. God, I pray that whatever is supposed to be brought to light right now, Jesus, I just pray that you do it, because we know that only you can do it, God. We stand on your word that the blood of Jesus covers us in every step that we take and every move that we make, God. We stand on your word that no weapon formed shall prosper, even though the weapon will form, God. We thank you for everything that you do for us. We thank you for everything that you show us. And we just thank you for everything that you're doing in process and progress, God. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Today is January 8th, 2025.
Yeah, I'm to say that. Today is January 8th, 2025. What's today? Wednesday?
Yeah, I think it's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. I'm going to turn my comments off, okay? I just want y'all to pay attention. Hear me. All right, here we go. Now, I know a lot of you have seen the ultimate smear campaign going on right now. Not too long ago, I made a live about, I did the hey kitty kitty. I'll do it again. Hey kitty kitty. Here kitty kitty kitty. That's what I did, right? From there, Black Panthers, like trying to give a cat a bath. They pop their heads up from the woodwork. People are crawling out of the woodwork. You've seen a wolf in Truth Teller clothing that have spent many hours on us. I want you to think, I want you to add up the time that has been spent to say everything and anything about my mom and I. I want you to think about that. We have a live march. Before I finish talking about this, we have a lot of digital soldiers. We did a few marches. We called for a few people to stand all over the world. And a lot of those marches were infiltrated by very demonic souls. Have some of you, actually, can I turn my comments on back first? I just want to ask some interactive questions before I continue. Have some of you ever had a narcissistic person in your life? Have some of you ever been around a family member that's so evil that you know the only way to help yourself is to move the hell out of the way? Has anybody ever had that situation in their life? Okay, unfortunately, yes. Oh my God, yes. Okay. You know those people that in your life you've had to walk away from because you're like, what you're doing is hurting me. Now, because of their narcissistic ways, they will never take accountability. They will never take responsibility. It will always be your fault. Have you ever dealt with somebody like that? Yes? Okay. I know a lot of people relate to us because there's something that has happened in your life that you can relate to. So stay with me. The Getty's burning? Is it? Because didn't I tell you all that? Didn't I tell y'all there will be an accidental explosion? Accidental fire? And the next thing you know, celebrities' homes would be on fire. Things would be on fire. I pray for the people in its path, but I also pray that it exposes the things that it needs to expose. But y'all have had that narcissistic person in your life, right? Where you're like, I could try to tell somebody until I'm blue in the face what happened. But when it comes to you, you're never going to own up to it. You're never going to be honest about it. Don't expect that, right? Right. I'm gonna get to this subject really quick, and then I'm gonna jump back to where our focus belongs, and that's on the children. I don't care what happens to us. I don't care what anybody has to say about us. I don't care what somebody is going to lie about us, from we are AI to we are real to I don't even know. I don't give a shit. The line of threats of people saying they're going to murder us is getting so long that it's losing its sting. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how many people have said, I'm going to kill you? Aaron. So, it's whatever. Because my focus will never detour from the children. I will speak for those that are still in homes that they don't understand how they ended up there. I will speak for those and on the behalf of those who have never been able to speak before. I will continue to speak for the children who are dead and can't have a voice. I will continue to speak for those who are still trapped and don't have a voice. I will continue to speak for those who have been in a narcissistic relationship and still don't understand how to get out. I will continue no matter what happens. I will continue to stand for the children, because as an adult, that's what somebody failed to do in the first place. I will not detour from that. You don't scare me, and I know who my God is. So no matter what you do, kitty kitty, I will never move. Do you understand me? You're in my way. And a lot of the Army can say the same. I'm not moving. I'm not budging. I know the truth. I know the truth. My name is Allison Leilani Carter. I changed my name because I didn't want shit to do with anything that I came from. Not a damn person, nobody. I will not move. Do you hear me? Ever. Kill me. I'm not moving. I don't care what happens. And if you give a shit about the children, you wouldn't move either. Do you understand what is going on? How many survivors don't get to speak because of this type of thing right here? How many survivors don't get to speak because how many smear campaigns and things that happened that people go with and people get messed into and misconstrued into? Let me give you something. I've given y'all so much, been so transparent with you. The Superior Court of Riverside, California, in Riverside County. My adoption was on June 6, 2014. The case number on my adoption paperwork, here you go. You ready? Hashtag letter R, letter I, letter A, dash 140041. If you want to go request that file and see, first of all, that my name is Allison Leilani Carter, and I was adopted at 20 years old, 20 years old, June 6, 2014, as an adult. That's true. I've been so transparent with everybody. I've been so transparent about everything that's going on. Why would I lie? Go ahead, go request it. Do you need it again? Superior Court of Riverside, California. The adoption date was June 6, 2014. Case number, hashtag RIA-1400041. You think I'm bullshitting? Go check. Your story, your message have never changed? No, it's not, because when it's the truth, it won't change. Thank you for being here. Now, usually we get backed into a corner sometimes with situations like this. You want to know why? Because we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. If we don't say anything, it continues to just snowball into bullshit. If we do say something, then sometimes it can create clickbait. Sometimes it can create negative attentions, brings views. So if you go onto YouTube, don't watch that shit. If you do watch it, I'm sorry. But if you have watched it, I want you to think, how many hours has been taken? I'm talking over 10 hours at one point. And That's the amount of a full-time job. It's overtime. Why is somebody working overtime to take out a survivor? After, hey, kitty, kitty. Now, I know that somebody has said, and these are threats. These are things that came to me. I did not watch any of that bullshit, neither did my mom. We got updated by a few angels, and they brought it to our attention. And I'm like, I don't know if it's the same week that I decided we did Hey Kitty Kitty, and then it's also the same week that I decided to say, let's do a virtual march for the children. And a virtual march can't be canceled. That's not canceled. Get on your platforms, utilize every platform, ask the hard questions, and talk about the children. That's not canceled. But the thing is you can't stop the internet. That's why I think some people are a little mad at me. I don't care. Next. I don't know if it was that march, this march we're putting on this weekend. I don't know if it was to talk about MK Ultra. I don't know what angered people so bad that a wolf and truth teller clothing came out and said that they were going to kill us because they're Black Panther too. You guys have watched a lot of this. I'm not mentioning any names. It is what it is. You're going to probably see a lot of people jump up right after I turn this live off. Listen. If you pay very close attention, listen. Somebody will tell you. You have a wolf in truth teller clothing. You have a prison convict who, if you look at the background, is known for beating the hell out of Black women. Somebody needs to call his parole officer, for number one. For number two, then you have, I don't even know if this is true or not, but you have a patient from the Patton Hospital criminally insane mental ward that is in San Bernardino, California, that is speaking and saying they're my surrogate. I don't know if it's true or not, but if this is the Patton patient that I do know of, again, Patton, for the criminally insane patient that we know of, look it up. There's a record. If this is the case, this woman has supposedly 6 kids. Where's all of them? If you guys check, I put out a piece of evidence in on my TikTok. It's on my Telegram. If you go through those CPS reports range from 1994 to 2006. I met my mom, my mother, my twin right here, in 2009, 2008, 2009-ish?
2009-ish.
2009-ish, okay? So from 1994 to 2006, whose fault was that? Because damn sure wasn't my mom. It seems like a lot of people are projecting, I know it, they're projecting everything that they're guilty of, from selling drugs, abusing other children, abusing me. We're not going to talk about in the CPS report that, do you guys know what severe hyperthyroidism is? Do you know what it is? Hyperthyroid. There's hypo and there's hyper, okay? And one of her kids has severe hyperthyroidism. She used to have these bulges in her neck. When I was about 12 years old, I'm telling you, from the time, I've already told you, I've been in the Chino Hills Hospital. I've gave you guys a lot. A lot that can connect dots. I've always redacted everything. I never gave you any names. I haven't given you some stuff because I've kept shit redacted because there's minors on the case, there's other people on the case. I've backed up a lot because I'm like, some of these evil, demonic people, especially Rosemary, Satan's mother, is still alive. So I've backed up and I didn't give you guys some stuff because I was like, the dots will connect when they need to connect, but apparently let's connect some for you. At the time, before I turned 12 or 13, I thought everything was normal in my life. I told you that several times. I thought the abuse was normal. I thought the rape was normal. I thought that the being put into my surrogate's bed at night in Benadryl was normal. Melatonin gummies, normal. Bombay gin and pineapple juice was normal for 7 years old. I thought that shit was normal. I'm telling you right now, I was okay with it. Until I turned 12 or 13, I went to school and I started asking questions to other kids, like, how does it work in your house? Now, I know black culture is different, but how does it work in your house? Now, the black culture, the kitties, the black kitties, the Black Panthers that I grew up with, they were very racist towards all white people. You guys can see that. You guys see how Black Lives Matter? A lot of those Black Lives Matter people are very racist. I mean hate, have a passion of hatred for white people. Y'all see that. It's going on all day, every day right now. But they had a hatred for white people. I mean an absolute hatred, okay? I couldn't have any white friends, couldn't be around any white people, hated it. All right? Now, at 12 years old, what took me out the game was when my sister, I don't know what to call that. My sister, she has severe hyperthyroidism, and I watched my surrogate beat the hell. She used to say, I'm gonna beat you like a bitch off the street. She said it all the time. And she would try to kill us. And there was tapes in the back of her closet. We have those CPS reports too. They're posted on XO Odyssey. Scroll down. CPS came out so many times, but because of who was in the back pocket, nobody did anything. Everything was thrown out. Until one day, I was like, again, 12 or 13, and she had severe hyperthyroidism and her neck was bulging. Really, really crazy. And she pissed her off. So she was just beating the shit out of her. She would call her friends over to watch her do it. She was beating the fuck out of her. Okay? At the time, my sister was 16. All right? And I would never interfere because I'm like, if the thing is she got a check for everybody. So because of that, I was like, I'm not going to interfere because I got in trouble different. We all lived in the same house but went through different things in the same house. Okay? So she would try to stand on her neck and pop the lumps that were in her neck. One time she beat her so bad and the neighbors could hear. Okay? So she was pouring Benadryl down her throat to try to make her stop screaming. Then that didn't work. So she started pouring milk down her throat because she's lactose intolerant. It would make her throw up. So it didn't sound like anybody was beating the living shit out of her. That's when I stepped in. And I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And I pushed her. At 8 years old, there's something in the CPS reports too that I was like, I have to get the fuck out of here. At 8 years old, I didn't know that. I look back. Now, CPS, Riverside County Child Protective Services, has what I'm saying. I have a copy of it. And Riverside County Child Protective Services has a copy of what I just said. We're not going to talk about that, though. We're not going to talk about selling the medication and the oxygen tanks of the little girls that had lung issues. We're not going to talk about that, though. We're not going to talk about the married men. Can you not see Scott right here? It's tattooed right here. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this is because a lot of people, this is the standard procedure, and ignorance outweighing the truth. This is the standard procedure. And I'm not going to spend too much more time on this, but the reason why I changed my name, the reason why I tried to kill myself because I couldn't get out at first. I went to Chino Hills Hospital, which is Canyon Ridge Hospital in Chino. It's a mental hospital. I went to Riverside ETS because at one point I was like, I have to get the fuck out of here. She would lay me over her lap and open my legs and check me even though she knew people were molesting me. We don't talk about that though. T.I. did that a lot to his daughters too. He laid them over. I don't know if it's a black thing. I don't know what the fuck you're looking for. But I don't know what you'll find either. I don't get it. But after a point, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not. A lot of people would run and come back. And run and come back. But when I got out, I never looked back. I was in CPS custody And all kind of things happened when I turned 15 years old. Where was everybody? Huh? Because if supposedly this is true, if this is true, where was everybody? Where was everybody when I was being trafficked? Where was everybody when I was in foster home to foster home? Where was everybody when I was a missing child in 2010? That's what I want to know. Why did I run? Is anybody going to ask that question? People don't want to ask the hard questions, and people damn sure don't want to answer the hard questions. Do they? What kind of statues are in the living room? There's pictures everywhere. Is anybody going to ask that question? And no one is going to give up their major bloodline. No, we're protecting somebody. I think I'm messing with somebody's brother's debut. I think that's what's going on. I think somebody is supposed to make a debut and I'm interrupting. And I think that's the problem. Because here, Kitty pulled the cat out of the woodwork. Do you know what the Black Panthers stand for? The same thing BLM stands for. Do you know who all is connected to the Black Panthers? Go research and do your research. I'm going to get off this subject because, again, we're distracting and taking from the children, and that's our focus. But we have some people who are trying to weaponize people to kill my mom. Nobody knows the truth. It's just there are a bunch of black souls that have no soul. And a lot of people, many of the 90s wear many different hats. They have many different jobs. They're not white hats, but they have everyday jobs. I'm talking everyday people. Firefighters, police officers, mothers, fathers, teachers. They are everyday people that bring their talents to this fight. Can they do everything in the world? No, because they're just everyday people. But they're taking a look at some of this stuff and they're saying like, hey, you guys need to be careful. I've told you this. I've told you this. Why do you think that we said if we ever get in a situation, we'll just start screaming our head off in public? Because now there's a platform that is trying to weaponize other racist black souls to take down a white woman that they believe is 64 years old. My mom is not 64. And again, we showed you her driver's license. And if you go look at that adoption paperwork, you can see that too. The adoption paperwork is posted, but if you want to ask Riverside Court, go ahead, ask them. It doesn't take much to do a small $3 background check. But somebody needs to give the man, Inspector Gadget, an award for getting absolutely every fucking thing wrong. That man couldn't find a strobe light. You are detrimental to every child. Okay? But somebody is weaponizing people, saying that if you see us somewhere to take down my mom, to lure me back. Who said that I wanted to go back anywhere? I'm 30 years old. I'm 30 years old. No one wanted me to begin with. What do you think they want to do with me? Since I was a baby, I was asking those questions from 4 years old, 3 months old. When we went to court over somebody abusing me, the babysitter, her boyfriends, so many fucking people, I was asking the question of what did I do? As a kid, I was not responsible for anything that was happening, and I'm not taking that anymore. That was not my fault. That was all of the authority, all of the adults in power. I'm not taking that. And any child that has been told it's your fault, no, it's not. It wasn't your fault. That was the adults in power. It's their fault. I didn't meet my mom until 2008, 2009. So how is 1994 to 2008 her fault? Narcissistic standard operating procedure. Standard. I'm going to tell you right now that I don't have to defend my mom too hard because I know who my mom is. If something happens to us, you can see where it's coming from. I've seen many different names come out. Lucretia, I see you on here. Hi. Go ahead and run to that. I know. But I've seen many different names on here that are been trying to come back and play and then go back over there. This is the people that are torturing souls younger than them. They're even saying it. They want to torture a soul younger than them. Has nothing to do with abuse. They just want to torture a soul younger than them. Do you see the truth? Do you not see what's going on? Since I was a baby, somebody has been trying to kill me. What did I do as a baby? I was told all the time, I don't get money for you. I don't get a social security check. I don't get money that I've been bootlegging through everybody. She's been telling her kids to play stupid so she can get a check that can pay for everything. She didn't get one for me. So because of that, it was okay for everybody else to abuse me. Must have got money there somehow. And now, after how many years you want me back? No. No. The truth is, tell them for what it is, you want to torture me the same way you used to. The last time, I'm going to tell you the last time I seen my surrogate, and then I'm going to get off of this. The last time I seen my surrogate, I was 14 and a half. Do you guys know where Leslie's Pool Supplies is in Moreno Valley, California, off of Sunnymead? Do y'all know where that is? Okay. So my social workers forced me to go on a visitation with my surrogate at 14. I kept telling them she's going to try to kill me. I ain't going over there. They packed my bag anyway and sent me over there. Dropped me off. I tried. And she told me, you're not leaving this house. By the time I put the kids on the bus, the younger kids on the bus, you're never leaving this house. So what I did was when the door opened and they were putting the kids on the bus, I booked it. Booked it down Sunnymead. Ran for my life into Leslie's Pool Supplies. Jumped behind some swimming pools and trash cans and hid on the shelf until I can make a phone call. Grabbed somebody's cell phone out of a basket. Sorry, I gave it back. I put it back in the store. I didn't take it. But I grabbed a cell phone out of a basket, called someone and said, hey, I need you to come get me. They're trying to kill me. I had to call someone that I just need your help. They came running, the surrogate and her Stockholm Syndrome oldest child that she enabled her whole life. She knows nothing because that's Stockholm to the max. They came running because she's always helped her hold kids down and beat the shit out of them. And they came running into Leslie's Pool Supplies, and the manager said, get out of my store. He's seen me. He's seen me run. He went over to where I was sitting. The camera was right on me. And that manager said, get the hell out of my store. Because they came in there, and I need to get her out of here. I don't know what's wrong with her. I don't know. And he took one look at me and said, get the fuck out of my store. That is the last time I seen my surrogate. I was 14, 15 years old. I will be 31 in February, y'all. Do you know how much hell I've been through? Do you know how much people have put my body through? You think I'm scared? No, I'm tired. Big difference. And you should be too, because these are the type of people who are stopping you from getting towards the children. These are the type of souls that are always given a slap on the wrist and pass right over. These are the type of souls that continue to hurt precious lives. For what reason? I don't know. I don't know. I can't reason or understand evil. But I'm tired. And when you finally see that evil crack, you'll get it. Because it's already been said to you. It's right in front of your face. You're right on top of it. Clearly, we're over the target, because how many hours have been spent to say everything under the sun, and none of it makes sense. But what did make sense was when people were weaponized to say, kill the mom, get her back. That is what I've been telling y'all this entire time. Someone wants to take my mom down in the excuse of she's white. No shit. I don't know. Why?
Did that happen?
No shit, Sherlock. She's white. But that's what we want to do. I am tired. But I'm not moving. Watch me. I am tired, but I will not stop fighting. Watch me. I am tired, but I'd be damned if I give up. Watch me. Do you know the army that has went to court with us, sat at doctor's appointments with us, went and sat with and been with us over crazy pullovers, stayed with us in the parking lot, went to our home and packed that shit up and threw it in boxes and threw it in storage with us. I thank God that he gave us this whole fight in the order that we had it. Because if it wasn't for the last 4 years meeting so many of you 90s across the United States of America, a lot of you people wouldn't have believed me when I told you what I'm telling you right now and what you're seeing and what you're witnessing. Those 90s want to talk to you because they're pissed. They're pissed. And there's some of them are like, I don't give a shit. Go ahead. Try me too. Somebody is, I'm pulling up faces. Pull up their face. Go ahead. Visit them. Go ahead and visit them because they tired as hell. A lot of them want to speak. Misty Knight, we love you. Misty Knight, we would like for you to speak on Telegram if you would like to too. Aquaman, I love you. If you could speak on Telegram, we would love you too. Hulk and Black Widow, I love you. And if you could speak on Telegram, we would love you too. The list goes on. 90s, this is the time. This weekend, this is the time to ask the hard questions in regards to the children. Do not detour from this march just because you see people dogpiling on us. Pay attention, though, because that's not how we're detouring. We're not going to waver from the children because that's what people want us to do. People want you to be so distracted and divided that you don't give a shit about what's going on. The fires and explosions, we told you that. I told you that. There are 200 of me, dissociative identity disorder, because every piece was broken by the person you're seeing. By the people you're seeing. DID comes from dark trauma caused by who? Child Protective Services. When are we going to talk about them? The children need you to not detour. They needed you yesterday. They need you today. They needed you decades ago. Not everybody is for the truth of the children. There's a lot of people. Have you heard about the woman in Virginia who was a nurse, and in the NICU, she's breaking little black bodies? Little black babies coming through the NICU. She's just breaking their bones. It's an article. Go look it up. Those are rituals. Just breaking little bit. What? So, if one of those babies lived to be 31 years old, are you going to say it's their fault? Or are you going to say it's their fault? But she's breaking little black bodies. For what reason? You're witnessing people come out and say they want to kill us. If you're in the fight for the children, are you? Are you really? Are you really? Because is that something that people who want to save precious lives, is that what they do? Is that what you would do? That you're sitting here listening right now? What does that help? Nothing. But who needs your help? The children like me. This weekend, don't detour, please. This weekend, get on your platforms. Don't move, don't budge. Because trust me, you're going to be in the way and people going to be threatening to take your life as much as they're threatening to take ours when you start talking about the children too. We clearly are over the target. Way over the target. Do you see it? Do you get it? This weekend, starting Friday at midnight till Sunday, use every platform. Get on your platform. Don't stop posting about the children. Don't stop asking about the children. Get on every journalist platform, get on every truth teller platform, get on everything and ask, where are the children and when are we going to talk about them? See, the thing is if the whole internet wouldn't stop talking about the children, that would be reason to shut the internet down, because that's not something that they want people to stand on. Unity is not what anybody wants people to stand on. Division is easier. It's easier to divide everybody by race. It's easier to divide everybody by political view. It's easier to divide everybody by religion. Everybody can agree the children should be off limits. So that's when everybody gets a little pissy, because they're like, can't do that, can't talk about that. Someone said, well, then are you okay? That's all I want to know. We're okay right now. But there's a lot of people that you can see that want to kill us. The line is just getting so long, it's getting exhausting. I'm going to tell you this right now. I ain't going back. I'm not doing that. I'd be damned if I go back. I fought very hard. I fought like hell to get here. I may be tired, but I'm not budging and I'm not going back. So, continue. Knock yourselves out. But, at first we sit back when we see some things and we're just like, let the enemy shoot off all of their ammunition before we move so we can see which way that shit is coming from. So that's why sometimes we'll just sit back and be like, yeah, we see it. Give it a second. Give it a second. You're going to sue us? Okay. You want to kill us? All right. Tell me something I don't know. Talk to me about the children. But to my understanding, those type of people are not for the children. So I'm talking to those of you who are. You. I don't know where people will put this video at the end of this live, but I'm asking you, what are you doing about the children? Are you the monster that everybody is talking about? Or are you the person that's going to do something and be human and fight for crimes against humanity? There's many kids struggling. Foster kids, hi. If you're listening, this is time to speak up. And I know some of you, like I said before, are like, I can't. Okay. Do you understand what my social workers would do to me? Do you understand what some of my bio family would do to me? Do you understand what things, what would happen to me if I probably would lose my placement? I get it. Say what you can. Say what you can. And if you're down to say your social workers' names, then say that. We should have freedom of speech, but we're not. We're in a very messed up world of today. People know that all kind of crazy is going on. You know that the world is shaking in its twilight zone everywhere you look. You're just waiting on something bigger to happen, and that bigger part has to come from you. We are all a part of this war. Please, this weekend, do not detour, do not waver. Talk about the children. And if something happens to us, there is a kill switch. And all of our evidence will release, unredacted. But as of right now, the world can attest to, I didn't uncover anybody. Did I? You guys still don't know what my surrogate's name is. Not for me, do you? No. I don't believe that creature is anything close to a woman. Real moms, you know how it goes. Moms that have had to step in and be the mom that somebody was supposed to be, but they didn't. You know how this goes. Foster moms that actually give a shit about children and have took someone into their home and know that they're getting abused to where they came from before, but you took them in your home. You've taken care of them like they're your own. You brought them back to peace. You gave them something that they never had. And then what does CPS do? They come and snatch them and put them right back to where they came from in hell, drugs, craziness that you knew damn well you could have left them right here. They were fine. I'm talking to you. You know how that goes. Social workers, that you know that your files and your paperwork have to go through a higher up first. Because you know that if you write something in that report that they don't want in the report, they dismiss you, or you're going to get fired, or you're going to get suspended, or you're going to get pushed back, or you're going to get shit somehow, some way. You know that something's not right. Speak up. I don't care if some of you don't believe me. That doesn't stop my fight. It fuels my fight. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the 90s. Thank you to the real ones. Thank you who have went to court with us. Thank you to those who have went to doctor's appointments with us. Thank you to those who have stood with us. Thank you so much to all of you. There is a chat going on this weekend, and if you're down to show your face, go ahead. If you're not down to show your face, please speak. But email that admin, or you know how to get a hold of us. Real heroes know how to get a hold of us. Real heroes don't have to announce it. They won't. You'll know who a real 90 is because of the way they come off. Real 90s have sat with other survivors through us. They know that it's not easy to just go save a child. They know that when you get a child out of a situation, they know that it takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of talking. It takes a lot of let's see where and how, and we got to talk about the altars, and we got to talk about where they come from. And they know how exhausting that is to help one person. That wasn't me. They know. There's a lot of them. And there's a lot of you that we haven't met yet, but I know y'all see the truth. Tink, we love you. Thank you. Blonde Phantom, we love you. Thank you. Quake, we love you. Thank you. Princess Leia, we love you. Hawkeye, we love you. Wonder Woman, Emma Frost and Cyclops, we love you. Annie Camden, we love you. If I sat here and gave you all of their code names, we'd be going on for a while. You know who you are. And I can't tell you thank you enough for seeing the truth. Now, despite everything that's going on, I have to rattle this off before we go. We are not suicidal.
Contrary to trending belief, we are not suicidal.
When me and my mom do this right here, we'll go like this. We'll bump this, and then we go right here. We're saying don't miss.
If you miss,
you're right. If we get the fuck up, we gonna go world star on some motherfuckers. Trust me. So if you come after us, you better take us down at the first shot you get. And it better be, I better be down. She better be down. Trust me, because the rage in my body will not let you go. If I get a hold of somebody, you better pray for real to Jesus. Trust me.
So don't miss.
So don't miss.
Don't miss.
That's what we're talking about.
Well.
Okay? And trust me, the 90s that love us, woo!
They're coming right after us.
Captain America and Peggy Carter, we love you. When I tell you the amount of heroes that will fly out of the woodwork, you think demons fly out of the woodwork? When I tell you the amount of angels on here, Miss Cobble, we love you. We need to give you a code name. I see you. Haley, hey love, I love you. There's a lot of you who don't have code names. Janice, I love you. Roxana and Zara, I love you. There are so many of you that sit on here that don't budge. We see you. Real sees real all the time. If I miss somebody's name, please don't make an account about me. Just kidding. I know we make that joke all the time. I don't care. Make an account. There's so many. But we love you guys. We thank y'all so much for fighting for us and standing for the children. Wendy, I see you. I love you. And I can't wait to meet you. And I cannot wait to hug Courage. I love you. To my dance parents who have been on here a lot lately. My dance kids and my dance parents. I love you guys and I miss y'all so very much. Y'all know the real me. Y'all know I will bend over backwards for any child. You know that I will jump through hoops to make something happen. And if I promise something, you know damn well I am going to move hell and mountains to make sure it goes through. So here I am making sure that my promises stick. And I promised my friends that I would bring an army back. Michelle, I love you. Thank you for being here. Hi. There's an army. Now, when they know that, that's when we there. There will be no accidental fires or explosions.
Unless you're in California.
Or a gas leak. Or a gas leak. But I know that fire is butted up on the Getty. Man, it sounds like 2009 all over again when I was under there and there was an earthquake. And everybody went running. We are not carrying any weapons. Except for the Holy Spirit has all of our weapons for us. Because we can't carry any. No. We don't have any on us. There's none in this car. That's why I'm telling you, don't miss. Because if we get up, we'll fuck your shit up.
We don't need a weapon.
We won't need a weapon. We won't need a weapon at all. So go ahead. There's some people who are weaponizing people. I'm serious. You've seen it. There's some people who told some people to make sure that if they see us in the street, to kill my mom. And to take me hostage for people that have already tortured me to torture me again. So if that happens, trust me, I'm going to make World Star. I won't be viral on the same platforms I am. Trust me.
Like a whole new platform.
It's going to be a whole new platform for a whole new day. I may be little, but this rage is mighty. Trust me. So, but, you know, when you know the truth, you ain't got to brag about it. Like, I know I'm black, and she's white.
No, the best one was I'm palm colored.
Yeah.
Bitch ass shit. Don't do that bitch ass shit. Call me white, call me a cracker. Don't do it or she's palm colored.
Yeah.
Don't try to cover
The most racist
shit.
people, a lot of the most racist people belong to the black culture. Just saying. And you know it's true. You know it's true. And people think that that's okay. People think that you could just get away with that. Like you entitled because your skin is black. The second that somebody say something out of pocket to you, it's a wrap. But we can call people unseasoned chickens, palm-colored, whites, crackers, have a race war going to try to kill people. You know what? That's true racism right there. And if you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. But if we're not, there is a dead man switch. And you'll know if we're no longer here. And you'll know if they missed or not. Because we'll be back.
You know, the WWE, we have to cite this.
It is what it is. What are we going to do, right? I'm not moving. I'm not budging. To my friends, if you're still alive, if you've met me in the life, and you're still in this life, I'm fighting on your behalf too. You don't got to do it, I'll do it. I see why a lot of survivors don't fight. Because you don't get to continue to fight like you see right here. This army that we have right here, a lot of survivors don't have this because you'll see smear campaigns like this take them down. I'm not budging. Are you? God bless y'all. Godspeed. God protect you. And we hope to talk to y'all sooner than later. Bye, guys.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to you, and welcome to Trafficking the Truth. I'm your host, Rory, and we are very, very pleased to have you tonight. We have a nice little chat starting out today, 26 people. Hopefully we'll get a little more. So we do have a good video for you today, video or live podcast, whatever you want to call it. We will be watching a couple of videos that have Allie Carter in them. So last week we had a really, really good podcast as well. We did an Allie Carter video as well, but we want to expand on it because this woman has probably been the most vocal of the victims of P. Diddy to come out and actually talk about her experiences. And that's very, very powerful. And it's we need to know, because we need to know these things so we can help potential victims in the future to either get out from what they are going through or to not be a part of it. So let's go ahead and say our hellos today. Deborah Lynn Polly Putnam, how are you today? Good to see you. Thank you for coming to TSNK as well. We really do appreciate it. Joe P, hello, how are you today? Thank you for coming. We do appreciate it. Debbie Guzzardo's here as well. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your support on both channels. Thank you so much. We really do. Gray Matters, how are you today? Thank you for coming. Much appreciated. Simply Solo, good to see you. Jennifer Jordan. Been here 2 weeks in a row. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. Excellent. So let's go ahead and bring up our panel today. We have Terry Martin here today. How are you?
Good. Hi, guys.
Good.
I'm excited. Who's excited with me? We're going to learn. We're going to build.
Yes, we are. That's what we do here. Rory, I'm good. Oh, no. Thank you, Joe P. Good to see you. So let's go ahead and bring up the inspiration and the expert of the channel, Miss Kelly Patterson. How are you tonight?
Hi, everybody. I'm good.
Hey. So how's your weekend? Getting cold out there?
Oh, good grief. It spit snow today.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, but it didn't, nothing that stuck because the ground's still warm, but
Okay.
it wasn't as cold today, but it was chilly. But boy, we had one day that was just, the wind was blowing so hard, so it was biting cold. I'm not ready for that.
It's coming. 1984, what's up? Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. Oh, I always love, we got a lot of TSNK people here today. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you for coming. We really do appreciate it. So let's go ahead and get into our content for the day. So like I said before in the intro, we are going to talk about Allie Carter again. So specifically, which we're going to talk about is something called contracts and DNRs. So can you kind of briefly describe what those are, Kelly, so we know what she's going to be talking about?
Well, first I wanted to say something at the beginning that we had discussed, and some people don't know this, that they aren't generally podcasters, and I was one of them until you guys. So it's important for people to know that if you subscribe and like, it helps us, but it costs you nothing to subscribe, and you won't get annoying reminders or anything like that unless you sign up to get a reminder. And you won't get emails and a bunch of junk bugging you from us. So I just wanted to make sure people know that while subscribing costs you nothing and won't bother you, it helps us a great deal. Because our whole heart is to grow this to help survivors of trafficking.
Absolutely.
And a DNR is a do not resuscitate. And I do think she explains it a little bit, but I can't recall.
Briefly. So why would they have somebody sign a DNR? I mean, I don't understand that.
She's going to go into some of that, but the best way I can explain it to you is she, and I get this because I am right there with her, I would rather be dead than back in the hands of the traffickers.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that is her statement loud and clear by making sure she has that signed. And she talks about almost getting, or maybe she did even get taken back or almost taken back.
She was taken to the
Yeah.
hospital.
Yeah, and she ended up in the hospital. So she's doing this to avoid that ever happening again.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Because I was wondering why, because usually DNRs are for caretaker or caregiver. What am I trying to say? People in hospice usually, or like, somebody that's about to die or something like that. But that makes sense. If anything happens to them, they just don't bring me back.
Yep.
That makes sense. Okay. All right. Scary stuff out there, man. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, so here she is, Miss Sally Carter again. So either Terry or Kelly, if you have a specific spot that you would like to stop at, please let me know, and then we will go from there. Sound good?
Yeah. Did you see Kelly's where she went to start it or not?
So where would you like me to start, Kelly?
I sent you a text with several details, but I think we were starting right at the beginning, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Okay.
can go for
I'll
a bit
stop there
there.
at 20.
Okay, so we'll just
Okay.
start at the beginning, and then I'll just go through this real quick.
Yeah.
We've had a longer day than we thought we would. Things don't happen like that in real life. I think people still have a TV mentality where they're like, it's whatever is going on, let's hurry it along. No, it was not that easy. We are really tired, so we're going to touch quickly on what happened today. But we thank you guys for praying for us today. You can hear me, right?
Oh, are you stopping?
Yes. Rory, I wanted to, I was trying to get your attention. Yeah, I wanted to pause a minute, guys. You will notice there she said, we are tired. Now, quite likely she's talking about herself and the person traveling with her. However, what I want you to pay attention to is how often she says we when she's very clearly talking about herself and her parts, her alters, the fragmented parts. That's very, very common when you have DID, and she will talk about it. Well, you'll just hear it a lot. And it's helpful if you pay attention to little things like that when you meet someone who has been very traumatized, because they don't even necessarily know they're saying we. And I had said we all my life and didn't realize. Nobody ever pointed it out to me.
Mm-hmm.
And the regular person doesn't say, we don't feel good, you see? So just something to pay attention to as she talks.
So is that kind of like you said, I don't want to call it like a split personality, but it's just basically she's kind of disassociating herself maybe and kind of...
Well, it's the same thing as split personality. It's just that TV has long portrayed it as some weird, creepy, scary thing, when in reality, by just watching her, they talk about how often she switches, and you guys can't tell. Most people can never tell unless you're used to the cues.
It's funny you mentioned that, because when I watched this interview earlier today, I kept thinking, I'm like, man, if I didn't know what happened to this girl, I think she was absolutely bat crazy. But I mean, after you explained, what this behavior is, and then meeting actual survivors, it's like, oh, okay, she has all the typical symptoms. I mean, it's obvious. So if you don't know what you're actually watching, you're like, man, what is wrong with this girl? But that's not the case at all. I mean, this girl was made this way. So yeah, very sad.
Very good.
So you're on Instagram? Yes, thank you. So we had to get a hold of a few people, and we signed a DNR, also known as a Do Not Resuscitate order. Because of all the threats that's going on, and because of everything that we are trying to do right now, we always prepare for the worst and we hope for the best. We've learned to do that a lot. With everything that you have seen, we've learned to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and then just see what happens. All we have is the truth. So with everything that we know of, there was many bids placed for an auction. There are many bids placed for an auction on me, on my programming. It is a
So Kelly, what does she mean by there's bids of an auction? Are they like literally being bid on at an auction? Is that what she means?
Sorry, coming back to you.
No, that's fine. So she's talking about bids at an auction. So it's just like what I think it is, like she's being bid on.
You know, I can we listen a little further, just because I was kind of in a hurry trying to fit this into my day, and this first part, I can't if I could hear just a little more to see specifically. I know what auctions are, but I want to make sure she's not talking about those contracts.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So I'm looking at your notes here. Do you want me to skip 20 minutes ahead?
No. I want you to just go clean through to 20 minutes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so
Yeah.
we'll play a little more then.
But I mean, we'll stop here and there.
Right.
Okay.
to explain right now. There's a contract that everybody has, and it runs deeper when it is rooted in trauma. Right now, for you to understand what I'm saying, we all have a social security number. Are you with me? We all have I'm gonna try to help you understand this, because trying to understand demon protocol is a whole hell of a confusion that a lot of people are like, I don't have an overnight knowledge to register all of this. So I understand that. It's been our life. So I'm gonna try to break this down as easy as I can with analogies that I don't even know are about to come out of my mouth right now because I'm exhausted. So thank you for sticking with me. Are you with me? Cool. So we all have a social security number. That social security number is basically our link to the government, right? We all understand this. You are numbered, you are contracted the second that you come out of the womb. Do you understand what I'm saying? When it is rooted deep in trauma, it goes deeper than that. When you have your elite celebrities, it goes deeper than that. You wonder how people act the way they do. People are controlled the way they are, almost like as deep as Britney Spears' conservatorship, if it helps you understand it that way. There's a contract on everybody that nobody wants to talk about, because when you break it down like that, and when you understand the people that are buying onto your contract, the people that are auctioning, the things that are happening, it'll make you sick to know how much kind of everyday people haven't enabled this for decades. This is an ancient thing. This is not.
I don't like this shit. Take it off.
The 2025 Kia Sorento, an impressive blend of capability, luxurious amenities,
New. This is nothing that's just happened to me. This is something that has gone on for a very, very long time. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope it does, because I don't know how else to.
Okay, so Kelly, can you kind of tell us what she's talking about here? So contracts, this is kind of like something they have to sign, or these forced on them, or these like blood contracts? Like what is she talking about particularly?
Did you hear her? What I believe she's talking about, and I can't be certain.
Okay.
Do I know that elite trafficked individuals are tracked by their social security numbers 100%? When she talks about these contracts, you notice she mentioned the term demons.
Yes.
I believe that she is talking about something from a satanic ritual abuse survivor perspective of something spiritual.
Okay.
I don't think she's honestly taught, and I could be wrong on this, but she talks a little bit more about it again later, and she mentions generational curses.
Yes.
In connection with these contracts. And I think she's talking about something spiritual in nature, something that she has experienced. I don't agree with some things she'll say in a little bit, or maybe she said it already, that everybody has this. I think she goes into something about bloodlines a little bit later. And so when she does that, we can pick back up on this. But I think she's really talking about a spiritual thing
Okay.
from her experience.
From her perspective. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
So, because Allie's trafficked, it doesn't matter that she's been with me for so many years. That contract is still being auctioned. It's still being held. It will always be held. There's no getting around it. There's no. I can't raise enough money to buy it. Like it belongs to her bloodline. It belongs to the Black Illuminati.
And it goes deeper than that, depending on the auction, depending on the trafficking, depending on the root of trauma, not just trafficking, depending on connections. Everybody has really dark connections that you find throughout your family, and you're like, how the hell did I not know about that? Or I'm not evil, but how did I not know about this evil connection in my family? And not that they were evil, but they got into some evil things like maybe Freemasonry or secret societies or things like that, that you're like, I didn't know that my family was rooted in this stuff. I didn't know that I came from this stuff. I didn't know that this is my culture, this is my generation, because I never knew about this part of my life. So again, this is something that has been going on forever, where everybody has their dark roots, everybody has their generational things that some people are really not even aware of.
So DJ, if we are missing anything, please let us know in the chat and we will address it. So whatever you think we are missing, just let us know.
Which I'm not completely aware of. And I know a lot of people are not aware of, because they're like, if I knew that this was in my family, I would have cut off the chain. I would have stopped it right here. I wouldn't have had anything to do with it. I wouldn't have participated in this, or I wouldn't have went over for holidays. I wouldn't have done anything like that if I knew that my family had this secret society, or they were built in their name that was rooted in evil. I wouldn't have had anything to do with that. So
does anybody know how she got discovered by P. Diddy? Like, does anybody know her backstory? Terry, do you know?
I don't know it, no. But I'll tell you one thing, she certainly does look like him.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, she looks a lot like him.
I noticed that as well. We're not saying anything, but
No.
Just making an observation that she looks a lot like him, and that's it. But yeah.
and I'd like to address the. I'm not disagreeing with her at all about curses passed down through the bloodlines, things like that. And I think I misunderstood her when I listened earlier. She didn't say everyone has a contract, I don't think. And so if she's saying everyone has dark things in their past, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't know your relatives even 3 generations back and what they were really like.
Yeah.
And so I agree with that. And because I do believe in the Bible, it talks about curses passed down.
Mm-hmm.
And the contracts that I'm aware of that are talked about in SRA are actually contracts made with demons and people.
Okay.
Now that's what I assume she's talking about.
That sounds like it. Yeah.
But I'm uncertain, and maybe DJ could explain if that she agrees with that, or if she had something else in mind there.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, please do, DJ. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, absolutely.
these contracts are very hard to explain, but I don't know how to help you make it make sense, because everybody has a root of this. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, everybody has something to do with what this is, and we don't exactly know completely what this is, but everybody has this type of thing, and you may call this, some people call it generational ties or generational curses, and they don't even know that they have them, and they're like, okay, well, how do I break that off, or how do I get rid of that, or how do I even acknowledge that if I don't even know who my second cousin on my third side is? It's not easy to just say who. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of, maybe. I hope so.
So Kelly, can I ask you a question? With some of your survivors that have familial trafficking, is this have they talked to you about this at all?
About which thing?
About kind of what she's talking about, like familiar curses or generational curses, contracts and blood, all that?
That could be anybody. That doesn't have to be family.
Okay.
But when you're talking about elite trafficking,
Mhm.
you're going to very specifically be talking about very specific bloodlines.
Okay,
Is
so
that
that's
like
more
you didn't do
that's
it?
more for elite trafficking. Okay, I got you.
Mhm.
So you're chosen. If you're going to go, if they put you in elite, you need to have like bloodlines so that you can get to that type of trafficking. Is that what you're saying?
You're going to need to be connected to some major bloodlines, especially the 13 families.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
So from our knowledge and the attacks and the threats that are going on,
Pedigree. That's a good name.
again, we're really tired.
Yeah.
It's a lot to explain. We signed a DNR today with other angels as witnesses.
So let me back up a little bit, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow when we had a minute. So the threats that were coming over this next weekend at the live event and at the march and all that stuff, 7 bidders put money down. 7 bidders put $330,000 down. I'll let you do the math on that, to come against us this weekend, to come against Allie. Their main, and when I say they're putting money down, they're putting money down for a false flag. So if you remember when we got pulled over and the police came and they searched the car and they brought the dogs, that contract was about $600,000 in comparison to what we're talking about.
So Kelly, am I assuming that this false flag is that they are trying to get them into trouble for something that they didn't do? Is that what she's kind of describing?
I think she goes into it a little more. In fact, I know she does.
Okay. That's kind of what it sounds like to me.
About right now. So the main threat was to have somebody prepared to either take a shot at Allie, to stab her, to draw blood, to drop her where she stands during the march. When that happened, there was going to be paramedics and police on scene to force us to take her to the hospital in order to force her into the ICU where I wouldn't be able to go watch out for her. When they did that, they were very giddy. They were very excited because they were talking about dividing her blood up between the 7 buyers.
Everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there.
So so they just treat you like animals, pretty much, right? I mean, if they're going to sell your blood off to 7 buyers, I mean, this just sounds like an auction or something like that. Exactly what they're talking about. This is crazy.
Yeah, and the auctions could happen in multiple ways.
Mm-hmm.
I was in many auctions,
Mm-hmm.
and it depends on what the auction is for. So in that case, the auction of the blood is a really big deal to them. So are any body fluids.
Mm-hmm.
Are big deals to the elite, and to share them and so on, unfortunately. But there can also be auctions where you're actually traffickers will bring in their favorite supposed victim, and then they'll auction and trade between them, or they'll auction to the highest bidder in the room. You can be auctioned off at a strip club. It just depends on the type of trafficking you're coming from. You can be auctioned off at a literal sales barn where they assign numbers to cattle that represent specific individuals being sold. So there's so many ways that they do this. So yes, absolutely, they're treating you like stock.
So I was going to ask you this too, but thank you, Joe P, for being on the same track that I am. So I've heard this rumor that they really covet particularly children's blood because it helps them stay younger. Is that kind of their thinking on that?
Adrenochrome.
Absolutely. But I'm sorry, Terry, what did you want to say?
I think is it adrenochrome?
Adrenochrome? Yeah, that's the adrenaline gland.
There's both. The adrenochrome happens when they put that child into situations where their adrenaline is going crazy, like the red shoe runs and things like that. But there's also situations where they just want the blood, the fluids, and they might not always be using it to think that it makes them younger. In some cases, because that elite victim might be of one of the 13 bloodlines, they believe it empowers them. So they're also looking for dark powers.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. That makes a lot more sense to me now. Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
So again, it's Friday the 13th. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what you need to know, go ahead and look up the survivor.org calendar of satanic rituals.
It was about to be a blood ritual.
This is a lot to take in, but this is our life. This is nothing new. I spent 40 days in a hospital on a feeding tube because of some shit like this. We've already went through this type of thing. So I don't want you guys to be like,
not new to us.
This is wild. This is wild to you. That's the problem. This is not new to us. I spent 40 days on a feeding tube, 40 days straight in a hospital because I said no to a pimp. I dropped weight so fast, doctors didn't know what the hell to do. They ran so many tests, they were absolutely confused. I was losing weight so fast, and the poison was eating at my body. And I stayed on a feeding tube for 40 days. You don't understand that we've already went through this. We've already had situations like this where we've had to figure out what to do next, think on our feet, dodge, while at the same time be smart about the decisions that we make, because as you can see, the justice system is rigged, even for our own former presidents, even for our own, the people in high credible suits. The justice system is rigged. So what do you think would happen to us if we put out everything? Like we signed something today and it's a legal document, but the notary on it has the state that we're in at the moment. It has the exact location that we signed the paperwork at. So we have to redact that for the safety of those people that helped us sign the paperwork. So you know what I mean? Like you guys are looking at this like, oh my gosh, they're talking to us. This is the internet. At the same time, we still have to be careful. There's crazy ass people that are watching this. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, yes, you may be sitting here like I'm listening, and I'm absolutely here with you, and I got you. But there's also people here listening to take ammunition to shoot at us. So you have to understand that too. So we signed this DNR and we can post it for you, but we have to redact the state that we're in right now because we have to start moving out of this area. And the angels that are with us, they signed it. They're on camera. They have insurance videos. They're ready. They stood there and for $3, they witnessed and they signed that paperwork that they stood there and witnessed that. So it is on camera. But even though it's on camera, this is not a reality show. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This is real life. This is not a joke. So of course you guys are like, well, show us. I can show you, but we're exhausted. We've been running around all day. We have to call a doctor before we can sign the DNR to get the notary to be able to say that it's done. And I thank you, Doc, so much for understanding what's going on and taking the time to hear us out and sign the DNR. And being on standby, God forbid something happen. This doc doesn't need credit. This doc doesn't need somebody to pat him on the back. This doctor doesn't need somebody to say, oh, good job. He understands the threat. He understands what's going on. So he signed the DNR. We took the DNR to the notary. And after the notary, then we had to get the witnesses of the angels. The angels had to get off work. Then after they got off work, then we all drove over there. And then we were all able to sign. And by that time, we were all fucking exhausted. It's been a day. It's been a day of anxiety. It's been a day of overwhelm.
It's been a day of understanding the threat. It's been a day of understanding how serious this is. It's been a day of understanding how much weight this carries. It's been a day of saying that this is not a joke.
For you moms and dads out there, if you knew the reality of your child being taken back.
So Kelly, Jennifer Jordan has a question. Does she just have to live the rest of her life like this? How does this end for her? So is this just going to be a lifelong kind of thing for her until the end, or?
I was actually hoping someone would ask that question. It was something I was thinking about when I was listening. Mm-hmm. Because of course, right now, the P. Diddy case is so big. Mm-hmm. And there are people that don't want her naming them, and that she can testify against them. She's in a lot of danger right now. The time will come, like it did for me, where I learned that becoming very public and taking a stand where I am, and every one of us has to do that at some point as a survivor. I do have gals that just keep running, and I can't convince them otherwise. But I mean, I have names of world leaders and presidents and so on, and I had to just finally stop. It's exhausting, it's destructive, you don't get to continue to live your life, and at some point, but only you can really determine when that is, you plant a flag somewhere. And I chose to come right back to the state where it began. However, I'm on the opposite side of the state, and plant my flag loudly and begin speaking publicly, and make sure I wasn't intentionally recognizing what I was doing, but I was making certain I got known, all because I really just passionately wanted to educate people. But then I learned from people in, upper law enforcement and so on, that it is wisdom to become a hard target. And a hard target is someone that if you were taken out, you're going to be noticed missing, and there's going to be suspicions. And I have people who have their names in their safes. More than one person, in fact, 3 individuals. So I have backup to the backup to the backup, that if something were to happen to me, and I've made that publicly known, then those names are all coming out. Names, dates, everything. And that is how I've kept myself alive. But I had a lot of wise advisors very high up in the government showing me how to do that. And I hope someday I get to talk to Allie, but if not, someone who has the same knowledge that I do is able to protect her, house her. I know people who could do that right now, and she would not be found. And then she could rest a while. Okay. What she's in right now is one of the most dangerous modes to be in, and that is running. That actually makes you a soft target, and except for her publicly speaking is helping. That's helping a lot. But because she's on the run, anything can happen.
That's
and
true.
It can be blamed on a car accident, I'd love to park her somewhere safe.
Yeah.
Now I understand what you said to me right in the beginning of when we were doing this, putting this together, is that you said that there's such a lack of places for facilities for traffic victims that have escaped. And you mentioned that a lot of times they'll have to send them to a battered women's shelter.
A women's shelter, yep.
Right, and there's completely 2 different types of healing. Is that right, Kelly? And you mentioned to me that the traffic victims, they just need rest. And now I get it.
The exhaustion is unfathomable. You can't even explain it to someone else. no matter how hard you try to use the word exhaustion, it's not a big enough word to explain this completely soul engulfing, body engulfing exhaustion. And but she is running on her adrenaline right now, and that will keep her going. That's her survival mode. She knows what she's doing in that case, and she's got a very wise woman with her, which is great as well. But you're right, Terry, there are not enough crisis homes or crisis facilities in this country. There's very few. We have a lot of transitional homes, a lot of them. Most states have at least one. But a transitional home is not the same as crisis home.
Not even close.
And a crisis home is for someone coming right out of it. They've had no healing. You can tell that Allie has had some healing.
Okay.
You can tell when she speaks. So she could go into transitional living. But in her case, I would highly recommend she doesn't even use a facility.
No.
There are people who could connect her with private places that nobody in the world knows about. And that would be the best in her situation.
Okay, so DJ does have a question for you, Kelly. She says, I'm so glad to have found your channel. Can you tell me what I can do for those who are still dealing with this horrific sin? I cannot help financially, but I want to help badly. Thank you, guys.
Well, I'm always going to say prayer first. Always. I have seen personally and experienced the power of prayer. And whatever you believe is up to you. There are ways, if you can find a local or even in your state organization specifically that is survivor run, those are the best, but they're not the only ones. There are some that are non-survivor run that are very good. You've got to vet them, and I've shared this before. You are welcome to contact me through, there's a phone number on our website, treasuredlives.org, or Treasured Lives SD, the Facebook page, and leave me a message. I will get back to you. And if I know what state you're in, I can vet organizations for you that are looking for people to volunteer their time. There are so many needs. We all have need of volunteers. So there is a lot. There's a lot that you can do. But that first one, get on your knees, because I have seen miracles from that alone. I could tell stories that some people wouldn't even believe. So I believe in that power of prayer. And I can tell we've got a pretty large praying audience here. So if you are a praying person, do that. Please think about volunteering your time. Yes, your money if you have money. But honestly, your time means absolutely as much as your money.
Yeah, I see that.
And all of us probably train advocates. So if you've ever thought about wanting to work hand in hand with the survivor, most organizations will train you. We train. I'm actually considering training advocates online at some point, because they're needed so desperately everywhere. And you could be an advocate. Let's say you work at a gas station, and in walks someone and you've looked up all the signs. We've discussed it on here before. We'll do it again sometime. And this person fits it, and you'd like to do something to help that person. You can advocate for them right there in that situation. If you've learned just a little bit about what to do to keep them safe and yourself safe. So you can do that without even being attached to an organization. So those are just a few things.
What is, I saw somebody, and this is a question that I have myself. How do you know, who do you know to trust, and how do you know you can trust them? And I'm talking like, the people that you should be able to trust, like your sheriffs and judges and politicians and that sort.
That is a loaded question.
That's a great question. Yeah. How do you do that?
Because the truth is, you don't.
Can't. You just don't know.
You don't. And I'm at that place where unless I know someone personally or someone I trust knows them personally, I'm extremely careful.
That's
extremely careful.
You just don't know. You just have no idea who anybody is, what they're actually representing. You just don't know.
Well, and my history has made me extremely cautious. I mean, since the time I was a young girl, when you have judges, heads of nations, and so on as Johns, why would you trust anyone in authority?
Nope.
And I've had to train myself as best as I can. And yes, true discernment is really key. But even in that, sometimes our humanness gets in the way. And maybe someone reminds you of someone and you don't trust someone you should.
Okay.
And maybe they remind you of someone bad, or maybe vice versa.
That's
they
true.
remind you of someone good and they're actually bad. So our humanity can get in the way of our discernment as well.
It's just human nature. Yeah, absolutely.
So would it be okay, like a lot of counties have started to craft task forces for human trafficking? How can you help the task force? Do you go to them?
Most task forces limit who can be a part of them.
Okay.
They're generally, but not always, law enforcement led. And most of them then have a number of agencies who serve survivors on the task force. So not just anyone can walk in. But I know of one in particular where they take just anyone from the community that wishes. So it's always something you can check into.
Okay.
All right.
And you just reach out to your county sheriff's office and they can help you. Or you can pull it up and look and see if they've done that, because they're starting to create those everywhere.
They are. The task forces are going up everywhere. Most of them, I would say, have good hearts, but you don't know if it's infiltrated. I'm just going to say that straight up. But that's the same with anything. And so again, it's always, just being really careful. I have been told over and over by people who formerly worked for all the 3-letter agencies, and they all tell me that right now it's Homeland Security that you want to trust. And Homeland Security does have a branch that works with trafficking.
Good to know.
And you trust the person that will be heading it up.
To some degree, I'm going to say I will trust that agency above the other 3 letters right now. But there's going to be bad people in every agency, just as there are good.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Absolutely.
But Christy is going to be heading up probably in January, right? When Trump takes.
Yes, she is. But she can't. She's an awesome person, but she cannot. And that's Governor Noem that Terry's talking about. She cannot vouch for every single individual in Homeland Security, because she can't possibly know them all. We can know that the person at the top, is highly passionate about trafficking and cares very deeply. And we can know that. But beyond that, it's a local thing. And you're gonna have to vet them like you do anyone else. And heavy hour is, that's the truth. That's absolutely the truth. My experience too.
Yep. Alrighty, let's get back to it.
To be tortured, to be raped, to be brutalized. How far would you be willing to go to protect them?
I would rather die in the hands of an angel that I trust. I would rather bleed out on the streets of wherever we're standing this weekend in the hands of angels that we trusted. I would rather the peroxide that we brought from the 99-cent store wash off the streets that we died on. And I would rather say that we stood, and no matter what we stood in, than to go back into a hospital and be put back into my own predator's hands. Do you understand that I wouldn't die if somebody got their hands on me right now? There's things worse than death, and I'm not doing it again. So I would rather die in the hands of an angel that I know, that doesn't need credit, that I know that loves us and cares about us. This event is not, we sold our shit to buy the venue, but angels have pitched in out of their own pockets to buy backdrops. And I was just like, let's just do it. I don't give a shit. There's mics in there. There's a venue in there. And they was like, no, we're not doing it like that. If we're all, I got cotton mouth. I'm like, I can't breathe. I'm really overwhelmed. And it's water. I'll take water. Hold on, water. They were like, we don't care about what is going on. We're not going to do this tacky. Okay. And they were just like, let us help you. So all these angels have came together out of their own pocket to do whatever they can to just make it something that's special.
During the Black Friday super sale at Furniture Row, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on
Get ready for Black Friday, everyone.
I got a fucking $8 shirt. My mom was able to do my hair. Like, we're not rolling up in our sweats even though we want to, because it's gonna be a long event. It's gonna be an emotional fucking roller coaster, but we're doing it anyways. And even though it's the most dangerous thing that we can do, we're gonna do it anyways. This is not no money thing. Nobody paid for a ticket. There's no general admission. There's no Patreon. Go Gibson. Go fuck me. There's no
shirt. There won't be any merchandise. There will be no money
You will
exchange.
walk out of there for free 99 with more shit, because the angels, there was over 200 applications sent out. And it was the most simple process that everybody sent out an application, said, hey, punch in your information, the same that you would do to pay for truth, the same that you would do for that, just punching your information here and let's just go on a live interview. They did that, and you'll see the outcome. But it was just so we can go in person, so I don't have to edit shit again, so people can be on the same page. Once people are on the same page, it is over. Do you understand what I'm telling you? There are people all around the world, nationwide. I don't care where you stand, you looking like some of this dirt don't look right. And for what I'm understanding, this dirt is the same as the dirt over there in the States. It's the same as this dirt over there in the States. And the same as this dirt. But everybody else is calling us crazy because nobody wants to realize it. If everybody came together and said, do y'all understand what's going on? Do you understand how much the game is over if everybody was on the same page?
You know what? I really like what she's saying here. And I think that's what the traffickers' main modus operandi is to keep everybody fragmented, is to keep them away from each other so they don't have the ability to get together and rise up. Mm-hmm. I think that's exactly a really good point. So is that kind of what she's alluding to there, Kelly?
Oh, yeah. And I liked what, I was on SG&On recently, and I liked something he said. And this isn't the exact quote, but he said, we need the world to wake up and to recognize
absolutely
that we should be talking about this in the marketplace, that it shouldn't be something people are afraid to believe really happens, that this on the elite levels, this satanic worship is real to them in every way, to the very highest levels of the world. And that is just the facts. And if people will quit trying to hide from that because it scares them or because it sounds fantastical, and recognize things like what Allie is exposing and what so many of us survivors have been trying to tell people is going on out there. Mm-hmm. Because even an individual who is not elite trafficked, but is trafficked by a larger ring, mm-hmm. can find themselves in satanic ritual abuse situations because they are doing these rituals with trafficked individuals. And your trafficker, and I've said this before, does not care who pays for your time and what they do with you, as long as they bring you back in decent working order and not dead,
Right.
because they want to reuse you.
Right.
And so it's got to become something that is even spoken about on the news. And SG Anon has kind of he has a thumb on the pulse of some intel, and, you know, very deep inside. And he said it won't be long. And everyone is going to have to open their eyes. They won't be able to hide from it anymore.
Nope.
And I think things like Dancer One coming out with his video on Bohemian Grove just this July to verify what Alex Jones showed 25 years ago.
25.
Those sort of things show. I mean, these people, presidents and billionaires and whatever, show that they belong to Bohemian Grove, that they're members. You can look up the member lists.
Oh, yeah.
Not everybody is listed, but a lot of them are. And you see the Bushes, for instance, and people like that. And they're attending this dark, disgusting ritual.
Yep.
People need, and you can go back and watch on this podcast about Bohemian Grove if you don't know what it is, and see how satanic it is. So these people, whether you believe there's a Satan or not, they do.
That's who they worship. I mean, that's their place. That's their place. What Bohemian Grove is basically is for them to all congregate together and talk about world politics, who's going to do this, who's going to do that. But no, what it is, like you said, Kelly, it's for them to drop all of their care, all their inhibitions, everything like that, and to worship their God, which is some form of a demon. And then they run around like a bunch of barbaric animals, defecating and urinating and wherever they want, and doing the most god-awful things to poor people like Kelly. And these are the people that are in charge of our government. These are the people that are in charge of our world. And this is what they really do. And I have nothing but the utmost respect for somebody like Dancer One and Alex Jones to risk their literal lives to go in there and show us what is really going on in there. And let's not do this either, guys. Like Kelly puts her reputation in her line doing this as well. Like there are people, Kelly, to the day she's done off the earth, there will always be some form of a trafficker looking for her or for her survivors. So Kelly puts a big risk for coming out here. So thank you, Kelly, for everything that you do. And it's people like you that, like, hopefully this is. So what we aim to do here is to have somebody like Kelly, an expert and a survivor, to come on here and hopefully inspire not only the common people but other survivors too, to hopefully get together and stop this. Because like Ali Carter just said, if the survivors all got together and rose up, this would be done like that. But it's scary though. Like she talks about, okay, they put contracts on these people. They put contracts in your lives. They'll come and try to shoot you. They'll try to get you into the ICU and separate you from your protectors. So then they'll do whatever they want to you. I mean, it's that scary. So I understand why there's such a hesitation for survivors and other people to try to do something about this, because you might lose your life. Literally, I'm not making this up. Ali Carter's telling you this truth. It's scary. Like Kelly said, if we pray and believe in a higher power, our higher power is better than their higher power. That is for sure. That is for darn sure.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody caught an episode of Joe Rogan. I can't remember which one it was, but his question was, why is mainstream media not talking about this? Why
because
is
they're part of it
talked about?
Because they are part of it. So the people that own those mainstream media companies are probably some of the traffickers as well. So of course not. You're not going to have people, you're going to have your own news network or whatever talk about what you're doing. You're just not going to do it. If anything, you're going to sit there and deny, and then make those people like Ali Carter look crazy, which is exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to make these people look crazy. And what did I say earlier? If I didn't know what this woman had been through, I would be like, you are nuts. No, it's not her fault. It's not her fault. She's a survivor, and she's been through the most god-awful things you can think of. And for her to come out and actually talk about this stuff is heroic. Absolutely. Absolutely. So,
I agree.
And once people try to get on the same page, then there's a distraction. There's a big elite death, or there's something on the news, or there's a shooting, or there's something so distracting that everybody's just like, look over there, because I admire the character that they played. You don't live in the world you think you do. I know some of y'all are looking at this like, what the hell did I just scroll on? You know. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're sitting here right now that you just the one that just want to fuck with us. If you were paid to gang stalk us, whatever the hell you're doing here, you know that there is not something right with this world. You know it. You know it. It's not crazy. It's not a conspiracy theory. You can't deny it. It's everywhere that you turn, and all roads lead to trafficking.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and skip to 26 minutes because there's like 6 minutes of not that much, and then we'll go from there.
This is how people are just like. You know what I'm saying? This is why. This is why there is things still wrong with the world, because people just sweep these type of things under the rug, and they just continue for decades and more decades, and then we just circle back to the bullshit. And then somebody tries to, for $1, you can pay me to be an advocate for you for $7.99. And it's not worth any money. It's priceless to get your ass outside and stand for what's right. That part nobody wants to do. So we're gonna go. We're tired.
That is true.
Scoot over for a minute, guys. To every one of the 7 people that put money down on Allie's contract, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I've been telling you from day one. Every plan that you make against my kid, you will fail. I want you guys to calculate all the money that you spent planning evil, planning a blood ritual, plotting on her, trying to disrupt the truth.
So my wife got me this weird new kitchen knife as a Christmas gift. God, I love her. At first glance, one...
And then let's look at how much we spend. We spent $5 for a notarization, and we played a trump card on your ass.
Not Trump the president.
Not Trump the president. Everything you do will fail.
Hail Mary, come with me. It's a shame when it boomerangs, don't it? Bars. It's a shame.
And if you think I won't sit on that sidewalk and let my kid bleed out to keep her out of your hands, you don't know me very well at all.
That is a very good question. I was just thinking this too, Suzette Matias. How did she get separated from her mother? Like, I don't know if anybody really does know this story, but I mean, I see that they're back together now, but how did she get
That's
kidnapped?
her adopted mom.
Oh, it's her adopted mom.
Her real mom basically sold her to.
Got it. Thank you. That's what we needed to know. Okay. So everybody, this is basically her adopted mother now, and her real mother is the one who gave her up. So that makes sense. Okay. Makes sense.
We all agree. Every part of us agrees that this is what we want to do. And this is what we're going to do, because we're going to stand anyway. Now again, we prepare for the worst and we hope for the best. We pray for the best. But we will see what happens.
I want you guys to think about your...
Okay, I'm sorry. This girl looks so much like P. Diddy, it's not even funny.
Same eyes, same mouth.
This has to be P. Diddy's daughter. I'm speculating. I'm not saying this for sure. But I think the reason why she's going so hard at this is she looks a lot like Mr. P. Diddy. That's all I'm going to say. And I think this goes a little deeper than her just being a trafficking survivor. I think she might be a relation. Just speculating.
Ambulances. What do? You're driving and an ambulance comes through. Do you pull them over to check to make sure somebody is legit in the back? Do you check to make sure they're not being trafficked? Do you question anybody? Or do you move the hell out of the way and let them pass?
Oh, she says she's Tupac's daughter? Interesting.
How do you think trafficking is done in plain sight?
Interesting. Tupac, huh?
That's the questions.
Oh,
Kelly, yep. So you said you had a similar experience to what she's talking about with the ambulance. What is she referring to here?
I knew listening to that, and then Terry brought it up when we spoke earlier, you know, that she doesn't really explain what she's saying there. And of course, what do you do? Well, you pull over and you let the ambulance get by, correct? And by law, we're supposed to do that, and we need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But what she's referring to, and I honestly, until she said this, I didn't know others had experienced that it was what I experienced, that it was a regular trick that they pulled. But when I was being trafficked, they liked to do things that would force the fear to come up in you and put you in situations that you did not know what to expect. So for instance, they would allow me to go walking, you know, downtown and go bar hopping. In fact, they wanted me to at certain points in until I was really deep into going overseas. And in those situations, one time I was downtown with my ex who was involved with the trafficking, and an ambulance pulled up beside our vehicle, and they pulled my door open and they started to pull me out.
Wow.
And I'm like fighting them. I said, I don't need an ambulance. And my ex, who was my husband at the time, is saying, no, you need to go with them. You're really not well. Now, there was nothing going on with my health. I didn't understand what was going on at all. And as soon as I got put in that ambulance, boarded and all of that, and I'm fighting them, then I'm drugged, put out, and no memory of the ride or anything after that, except to wake up on the set of a porn film. Mm-hmm. So surprises were something I was always hated and terrified of.
No, absolutely.
Because of unhappy and unwelcome surprises that they would pull on me all the time. Mm-hmm. So when she said this, I was struck by the fact that this must still be a common thing that they'll pull. Yep. And why not? It's so easy to get an ambulance and mark it with some random county.
Well, I mean, you bring up a good point, because a lot of people think, oh, an ambulance, that's got to be part of the hospital or the fire department or whatever. No, actually, a lot of ambulance companies are privately owned.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And a lot of people don't know that. I mean, I knew that just because, you know, whatever. But so that's where this could actually happen. You couldn't have it happen if it was government owned, but a privately owned ambulance company, absolutely, you could do that with. You don't know who they were associated with. So yeah,
and no one's going to question it.
And no one's going to question it. You know, what do you have to do when the ambulance comes down the road with the lights on? You pull over. It's the law. You pull over, and a cop's not gonna take a second look at an ambulance. You're not. Nobody else. The fire. Nobody.
No, I was literally on Main Street of a moderately sized city, mm-hmm. and it was light out. Anyone could walk. Well, there were people out, mm-hmm. but you don't question that. Mm-hmm. Oh, something must have happened to that person.
Yeah, you just think, oh, if anything, you're always like, oh, you know, you say a prayer like, hopefully that person's okay, get to the hospital as fast as possible.
Yeah.
You're never going to think that there's actually somebody that's being trafficked in there. You never would think that.
Yep. So keep praying for those ambulances, because
now that every time I see an ambulance now, I'm going to pray, like, please don't let there be somebody that doesn't need to be in there that's going somewhere really bad. You know, let's pray for
quick story. One time why I really believe in praying for ambulances, and this is now another reason, but one time I was praying for an ambulance, and I happened to be behind it for mm-hmm. quite a few blocks when I got a phone call, and I was told my son-in-law was in that ambulance. And so I actually ended up being the first one at the hospital. I just followed him all the way. Yeah. And he had been injured very, very badly. So you might even be praying for someone you know and not know it.
Yeah, absolutely. You have no idea who's in that back of that ambulance. Absolutely sure. So can you guys? I have not had the opportunity to watch this video. So Terry or whoever wants to explain, what is this video? What is this woman going to be talking about with us today?
Go, Kelly.
Well, this is the part that I'm still, it's either something because I had another friend trying to explain to me, and she explained it completely different than Allie does. And in my time and in the beginning of everything Allie was saying, it sounds very spiritual. She's talking about connecting with demons and so on. The social security number being sold like bonds and notes makes sense to me. Highest bidder, getting you. That was not my experience because of coming from 3 of those top 13 family lines. Then they considered me prime property, and I was assigned to a world leader. And if he wanted me, he got me first and foremost above anyone. There was no bidding going on there. Okay. And that included when they used me in, schemes to blackmail other countries. So it depends on where you're at in there are different levels of elite trafficking, I'll put it that way.
Okay.
And mine would probably never have been auctioned off like that, except at a place like Bohemian Grove.
Okay.
Where they're all the super elite. In truth, P. Diddy and all those folks, they're the entertainment elite.
Oh, we're talking
They're not the governmental world leader elite.
Okay, that's a whole nother ballgame.
It's a level down.
Okay.
I mean, and that's not discrediting anything. They need stopped. And that includes, if you start looking, you cross match to Pedophile Island, you're
Epstein
going
Island.
to see,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you're going to see some of the very same people, most of them again. However, you did have some of the front world leaders, such as people from the royal families.
Yep.
But understand that they're not the people who are behind all of that are going to Bilderberg, that are literally making international rules, laws, and playing chess with our military.
That makes sense. So a lot of people ask me, well, how come, how come P. Diddy's in jail, and how come they got Epstein and all these guys? Because they're the fall guys, okay? So Kelly was just explaining this. There's different levels to elite. So I don't know if the entertainment element is on the bottom or whatever, but to me, I guess the way that I'm understanding this is that Epstein's and P. Diddy are just people that take the fall for the actual people that are higher than them, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that works. So
yeah, so I wouldn't say the bottom, they're still in the elite.
Oh, right.
But they're at that lower level of the elite.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not elite. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, let's get into this video.
All right, so what's your name?
Angie.
Angie. How old are you?
47.
You're 40?
47.
47?
Yes.
You look younger.
Oh, thank you.
So what's your current situation?
I'm actually currently homeless. I'm going to a sober living, actually on the way there right now. Just came to DS to get my insurance straightened out.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
How long have you been homeless?
About 3 years now. I went through something traumatic about 10 years ago, and it's been up and down since then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what caused you to be homeless out here?
Yeah, I was kidnapped in a sex trafficking ring.
Okay.
And they had me for 28 days, and I lost I got divorced in October. This happened in December 31st, and I lost my apartment then because I was gone for a month. So it just kind of been downhill from there. Started getting more and all that kind of stuff.
Do you have any family out here?
I do, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who do you have?
My mom and my sister, and my sister's 8 kids.
Okay.
And I have 3 kids as well. I met an ex-husband, so.
Where are your kids at now?
They're grown. They're adults. I mean, my youngest just graduated. She's going to NAU on a full-ride volleyball scholarship. So, and my other 2 are in Arizona. They're living. They're in Mesa, Tempe.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
So are you just waiting on your Uber right now?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
My phone died, so I couldn't check on it. Yeah.
So what's the process?
Oh, actually, I'm already in. I just have to go to. I had to come here to make sure my insurance is okay, and then I go to. It's an apartment complex.
Yeah.
It's not the best area, but it's a roof overhead. And they so you go to meetings from 8:30 to 3:30 every day, and then you have free time to work. I have a job starting next week, so then I work the rest of the day, and then go back on
Do they
bed.
give you your own apartment, or do you have?
No, you have a roommate. You have a roommate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then my insurance covers it.
So
So
is it only like women?
there's
or-
men and women. What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what your roommate's gonna be?
I don't know yet. No, I've been there to the facility, but I haven't been in my room yet, my apartment yet. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like I said, it's not the best area, but it's the roof over my head. It's right by the what they call it, the blade.
Yeah.
It's right by that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Is
Indian
it
school
on
and Indian.
27th and Indian School?
Yep, right there.
That's not
Yeah.
a good spot.
No, it's not, and the where we go for the counseling meetings, they told us just don't go outside unless you have to because there's gonna be
Yeah.
temptation everywhere, which is like that. Life is like that.
Okay, I'm gonna give a warning right now to anybody in the chat. You do not say anything racist at all. Understood? There's no racism or anything like that ever on this channel. And whoever you are timed out and you're not welcome back for the rest of the chat. All right? Thank you. I hate that.
Anyways, kind of pick and choose your battles, I guess.
But then when you go there, you're like right.
Yeah, then we're the front building.
Ground zero. Right
Yeah,
there.
the front building is like the trap house, and the back is like somewhere living. It's
Yeah.
crazy. They did not pick a very good, like I guess they get good and bad place. I guess get a lot of people in there, but I mean I don't know what the turnaround is. I don't know any of that, but
So what is the program free, or you? Just have to get
access is covered. My access is covered.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what.
Is this the first time you're going through a program?
I did TLC. It's another program 4 years ago, but this is the first time I've done this kind. That was like an inpatient, lived there with actual some facility in there. There's more freedom, I guess you could say. Freedom because I want to be able to work. So the last time I kind of got stuck there because you can't work, so you can't get out of there ever. It's like a revolving door. Like how are you gonna get out if you can't save money?
Yeah.
So this place at least I can work and save up to get an apartment and stuff.
So tell me how your childhood was growing up.
My parents got divorced when I was 4, so I was single mother pretty much. Well, obviously from 4 on. My mom got married 3 times. Normal childhood. It was a bad childhood. As we got older, things obviously we remembered more things than we probably wanted to.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I got married at 19. Well, got with my now ex-husband at 19. Got married for 22 years. Normal life, soccer mom, all that kind of stuff. And then it was taken from a Target parking lot. When I just said in the sex trafficking hearing, they took me from Target. I woke up at Motel 6.
How did that happen? No, like
They put, I guess there's some.
was it someone that you knew?
No, I guess they put some form of chlorophyll for my mouth. I had to watch a video for the.
So Kelly, I have a question for you. Will they take people of any age, or because it kind of sounds like she was taken when she was a little older. So does it matter?
Depends on what they have in mind. There's somewhere for any age. I will say this surprised me. She's in her 40s.
Yeah.
And she does talk about that. And it did and it didn't. Let me say that.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of even older women getting grabbed now. So every female needs to watch their back. I believe it's still 92% female that are taken. And it is getting out of control in our country. She is a survivor of that. Mm-hmm. That is rare in and of itself. Mm-hmm. And I'm so grateful that she made it out, and I can't wait to hear the rest of what happened with her because she makes some good points. But I don't think at any age, and I'll give an example of a little grandma that I knew, 80 some years old. And she wasn't grabbed in this way, but someone broke into her home, and it turns out had been stalking her for a while, had a fetish for old ladies, and SA'd her. So, and she was just weeping like, why, after all these years of not having anything happen, does it have to happen to me when I'm so old, my husband's gone, and I'm so frail? And it just broke my heart for her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is horrific. Like that takes some real evil to do that. That's disgusting.
It is.
Hi, Doc Terry. How are you? Good to see you again.
Hi, Doc.
We love Doc Theory. She's amazing. Alrighty, let's go ahead now and get back into this video.
Did you want me to answer? You put a question up.
Oh, I did. Yeah, hold on. Oh, so the question was, did you have to go through some sort of rehabilitation after you were?
Not for any drugs. I would. Oh, whoops, rugs.
We're not monetized. Don't worry. You're
I
fine.
know, but I gotta practice, right?
We do have to start practicing those.
Hopefully, one day we are. I was rugged all the time with everything you can imagine, and to blackout states, and with all the right things, and things that were administered by doctors. It just depended on what was happening and who was doing it. And somehow my body is one of those that just refuses to get addicted.
Wow, you're really lucky.
Yeah, and I'm told by doctors there are people like that, and I am so blessed, because that is one thing I did not have to deal with, was to be rehabbed from any kind of rugs. However, as a teenager, because I was reacting to what was going on with me, I ended up pretty addicted to alcohol, and went through the DTs like crazy when my parents locked me up and then at home, and then sent me to a boarding school. And I mean, the detox from that was terrible. So I do know what it's like to be addicted to something. And I feel for so many of my gals and guys that I work with, and how we don't just have to deal with all their trauma, but the constant battle of addiction. And of course, especially when we're using things today that are, fentanyl mixed with meth is just deadly, and it kills the brain cells so rapidly, and we end up with psychosis that in many cases we're told by medical isn't going to turn around for these individuals. Once in a while I'll see a miracle, and I'll see it turn around from someone when they're that far gone, but many of them, we're just loving them where they're at in all their psychosis, and trying to help remind them that they've got psychosis so that they can chill a little, but it's tough. It's tough to work with people in that state.
That's horrible.
It hurts my heart, because they never asked for it.
No.
They didn't want to be forced onto something and be addicted. And yet they then get treated as though they're just another street user.
Right. So I'm sorry, I want to answer this question really quick. So Kelly Ann Jean, we did talk about Allie Carter. So if you want to go back to the beginning of the live and start there, that will be where the Allie Carter portion of the live is. So I just want to let you know. So okay, let's go ahead and finish up this video.
The trial, and they put some kind of chlorophyll over my mouth, some kind of cough over my mouth, some kind of chlorophyll, homemade something, and I woke up at Motel 6. I come to club about 6 hours later, naked, tied to a bed with about 12 guys in the room. So obviously I could tell something had been done to me, obviously. The next day they took me to Texas, where I was for the next 27 days. I had a little Obama flip phone that I found one day, and I put it in the sleeve of my shirt, and I hid it, and I was able to text my ex-husband one day. They told me I had to start earning my keep and walking the street. So I texted my ex-husband and just said, this is where my body can be found, and I gave him the address to the hotel. He was already looking for me because he knows I don't ever miss my kids' appointments. I was supposed to pick him up the next day, and I didn't show up, so he'd been looking for me. Don't put this on him. He's a firefighter paramedic, so he had contacts, so he's able to start doing research and looking for me and stuff. He said he knew in his gut this I was taken against my will. He said he just knew that. So he was just waiting, trying to find something, and then as soon as he got the call, they kicked down the door within an hour of me texting him that. They had me on a plane home 2 hours after that. They were gang affiliated, so they were afraid of retaliation, that kind of stuff. They've been in jail since then because there's a murder case involved. So one of them flipped on the other one to corroborate everything that was said, so he won't be getting out.
So the people that did that to you got caught?
Yeah, they got caught that day. So the day I got rescued, they've been in jail since then.
Was it like a random act, or did you know these people?
I didn't know. No, I'd never met him before in my life. Never seen him before, never met him, nothing.
They just ran up behind you?
Someone asked me for a cigarette, and I remember that's the last thing I remember, and I meant to turn around and say I don't smoke, and that's the last thing I remember. So in the video footage, you see the guy come up behind me, put some over my mouth, and then I fall down. They carried me, dropped me past 3 different couples in the parking lot, dropped me a couple times in my head, and no one did anything, no one said anything. I don't expect physically to get involved, but like.
So Kelly, is this a pretty common tale that you hear, or is this kind of like how they'll sneak up behind you, or kind of like try to befriend you or something like that, and they'll just all of a sudden take you?
Oh yeah, I've heard story after story. When we're talking about random abductions like this, they're either going to befriend you, they're going to pretend to ask for directions, they're going to tell you, oh, you have a tail light out, or oops, I bumped into your car and I thought I should give you my information, anything to get close to you. So we have to be so careful today, because those are things that you would normally expect in a parking lot. And then they hit her with chloroform, which is still, it was used all the time on me. It's still commonly used. And she said some kind of a homemade chloroform. So I thought that was interesting, and that's sad, because that tells me that they can get their hands on it much easier now. So that sucks, because that knocks you out and you do not remember anything after that, which she does talk about. And they might follow you down a few aisles in a grocery store, and that's common as well. But I think they're catching on that we're catching on to that. So now it's the tricks like this. Oh, I accidentally backed into your car. And you don't know. And in some cases, I had 2 gals this happened to. They were on 3 sides of her with their vehicles just parked like normal, but the third one being up against her bumper to say, I accidentally. And so she was parked in front of you know how they've got rocks and trees and things planted in front of you. And she just drove up over that between the trees to get away. And then drove right up to the doorway of one of the stores. So, you know, you've got to think ahead, think about scenarios, imagine all of them, and what should I do? And even putting your window down a crack could be super dangerous. In that moment, depending on what kind of instruments they have with them, even if your door is locked, it is possible for someone to find a way to break that window. It's going to be tough, but we don't know what they've got with them. There's, you know, we can all pick up one of those glass breakers to help us get out. Why can't they use it to get in? So I'm not trying to be doomsday, but I am trying to say, watch your backs, warn your daughters, your granddaughters, your friends, your students, warn people.
That's a great way to help, in my opinion, to be aware and share.
Awareness saves lives. That's what we're trying to do here. Okay, hold on. Let's play this really quick.
Call somebody, do something, you know what I mean? But anyways, they put me in the back of the car, and I guess I woke up, that's like I said, I woke up in the Motel 6 hours later. So
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, so I was their children, you know, because like they can mold them into what they want them to be. I guess I look at it like, if I was able to save some people because they've been in jail so long, you know, that I can handle going through what I went through for that. You know,
How long were you held hostage for?
28.
28 days.
Yeah, and they called that guerrillas, so they beat their women into submission, I guess is what they say. So they beat you down and then build you back up how they want you. So it didn't matter if you followed the rules or not, you still got beat every day. I was 86 when I came home. I'm obviously not a lot bigger than that. Normally, they didn't feed us. You know, they kept us high all the time. I'm actually very ADD, so it calmed me down. Where the other girls were kind of tweaking out, so they didn't like that. So it always kind of fits them. I will say they felt them, but that's why they were in Arizona. Just that those, you gotta be cautious of the people. I mean, not to say those people, but those kind of things, because from people cooking your food and building those rides, we're on every kind of school.
Yeah.
And not to say they all are, but you know, that lifestyle, I guess. But,
what were they like? The people that took you?
What race were they?
Yeah.
They're African American.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. Yeah, and we're actually both married families and one's at home. One had 5 kids, one had 7 kids. It's a different lifestyle.
How long did they end up getting?
One got, well, they started off, so the only charge that stuck because I wouldn't testify was kidnapping across state lines because they had video footage at a checkpoint of them, me being handcuffs. And it was hearsay basically.
They had you handcuffed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then the video footage, you see the zip tie handcuffs on me.
Okay.
So that's why that charge stuck. Otherwise, it was hearsay, my word against theirs. But that video footage got that charge. That was mandatory 6 years. But while they were in there, the murder case came up. So they found one of the girls' bodies. So one of them flipped on the other one. So he's out, but the other guy's in for life. So
that one guy that got out, how long did he do?
6.5 years, I want to say, something like that.
That's nothing.
Yeah, and that's just for the kidnapping charge. That's all it was. And he actually discussed this. He runs his own private investigation. Not private, sorry, security company now, just so he can carry a weapon and everything else. It's disgusting. I shouldn't say it. I hope to God he prayed. I pray he changed. I'll keep my mouth shut on the rest of that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So you got so little time.
Yep.
You figure you get like at least 20, 30
right.
years.
Yeah, and if when the girls all corroborated my stories, they all had similar stories that happened to them, but no one wanted to testify because they're all scared. Me included. So, they beat that into us. The fear. So, unfortunately, they do. That's what they do. That's what they thrive on. So, but I made it out of it. Now I can tell my story. My goal is to eventually get a half house of my own and give back to the people that helped me, because there wasn't a lot of resources when I came home at all to help me. So I want to be able to build something up for. Arizona's number 2 in the nation for sex trafficking.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. We have no resources to help these women or men, women and men. So I hope to be able to. That's what made me want to get sober now, so I can start working on that. So that's my goal. I hope to God he prayed. I pray he changed. I'll keep my mouth shut on the rest of that.
Man, that's crazy. Dude.
Yeah. So
you got so little time.
Yep.
You figure you get like at least 20, 30
right.
years.
Yeah, and if when the girls all corroborated my stories, they all had similar stories that happened to them, but no one wanted to testify because they're all scared. Me included. So they beat that into us. The fear. So unfortunately, they do. That's what they do. That's what they thrive on. So, but I made it out of it. Now I can tell my story. My goal is to eventually get a half house of my own and give back to the people that helped me, because there wasn't a lot of resources when I came home at all to help me. So I want to be able to build something up for. Arizona's number 2 in the nation for sex trafficking.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. We have no resources to help these women or men, women and men. So I hope to be able to. That's what made me want to get sober now, so I can start working on that. So that's my goal.
I wish you luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing.
Thank you. You bet. Thank you.
Your story. I really do appreciate it. Are you okay if I post it up on my YouTube channel?
That's fine. Yeah.
And just in case anybody wants to reach out to you with any sort of help or donations, do you have any?
Okay. Wow, that was very informative. So is that true, Kelly, that a lot of these traffickers will get a minimal amount of jail time? Like, that guy got 6 years for kidnapping. That should be like 25 years to life.
Mm-hmm.
So, does that happen a lot? You're muted, Kelly.
Yes, I am. They didn't charge him with trafficking, sadly, and that happens a lot. Oftentimes, what I don't like about our system in some ways, and in other ways I'm glad we have it, is that people can make deals. And this guy made a deal, the one that got 6 years, and that seriously sucks, because he was in every way going to be a part of whatever was going to happen to her, beyond what happened to her. They weren't, I think they said that there was murder later associated with these 2 individuals. And this guy got out after, is getting out after 6 years is awful. And that's why she's afraid. Not only was she beaten down in those few weeks she was with them, but she has to be afraid for the day when he gets out, and the people he's associated with. That's the thing that's tough about this is to live truly free takes a really large amount of faith, and maybe a certain kind of mindset, because it is hard to be free when they're still watching you, they're still contacting you. Doesn't matter how many years you're out, and she's correct about that. If it's elite trafficking, they're on your back. And, you just, again, in the right cases, in the right setup, you stand tall and you get known. And I did it by accident, but I don't regret that, although getting known also gets you on some people's lists too. So it kind of, I know who holds my life in his hands, and that's where I find my peace.
Yeah.
I noticed a comment by Facts Over Lies that was up a little bit. She said, I helped a girl and she said they locked her in dog cages. I recommend checking nonstatetorture.org. Take a look at that site, nonstatetorture.org. If you've never looked at it, it has the 48 common forms of torture in human trafficking, specifically, oh yeah, we're not monetized, sex trafficking. 48 common forms of torture used in sex trafficking that are recognized worldwide by the United Nations and so on. And being locked in dog cages is one of the most common. I have yet to meet a survivor that hasn't happened to. I'm sure I will meet one, but so far, every time I use that one as the example and support group, everyone relates. And I picked that one because when I started to recognize, I remember thinking it only happened to me. And that's what every survivor thinks. This only happened to me. Nowadays, I actually give the group that entire list of 48 so they can check off and see this happened to someone else. This happened to lots of other someone else's. I'm not alone. I'm not weird. I'm not lower than a dog, because that's what the dog cage is trying to tell you.
Yeah. They're exerting their dominance and breaking down at the same time.
And breaking down your humanity. And they don't only do that to break you down. They do that for those that aren't as sick as they are but are coming in to learn from them. They do that to dehumanize the individuals that are being trafficked so that those that are growing up to learn to be traffickers can more easily do it because they begin to not look at you as human as well. You're just product. Oh, wow. Thank you, Gray Matters. I didn't know that. That's good to hear. Guys, I got to really learn the language so I don't get us in trouble every darn time.
Yeah, when we hit, I hate it. I wish we could keep it. I don't know how we could though, but the song that we play, once we're at 1,000, then we'd get a copyright strike. So if anybody has maybe send it. We've got online, we have the email, and send something that if you think would be good and it wouldn't get us in trouble playing it.
And something else, there's some survivors on here. Every week we have someone new identify. And again, think about that miracle alone, that they're coming here and hanging out with us when only 1% of us survive. And I want to say to those in the chat, thank you for being so incredibly kind when you're referring to us, because some of them are in the chat with you. And without you even knowing it, earlier someone asked, what can I do? Well, just by being kind in the chat to maybe the survivor who we're listening to, you are passing that on to maybe a survivor who hasn't even identified themselves yet, because even sometimes self-identifying is difficult until you hear other survivors speak. Sometimes you don't realize that's what it was. I didn't even know what to call it because there wasn't a name. So I love that we're not only growing people who want to learn, understand, and do something about this, we are growing unity and humanity and kindness that survivors will not soon forget. Many hide and don't tell anyone because of the fear of how you'll be treated. And I decided to break through that. In our state, I was the first survivor to begin speaking publicly, and it was a really hard road. And I only started speaking in 2017. And in my state, people were so out of touch, and I had such pushback from media and law enforcement and so on. Now there's great law enforcement too around me. I would say the pushback was coming from people that were either afraid of it or they were scared of dirtying the name of our state, which we're 8th worst in trafficking. I don't think we can dirty it much more than that. South Dakota is 8th worst. My goodness. And I think they were afraid of losing people coming to visit our beautiful city. I live in a beautiful area where the state is gorgeous, and we have, Mount Rushmore and mountains and lakes, and and I think people were afraid of hurting the tourist community. I mean, there's just, there's so many reasons that a community or a state will try to discredit you, and I'm blessed that I have a husband who stands with me, and he's a very strong man, and he doesn't care what other people think. And I have children who are built from us, who are the same. We have his, mine, and ours, and they have all stood with me on this. And when you have your family standing with you, and then when my parents found out and my siblings found out, they've stood with me. It's important for family to come around that survivor and really show your support and not be ashamed in public of them. Right. And we broke those barriers here in a way that was, I think it's made it easier for other survivors to come forth. We now have 4 that speak publicly in our state. So I'm grateful for that. And I do agree with the bear spray, but I'm very comfortable with this as well, but it depends on you. I'm always afraid I'm going to get this bear spray in my own eyes. That'd be what I would do.
I did that the other day with the hairspray. I'm like, shh. I'm like, oh, it's going behind me.
Yep, or perfume.
I know. Oh gosh.
Yes, natural healing. Not all have that. And in those cases, that's where I feel that support groups are so important, because we make families together and they become family to one another. And that is a beautiful thing to behold. I will never forget the first time it hit me when we started doing support groups that were inclusive of survivors of all kinds of SA, including trafficking. And we had some music going on, big music videos going while we were doing an art project.
I was muted.
And we had all brought food we were sharing. And all of a sudden, to see a whole bunch of these girls of all different races get up, arms over each other's arms, dancing to the music and laughing and hugging. And oh my goodness, it was all I could do. I don't cry at anything but happy things, by the way. And it was all I could do to not just, I was tearing up a lot because it was so beautiful. And these all needed family. And and to this day, a lot of them don't leave support group. They don't need it anymore. but they stay because they just want that family.
No, that's completely understandable. Absolutely. I mean, that's all you have. I mean, I could understand that. I don't want to call it like a sisterhood or brotherhood. It's not, but trying to relate to it, it's like there's only a very few select people that can truly understand what you've been through and who you are now as a person. So, I can totally understand. You just don't want to leave that because then you're all alone again. I understand that. Yeah. That's got to be hard.
You find your tribe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. Well, it's been about almost 2 hours, so we have 500 people here still. So thank you all so much for being here. We really do appreciate it. That's 2 really great lives in a row. Excellent.
Wow. Thank you, everybody.
And then Roy, we'll put the where are you going to put the link for like some of the links that Kelly was talking about? Will that be in the community or underneath?
So I can put that in the description of this live, and then all you have to do is click on the live or just go to the description if you want. So Kelly, what do you want? Do you want your treasurelives.org in there and anything
Absolutely.
Else? Okay.
And for easy connection, a reminder that the phone number that is there, you can text, and I will get that text, or we can also put the link for the Facebook page, Treasured Lives SD, because I will eventually get that message as well.
Okay. And
I do answer, so far, I still answer everybody personally. And I will do that as long as I can.
Okay.
That's important to me. And I have gotten people contacting me through here, and it makes me grateful to be able to help outside of here as well.
Awesome. All right. Well, yep. I'll get that in the description for you all. And then till next week, we love you very much, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of the evening. Take care, and God bless.
Thank you all.
And do not forget, awareness saves lives.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You guys are just amazing. Amazing.
All right, guys. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Okay. Okay. Again. A little bit of a drop. So far, so good.
And we're back with a major new development in this Diddy rabbit hole. People have been starting to speculate about where all these young kids and teens who were allegedly harmed in the vicinity of Sean Combs came from, especially with eyewitness Tania Wallace claiming to have seen an alleged group of youths dressed as Harajuku Barbies at a freak-off party that she was misled into attending, under the guise of an opportunity of advancement for her music career.
But I can't imagine just being at a party and just wanting to have an orgy where like a million other people could see you. It seems like such an obvious thing to be like, let's go in the other room.
Right, but you know what? With the music and the drugs and the drink, do they even care?
And I was thinking about that. Like if I'm gone off the molly.
I'm talking about gone, like a rave. Like I've been to these Hollywood parties. You know the parties where you go in Hollywood, like it's like different sections, like it's a not R&B, like a reggae side, then a techno house music side, then it's a regular mainstream side.
Right.
The music was loud as if, as you go to different sections of the house, it's different shit going on, like a different tune of music. You get what I'm saying? So, soon as I walk in, when I see that, I'm like, what the? I was afraid to walk through. But I was still kind of being nosy. once I seen little people, I said, I got to get the fuck up out of here.
Okay, and that's probably the most explosive thing that you said in the Sci-Fi Underbelly interview, because a bunch of people fucking doing drugs, who cares? But then you're like saying that there was basically underage people. Now, how underage are we talking? Like, obviously, like, teenagers?
I'm not trying to have nobody come looking for me.
Listen,
Little.
I'm just trying to, yeah, because you're saying little, but you're kind of making it sound like you might be talking about midgets. But it's hard to imagine all
And
these
I would have
people
said midgets then.
having this big freak off. It's hard to imagine that there's like kids involved and that nobody's going to say anything. That's crazy. That's like hard for us to kind of
He
imagine.
too rich. You got to understand. I looked at it like this. I didn't look at it like, oh, I need to tell somebody. I looked at it like, this is his house. So whatever he do, what can I say? That's like somebody coming to my house saying, I don't like what you got going on in your house. they may not like it, but they can't do nothing about it.
But was this the moment when you were like, oh, okay, I'm going to get the fuck out of here? Or were you already
I was kind of confused because they were dressed up as the Harajuku Barbie. So I'm thinking like, oh, maybe it's a production going on.
I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it sounds like some anime shit or something.
Yeah, some cute little dolls, like animation. Nicki Minaj talk a lot about the Harajuku Barbies with the bobs and the colorful, look like Asian.
Would you have been interested in participating in this crazy public orgy if it wasn't for
No.
No, but it sounds like fun. Besides, until you mentioned that detail.
In the room, maybe.
But you wouldn't get fucked up and let the prince bang you out on the couch at the.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Young men and women could be invited off the street to these various functions and grand affairs without raising any alarm. But how exactly would he be gaining access to and allegedly transporting so many children whose parents were either woefully naive and or completely absent? These are generally the main targets for predators, especially if they tend to be trafficked. The most vulnerable of all are those who have no parental involvement and or have been taken away from their parents. Statistically speaking, I don't claim to be an expert on these matters. This is just my understanding, and I encourage you to do your own research and draw your own conclusions. I don't know how this evaded my radar in the Diddy and Naomi Campbell video I did, as I had done some serious digging into both of their connections to charities involving children and vulnerable persons. Perhaps because the internet archives were down for a time, but we're here now. As mentioned in that video, Naomi has recently been banned from acting as a charity trustee after there was misconduct and misappropriation of funds, most especially within the organization that Diddy and Naomi had seemingly formed together called Fashion for Relief. Anyways, there's a lot more in that video regarding Borderland connected to Diddy that's considered a trafficking hotspot, and children's social programs and camps that he had formed and funded back in the early 2000s. I've linked the video in the description. I guess in a way they wanted these finer details to disappear. But in my digging for media for another video, I found these newscasts from the summer of 2016, when Diddy formed the Capital Preparatory Charter School in Harlem, New York, for troubled and disadvantaged youth.
He's had several successful business ventures, but his next, most surprising and some say most significant. Come the fall, you just may bump into Sean Diddy Combs here on Museum Miles, specifically at this building at the corner of 5th and 104th Street. That's when the rapper will open Capital Preparatory Harlem Charter School.
That's real cool. I mean, you're going to be impacting on the community and all that, so I mean, it's nothing but positivity.
Students will soon roam these halls and share space with kids from Boys and Girls Harbor, a nonprofit organization that runs a pre-K and after-school program. Capital Prep will be free and admission is done by lottery, but some admit in general they're not fans of charter schools.
They over-rely on testing, many of them, and I find that many of them are there to break the teachers' union.
In the works for 5 years, Combs met privately with community leaders here in East Harlem and education experts. Though no one was available from the school to speak on camera, many are excited.
I'm surprised. I've been living here my whole life and you don't really see any like rappers or anybody giving back to the community, so it's a good thing.
The deadline to apply to the school is April 1st. They'll start with grades 6 and 7 with 160 students, but the plan is to eventually expand to grade 12.
I'm curious what he knows about education and educating inner city youth. I know that there's a couple charter schools where, well-known people in the community have supported it, and that's wonderful. I'm just curious his knowledge of education.
Kimberly Richardson, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
So apparently the school is based out of a school out of Hartford, which has a high graduation and college acceptance rate. So they're going to model it after that.
And Diddy is saying he's hoping that many of the students will go there and they'll shake their tail feather and we'll have more money, more problems.
That's not
Can't nobody hold them
sampling
down.
all of Diddy's music, folks. If you
Come with me.
This is known to be one of the most impoverished areas in the city. This is also where Sean Combs was born and grew up, after his father's life was ended at the age of 33, and Sean was only 2 years old. On the surface, the intentions and motives sure seem wholesome enough.
By the way, you were at the VMAs the other day. We got to put up this Instagram pic, because there you are. Well, let's see, we got it. Oh yeah, with some of your closest friends. How cool is that? I mean,
look at this.
Who's not in this picture?
We got Alicia Keys and Swiss Beats, and you got Jay and Beyonce. You got Diddy, Cassie. I mean, you got Kanye, Kim K.
Do you all say to each other, like, "Ooh, let's take a picture"?
No, not really. I just think somebody said, let's take a picture. It's just like if you was out at dinner, somebody just said, let's
Dave,
take a
I've
picture.
known you like 20 years. As long as I've known you, I know the music thing is important to you. But this thing that is happening in Harlem for you, opening up this charter school, tell everybody how much that
I mean,
means to you.
yesterday, one of my big dreams came true. I always wanted to go back home and open up a school. And yesterday, I went back to Harlem and I opened up my first school, my first charter school. It's called Capital Prep in Harlem, and it's ages 6th through 7th, and every year an age grows. And I feel like that's one of the big parts of the solution is education.
And you've been at this for years.
Yes, I mean, I ran the marathon and raised a couple of $1 million for the New York City school system. I almost killed myself, but
Diddy ran the city, though.
Yeah.
By the way, that picture got so much traction after the VMA. I felt so bad. I felt like I'm missing out on the best party, and then you called me.
Yeah.
And look what happened. He called me and invited me. There I am. Look in the back right. No, seriously. Wasn't that the best?
Yeah,
That was
it was so
dope.
good to see you.
That was so dope.
Yeah, that's right.
Matt brought him more wine and left. Sir, can I bring you anything else? Sean, it's always good to see you.
Thank you.
Congrats on the tour. Congrats on the school and everything else going on. For sure.
Thank you to everybody. Please come out to the show. Ticketmaster.com. We'll see y'all when you come to your city. Yeah.
I should mention that it was technically officially founded and led by a man named Steve Perry, but was heavily endorsed and sponsored by Diddy to draw interest and more funding.
Good to see you.
How you doing? Good morning.
This is why we love you. You are so versatile. So here you are working on this epic tour, and you're also focused on opening this school in Harlem.
Yes.
Why was this something that you needed to get done now?
I'm just coming from Harlem. It's always been a dream of mine to come back home and to open a school. I just always had that vision in my head. I know that I was able to achieve to the heights that I was able to achieve because I started out and had a very good education. And I think we just take that for granted, and also we're not dealing with the issues that we are not properly educating our children, especially in the city. So instead of complaining about it, I wanted to do something about it, and so I opened up my own school, and I'm just going to lead by example and try to make the change that way.
It's a beautiful thing. You opened up the school. You opened up the VMAs the other night.
Oh yeah, and the school is called Capital Prep.
Capital Prep.
Capital Prep.
6th and 7th now.
6th and 7th grade. Yes.
The overall goal is to 12.
Yes, overall goal 6 to 12, and then also I want to expand the schools into different cities and countries.
So you opened up the VMAs the other night, and well, first of all, did Drake ever come get his Moon Man? You have the Moon Man.
And when did you learn
Do you
you
still
were stuck
have
in
it?
traffic?
Nah, when I was about to go out, they told me he was stuck in traffic. So, no, I mean, he got it. I left there for him, but it was just, no, but it was, it was kind of confusing for the person not to be there, but we handled it well.
Traffic.
Yeah, you couldn't loan him. You, I'm sure, have a helicopter available. You're the man of New York.
I got a couple of moments, but I definitely felt, sometimes when you get caught in that traffic, you missing
out.
Yeah, I missed out. Okay.
That was Beyonce's night, was it not?
Yes.
I mean, that was the performance of the night. I think that Rihanna had a bunch of nice ones in there, but if you had, she stole the VMAs.
Yeah, I mean, Beyonce's performance was just incredible. And Rihanna, it was just Rihanna's, I think they shared the night together, to be honest, because Rihanna performed so many times, they had so many great performances. But when Beyonce hits that stage,
for 16 minutes, you're just like, what happened?
Yeah, lights out.
So, speaking of lights out, Kanye, lights always on. Not sure who's home sometimes, but nevertheless, we were all sitting there waiting. The VMA said he could do anything he wanted to do, no holds barred. You know him very well. Were you ever worried, Kanye, 4 minutes, he can do anything?
You know, I just think Kanye's more comfortable when it's not planned.
Yeah.
You know, and I wasn't worried. You know, I was just, you know, expecting to be entertained.
And he wasn't entertaining,
Yeah, yeah.
but I don't know, Tiana Taylor's body may have upstage Kanye.
Shout out to Tiana Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to double that, please. Double the shout out.
No, she's from Harlem.
No
also.
trainer.
She
She doesn't work out. She says I don't work out. I eat like macaroni
She
and
said
cheese.
she doesn't work out.
No, only dancing. I
She had
dance
a baby last year, and she said it's just DNA.
and doesn't eat vegetables.
Yeah, she said she hates vegetables.
Wow. Yeah.
Shout out again. I think we'll give her another.
The pair went on to partner and open a capital prep in one of the poorest areas of Connecticut, in a town called Bridgeport, and another in the Bronx, another notoriously impoverished area of New York.
Special announcement. Check this out, y'all. I just got the news. I'm so happy. I give all glory to God. Dr. Stephen Perry and myself, we have just been awarded our 3rd charter school, okay? Our 3rd charter school. We have one in Bridgeport, Connecticut, Capital Prep Harbor, one in Harlem, my hometown, Capital Prep Harlem, and guess what? We coming to the Bronx. BX in the house, shout out to the Bronx. We're coming to the Bronx. It's about educating our children, bringing them up as leaders, bringing them up to fight for social justice, preparing them for this world that we live in. I take education seriously, it's my passion. I'm also going to donate $1 million to make sure that the school gets off on the right foot. If you want to hear more information about our schools, Capital Prep, log on to wearecapitalprep.org. I love y'all.
Sean Diddy Puppy Diddy Daddy Love Puppy Dub.
Yes.
What are you today?
Oh.
Who are you?
I'm in the spirit today.
Uh-huh.
You have brought me into the spirit, what you have just done for those kids from my hometown, Wofford. I salute you, Queen. You don't know the effect that has on just these kids, especially from the people that don't usually get invited to primetime shows like this to dance and show their skills. And they really from the streets. They're really from where I come from, Harlem, New York. They were doing a cultural dance called a light feet. We see them as future leaders and artists. They could do whatever, and that support that you gave them, it's gonna change their lives, and I wanna thank you.
Pure joy.
Yeah.
It feels good. You know that.
Yeah.
And this is your 3rd charter school, right?
Yes, the name of the schools are Capital Preps. You know, we have 3 Capital Preps. One is in my hometown of Harlem, one is in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and our newest school that we're gonna open in 2019 is in the Boogie Down Bronx! Three-peat.
For you to be able to help kids and give this opportunity, give them an education, that's got to feel so good that you're able to do that.
I mean, it's incredible. I teamed up with Dr. Stephen Perry. He's a world-renowned educator, and we're really fighting the battle to give our kids that are from the communities I come from like a fighting chance. So we have a curriculum of leadership and also social justice. We do coding, we do all of the other things, but it's really about working with kids that were like me. It takes me to read a book, I have to read a book 3 times. And some people are like that, you know what I'm saying? And it's just, you have to give that extra attention to the kids. So we work with at-risk kids, and we need donations. People think that, public schools get all the money, but charter schools, get $4,000 less per child. And it's something that's very, very important, something that I'm so passionate about, and I'm excited to be here.
I'm so glad that you're able to talk about it, and we want to help you, so we want to give you $50,000 for your school. Thanks to our friends at Shutterfly. I appreciate it. Sean Diddy
Wow.
$50,000.
Shutterfly, thank you!
After allegations against Diddy started coming out in November of 2023, they publicly severed ties. But that didn't prevent investigative journalists from uncovering the chaos and dysfunction their school system had been plagued with for years. For what was meant to be an elite education at a top-of-the-line facility that would guarantee college acceptance, What many of these students experienced couldn't be further from what was promised, especially in between the lockdowns. There was a revolving door of teaching staff, frequent violence, criminal activity, and other allegations. The school failed to inform parents about bedbug infestations and exposed other dire details about the students' learning conditions. Diddy and Naomi Campbell, ironically enough, visited the schools to the excitement and admiration from staff and students. These PR opportunities did not make up for what other darkness may have been lingering beneath the facade. It can take decades for young victims to come forward with their stories, especially if they are troubled youth from a broken home. Most often they'll battle with blaming themselves for the ways they've been victimized, and generally those who've experienced trauma are predestined to struggle with self-medicating and other forms of escapism. I can't confirm that there are any direct ties between the alleged trafficking network Diddy was operating and these schools, but I definitely believe that any organization Diddy was involved with that gave him or his people access to children needs to be heavily investigated.
Diddy in the City Part 2. We are back in the city doing positive, uplifting things. I'm so proud today because the kids don't know that I'm coming to see them. This is the third school that I've been blessed to be able to open in New York, in my hometown, in the Boogie Down Bronx, coming to you live from Co-op City. I grew up just like y'all, and this was one of my dreams. And to see all your beautiful faces, and to see y'all here touching me, you know, I don't want to start crying in front of y'all. This is my family, right?
This morning we're talking about school choices in Hartford, and today, if you've ever wondered about Capital Prep Magnet School, we have a lot of details on it and also some first-hand experiences. Right now, Principal Dr. Kitsia Ferguson is here along with 12th grader Angie Albin. Thank you both so much for being with us.
Thank you for having us this morning.
Great to have you here. Angie, I want to start with you. You're a 12th grader this year and you've been going to Capital Prep since 6th grade.
Yes.
What has that experience been like? And as you're sort of nearing your career there, what are you going to take away that's sort of most impactful?
I think most impactful for me in my experience is the sense of home and I think the growth. Just realizing how much I've grown and how much the school has provided for me, so much access to information. It's made connections with family and friends that I thought I'd never have, and it's a very important experience for me that I won't ever forget.
What do you think sets Capital Prep aside from all the other schools in your educational options?
Besides our focus, our theme of social justice, I think the most important thing is that we take action. Many people can say and say what they want, but once you take action and you do part and you take part and you do the project, and we have a specific thing. We have a social justice project, which is our final project. It's like a thesis, and each of us make a change in our community to find what's important about us. So I think that is the thing that prepares us not only for like the real world, but for college, and it's just a great experience, yeah.
Dr. Ferguson, talk a little bit more about that social justice theme and how it's integrated into the curriculum.
It is. And so Capital Prep is a pre-K through 12th grade school. So we start very early with character education in the lower school and teaching children how to be a part of a community and what it means, the responsibility in being in that community. And as kids finish the lower school experience in the 5th grade, they do a capstone project around social justice. Their specific project is the school to prison pipeline. And then as we move forward, we continue to look at our social justice questions. Who am I? What communities do I belong to? How do the communities interact with each other? Ultimately, to the high school level, start talking about the allocation of resources and how the misallocation sometimes often creates social injustices, and what do we do to create balance?
Now, I have to ask you here, Capital Prep boasts 100% college admittance for your students. That is incredible, phenomenal.
Absolutely.
How do you prepare your students, and also what do you attribute that to?
So we have, our mission is around college prep, and we start our kids in dual enrollment with the community college as early as their second semester, 9th grade year. They can start taking classes at Capital Community College. We have our own academic rigor throughout our high school experience. Well, starting back, but throughout our high school experience, certainly, where kids are taking classes that help to prepare them to develop their voice. It's infused in the regular content, science, social studies, math, science. How do we look at the content through the lens of social justice? But our kids start to take the college classes in the 11th and 12th grade years. We put our kids out there to participate in internships, and so that they're putting their academic experience into the workplace. And how does that feel? What does that look like? We try to match them up with a career that they might be interested in, or something that's aligned to their social justice project. Mm-hmm. Our kids also participate in 2 sports each year, and so we create a whole child. And when we go to the table to present college applications, it's, we have a transcript, we have work experience, we have college credit behind us. I think Angie's walking away with about 30 college credits. Wow. And so they have the college experience behind them, and they have a proven track record. So they've been able to balance the academics, the athletics, the college courses, the internships, and that makes for a whole child and a great package to present to colleges as to why they should take a Capital Prep student.
What strikes me as the most concerning is that it's rumored that Oprah was a silent partner with Diddy and an advisor regarding this endeavor. She had opened girls' schools in Africa, and we all know how that went. You'll have to dive into that rabbit hole yourself if you don't. We'll take a whole video on its own to go into that one. But it's not really any secret that she's affiliated herself with numerous people and entities that were later accused of crimes involving children.
In 2020, Sean Diddy Combs helped open in the Bronx the 3rd campus to the Capital Preparatory Charter School in our area. Today, he returned to the site to surprise the students and help them kick off the new semester on the right foot. Combs understands the importance of a good education, and he is willing to invest in the students' future to ensure they have a chance of becoming a success. Eyewitness reporter Kimberly Richardson with more from Co-op City.
It is not an everyday occurrence, a music mogul dropping by school. But for these students here in Co-op City, this was that moment. The kids at Capital Prep in the Bronx were over the moon meeting Sean Combs for the first time. You see, this is one of 3 charter schools in this network. It opened in 2020. Combs is co-founder and provided critical financial backing. The entrepreneur tells me this surprise visit was a must-do. He was born in Harlem, grew up in Mount Vernon, and went to high school here in the Bronx.
When you hear about all of the things that's going on in the hood, nobody really asks or gets to what's the solution, what's the problem. And for us, we know that one of the main solutions is a proper education, so they don't lose hope, and so they're not doing things just to survive.
Combs says he was determined to create a place where kids of color would get the support and guidance they weren't getting elsewhere. Admission is by lottery, and to date, all graduates have been accepted to 4-year colleges.
You represent discipline. When people see us, they understand what Black and Latin excellence is.
What's happening here truly is remarkable. Here in the Bronx, 24 students, all 9th graders, are currently taking college-level classes.
Has dominated the music scene for more than 30 years now, and today he surprised students in his old stomping grounds, the Boogie Down Bronx. Take a look. Students at this school in the Bronx went bananas when Sean Diddy Combs burst through the doors. This is not just any school. Capital Preparatory Bronx Charter School was co-founded by the entertainer himself.
It was just always a dream of mine to come and be able to touch my community in a way of education and building leaders.
This was Diddy's first school visit, and it was hard to tell who was more excited. Students also got a chance to ask the legendary hip-hop star about his rise to the top.
And I'm gonna leave it like that. To all my entrepreneurs, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. All right?
Teenagers were all smiles, but these are tough times for students throughout the city. Gang violence is claiming the lives of young people. They're also dealing with poverty and widespread crime. Diddy, who grew up in the Bronx and Harlem, says gifting the school network $1 million is his way of giving back.
The only thing the United States of America really has honestly planned for those kids is poverty, incarceration, and death. That is the only plan they have for them. Right. And so we're here to change that.
This country will pay 3 times as much money to send one of our children to prison than they will to send them to high school.
This was a reminder to keep staying on track and to not let your dreaming get deferred.
Hey, yo, check it out. Let's go. Read. Let's go. Yeah. Get to the bag. Yeah. Where that money at? Get to the bag. Yo.
She don't want my love. I guess I gotta move on.
By the way, the Capital Preparatory Network is a national model for excellence. 100% of graduates are accepted to 4-year colleges.
1, 2, 3.
And this is the second charter school in the Capital Prep Network that Diddy has supported. Back in 2016, he funded a school in Harlem. Capital Prep Bronx serves more than 160 students, 6th through 9th grade. Black and brown low-income students admitted by random lottery. The first class graduated in 2006, and now they're going to start spreading across the country. Visit We Are Capital Prep to learn more. So much fun today with them.
There are obviously more dots to connect, and there'll be so much more coming to light in the weeks, months, and even years to come. The time is up. Children are not a commodity. Children are not for sale. Being pulled in so many different directions as far as all these new connections being made within the rabbit holes I've already perused, so it's time to dig deeper, shed more light on the darkness, and find the common denominator of truth.
Yeah, so the video I just sent you, that was a situation where I had a bounty on my head. So basically what happened was, a group of guys pretty much ran a train on a girl. She was passed out, underage, and we at the spot. And somebody come busting through the door. It's a female. She's like, where Big Homie at? I'm in the back on the couch, sleep. I hear her calling from me. I'm like, what's up? She said, look at this. So she threw me these purple sweatpants. I'll never forget this. And I'm like, what am I looking at? So immediately on the outside of the pants, I see like some dry white substance. And then like inside the pants, I seen a lot of dry blood. I'm like, these look like some little girl pants. What's going on? They did this to my daughter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They bragging about it, making posts on Facebook, calling my daughter a hoe. She an honor roll student. She went over there with her friend, et cetera, et cetera. And she came with a bag of money, bro. And she wanted retribution for this. She called law enforcement and stuff like that, you feel me? I guess they wasn't working fast enough for her. And so we had took action into our own hands. I kind of regret doing this, but then I don't, because like that little lady thanks me every day.
He's just on the left side of this fence. That's where this thing is.
This is a prison cell. Only kids are being held down here.
And they brought me into the camp and showed me the underground bunker. It was basically a giant plastic container with a hole only small enough for a child to crawl in and out of. And it was angled in such a way, and it was buried underground, that a small child that was in there could not have gotten out on their own.
They're having them slide up.
There's a child's vanity and a hospital toilet. That looks like a child's car seat. Strollers and children's toys and clothing and food packets and stuff like that. So clearly children had been kept here. All right, so with these straps. But one thing that was really disturbing was there were arm restraints, wrist restraints on 2 trees angled like this to where friends of mine that are investigators that do a lot of stuff on the border say, Craig, that tree, that looks exactly like wrist restraints for a tree. It doesn't look like anything else. This is clearly a disturbing and wrongful thing going on. It's inhumane. It's shocking and upsetting to any decent adult.
I was involved. The CIA's trauma-based mind control program, people hear the term sleeper assassin and they think of movies, they think of books, they think of all this bullshit that they've encountered in their lifetime. And there's some truth in it, I'll tell you that. But it's a horrid thing. I was involved with assassinations. I was involved with being in kiddie, a lot of pornography I was made to be in, and the government sponsored pornography, child pornography. I was involved with drugs smuggling drugs for the elite like their drugs too, and I was a message courier. I would carry messages for people like Senator Robert Byrd, Charlie Pride, other CIA operatives. And so I didn't start to remember these things until 2017. There's a lot of work, John, that goes into compartmentalizing our memory. Yeah, and so what we're talking about is trauma-based mind control, and it's based around trauma, of extensive, extreme trauma. I also call it human bioprogramming. That's something that John Lilly would refer to it as. I knew John Lilly. He was one of the doctors. He was the head doctor, I believe, in charge of my programming, Dr. John C. Lilly.
Okay.
But the process is extreme abuse. And so in order to make someone who is a sleeper, you have to go through a process. We're not just people who grew up in a normal family and then we joined the military and then we got involved with the intelligence community. We were born into it. And so I was born into the project. My grandfather, he was involved with the Central Intelligence Agency a long way back, I believe from its conception.
Right.
And he brought that into the family. And so I was raised in the project. I was raised up until I was 5 years old I can't say in the project because I don't know that for certain, but I was raised under certain precepts of abuse and programming in order to get me to where I could be selected for the program, for the project. I was selected at the age of 5 by a man named Alex Houston. And then I was really what I would say initiated into the program, the project, when I was 6. I was taken to the Human Bioprogramming Monarch Programming Facility in Southern California, in Anaheim, at Disneyland. Disneyland's not what a lot of people think it is. It's the opposite. It presents this scene of beautiful joy and color and a wonderful experience, but they're doing things there that are evil, dark, and just unacceptable, illegal, unconstitutional.
Well, underground,
So
underground, underneath the underground bases underneath the land, or actually in the land, headquarters itself.
Yeah, it's in Disneyland, and so it takes place on the rides. There's lots of triggers on the rides themselves for mind slaves, and then a lot of times we'd be taken off the rides, John. And so then you'd be taken under the park through the tunnel system to various rooms where you'd be made to do different things. It may include such things as being made to make kiddie. It was all timed. It was really fast. And so you'd be taken off of a ride, Peter Pan, Alice in Wonderland, and you'd be taken under the park. And there was a process to it. They'd start you at one, and you'd go through a process of several different rides in that day or in that trip that you'd be taken off of and be put through programming. My grandfather was often there. He was heavily involved with the trauma-based mind control program. My grandfather worked with Walt Disney on establishing the mind control program there in the park. And so there were spaces in the park that my grandfather would develop for the agency that would give to the agency for use for these things. And so...
Wow. So are we saying, would this be happening at a time when it was open to the general public, or would this be like off hours?
Both. Both. It would be both. And so when you were taken off of a ride, it would be made to look like the ride just broke down. The ride would shut down, it would just stop, but it would stop in the key location where you were going to be taken out of the car and taken down into the tunnel system.
It's kind of short. It's gotten pretty dark. Glow stick. There we go. That's a little better. This is supposed to come up on Tom Sawyer's Island in Frontierland, which in 1956, Disney was said to have given it to the state of Missouri, and the governor of Missouri was supposed to have annexed it. However, the state of Missouri doesn't confirm that. So I'm not sure if we're coming up in California still. It's getting kind of dark, so I'm going to throw my glow stick ahead of me to make sure there's no sudden drops or anything. Okay. Okay. Again. A little bit of a drop. So far, so good. I hear people. I think I made it. I think I made it.
Excuse me. This is actually cool.
I did make it. I made it. I made it, I made it, I made it. I am in Disneyland. It works. The cave is real.
For example, on the Alice in Wonderland ride, I can remember Alice being there. We were on the Alice in Wonderland ride, and it stopped right at the smoking caterpillar, right there. And then to the right, to the left is the smoking caterpillar, but to the right is the statue of Alice from Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is used a lot. See, a lot of cartoons and stuff from Disney are used for Monarch programming. Alice in Wonderland was a big one for me. And so Alice, the figure, there's this statue of her right there to the right of the caterpillar on the right. And there was a girl there. This girl, she was familiar to me. Oftentimes there'd be a girl named Alice. Sometimes it was a different girl. Sometimes it was the same one for a couple years. And yeah, sometimes some bad shit would happen in there, but this girl Alice would be there, and one time in particular I remember her holding the statue of Alice and asking me if she wasn't more beautiful than the statue. And then I got off of the ride. I was taken off of the ride, taken with Alice. We went down into the tunnel system. Another time I was taken off of the Peter Pan ride. It was just made to look like it broke down. And I was taken off of the Peter Pan ride by these two young people who were dressed up in NASA outfits. They had on some one-piece suits and ball caps that said NASA on them. And we were taken down to a room there. It's in the ship, somewhere near and in the ship. There's a ship scene there in Disneyland. And we were taken under that and made to make photography. I was made to make photography with those two young people, and it's really quick. So they make it look like the ride broke down, and you're always separated out, John, in the cars. And so whenever I'd be getting on a ride that I was going to be programmed on, they would separate cars. So my brother and sister, for example, would get on, and then they would go, and then they'd move a couple cars past, and then they'd put me and my father, or me and my father and my younger brother on the car, and then we would go. And so they create a distance from you, from the other people riding the ride, break down. You'd be taken under the park, you'd be put through this programming, and then you'd be hit with a taser. That's one of the common ways of compartmentalizing your memory, is a handheld taser. I can remember getting hit with that damn thing from the time I was 6 years old. And then you'd also be hypnotized. Hypnosis is a big part of it. They'll hypnotize you to remember to forget those events, and then hit you with a taser and then send you back up. And you're so traumatized from the time, as far back as you can remember. I can remember, I have a website that people can go and read. It's free. I feel like this information should be out there. It should be for the public. It's for the public good. It's for reasons of national security, even in my mind. This is what's going on behind the veil of the 1947 National Security Act and the 1949 Central Intelligence Agency Act. These things are all being protected for all these criminals. I want to swear, but I'll try to hold my language.
Yeah, no, thank you for this, and thank you for sharing this. It must be quite difficult to go back into that as well. Can I just ask then, so on these rides, you're taken onto these carts, on like the track, for the rides, and then you said it's at a time when the public are using these as well. So then they would separate it out. So they'd put you in one cart, maybe they'd wait a couple of carts and put the public in the next cart, and then they would deliberately malfunction the ride. So then you go down into a hatch, and it goes down. They walk you down, or they walk you into into an underground tunnel. How do you get down?
Yeah, there's various ways to get down depending on what ride you're on and where you're at.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes it was just going down a set of stairs and then down some hallways that would be sloped, for example, taking you down in elevation. There's an extensive tunnel system under there. And then sometimes you take an elevator. They also had elevators for moving people and personnel down into these tunnel systems. And these are tunnel systems, John, that even the employees at Disneyland use. But there's areas down there in the tunnel systems where they're not allowed to go. Lots of areas where the public, including the employees, are not allowed to go. They're restricted areas. They have restricted access. And so we'd be taken oftentimes through the public, the employee tunnels, to another tunnel where it's a restricted area, and then you'd be taken through a door and taken to another area where it was a restricted area.
Right. And would you say that it was just for the children that were part of the Project Monarch mind control program, or did you see the other children from the general public being kidnapped?
That's a really good question. That's a loaded question, because you see a lot of things, John. It's not just the CIA doing this, it's also what I call the elite.
Yeah.
The CIA didn't invent trauma-based mind control. The elite have been doing it for centuries. They've been doing this for years to their own kids. And so you would see people down there that were being programmed, for example, for Hollywood. They'd be being programmed for some elite family for various reasons. And so it's not just the CIA. You also had individuals that were held there. There's human trafficking that takes place there. So you mentioned kidnapping.
Yeah.
I never witnessed, to my knowledge or my recollection, anyone in the tunnels, but I was taken to a room when I was 6 years old off of a ride. It was the Wild Toad ride. And I was taken down into the tunnels and taken to a room. My grandfather was there. Like I said, he was heavily involved with this stuff. He would often meet us there, and he would play different roles. He'd play the Mad Hatter, different things like that. The captain, that's something else from Peter Pan. And he would play those roles, and he'd dress up in costumes for it. Well, when I was 6, I was taken down there, and there was this room I was taken to where there was, it was filled with cages, much like you would see at a zoo or something. And in those cages were children, and those children were held there. They'd been abducted in some way, and they were held there, and they were being put through some extreme trauma. And they were disposed of. They would be used for programming of the people like me who were being brought down there. And so we'd be made to them, or in this instance that I'm talking about now, my grandfather, the little girl, he said she'd been giving him trouble, and it was all about trauma. It was all about making us be involved with that. And she was placed on an altar there in the room, and her throat was drawn right in front of us and right in front of all the other children in the cages. And so another component that we're talking about that is a difficult thing for people to get their minds wrapped around. It's been presented to the general public as a bunch of hogwash and bullshit. Yeah, it was horrifying. And that would push you into another, we're talking about multiple personality disorder, and we're talking about dissociative identity disorder. This is how they create within you a multiple personality disorder, and the ability to disassociate and enter that multiple personality disorder.
The best metaphor that I've got is that it's like honeycomb, like all the different compartments in a honeycomb, and it's when you get these different altars, you can kind of move into the different parts. I think they're called, you said compartmentalized, the different compartments, and within those different compartments there's almost like an amnesiac barrier around each one, where you don't remember like being in these different altars, and within these altars you can program them with different tasks to do. So I think you mentioned super soldier, did you, or like an assassin or something like that? It could be one, or you could even groom them in an altar to be a singer or some kind of movie star or something like this, right?
There are underground tunnels that are under the schools, elementary, junior, and high schools all over the place. They exist everywhere.
You've been in.
I'm sorry.
You've seen these. Been in these.
Yes.
Where do
yes,
they lead?
They lead to amusement parks. They lead to hospitals, cemeteries, schools, celebrity homes. Psychic shops, they lead everywhere.
You mentioned in one of your previous interviews that it's like a whole other world down there. Can you describe it to us? What happens down there?
Yes, there's every means of transportation. There's every walk of there's cities, there's different air supply, there's at 15, my pimp put me on an order to go to the Getty, Los Angeles, California Museum. I was told I was going to walk through a field trip. I was taken with another girl. I call a friend of mine, and we were put in dresses and sandals. We were taken in a sports car. We're not taken in a sports car. We pulled up to the museum in a sports car. We were told that we were trying to give a different appearance. So we were walking through, I remember walking through kids. I remember walking in and seeing school buses. I remember walking in and seeing children and chaperones through the museum. And I remember people staring at us as if it was as if we were somebody special. We walked through the museum. There are, employees that know exactly what's going on in the museum. They block the doors. They know where the entrances and exits are. They take their orders from someone else when someone is trying to get underground through the Getty Los Angeles Museum. I was walked through. I remember taking stairs, going through a garden, taking an elevator. I was drugged, but I was walking. There are many situations in trafficking where you can be alert. Some of my pimps did not let me see where I was going. Sometimes I was so drugged that I was carried into a job, dressed, and then placed in a room and waiting for my order because I couldn't move myself. So at this time, I was able to walk. I was able to see what was going on. And I remember walking through. I remember talking to certain people after we got so far. I remember my ears popping. I remember feeling like I'm choking because the air was so weird. We got to a certain point and there was, it looked like a basement. It looked like where they keep things that were not public display in the museum. And after getting so far, we were in tunnels. We were put on cars, drove to a certain point, bar. I seen I seen cars, boats, there's trains, there's buses, there is every means of transportation under the ground. There's a city under the ground. There's a different air supply that kicks in after you get so low.
And who goes down there?
After getting down there, I talked to a few people. I was able to meet celebrities, actors. I'm not a person that knows somebody just by name or by face or right away. I was somebody who remembered somebody from a movie or something like that, or something that they did. I was able to speak with somebody that was so cocky, and I remember telling him, I know you from Look Who's Talking. That's all. And I remember everybody laughing at me because I was 15, and I'm like, the only thing that I know you from, John Travolta, is Look Who's Talking. I know there were many comedians, Kathy Griffin, Robin Williams, I was on an order for Joe Biden. I was taken to somewhere where there were there was an orgy party. There was a contest going on. There's a certain part that has a shrine where I was taken, and what I mean by shrine is it was bones. It was things that have happened to other people. They take shrines. They take like a trophy, whether it was a ripped shirt, panties, hands, pieces of flesh. There's a smell that you can't even flinch towards down there, but you will. There's certain people that you don't talk about because you just don't. There were certain people that I seen down there, from Beyonce, Jay-Z. He don't tell on P. Diddy, but P. Diddy.
So you said you don't tell on these people. Is that like a code that all victims adhere to? They don't talk about this stuff?
Yes, you don't, because nobody's gonna believe you. You're nothing to them. You don't count. You're just a toy. You're not essential, as they call them. You're expendable. And as a child in that situation, I wasn't the type of person that was fighting all the time, because I started to learn who I was. I started to learn my pimp. I started to learn what I was in. I started to learn that you don't fight. You watch what you say, you watch what you do. And at some point I stopped fighting people, and I started to accept the fact of what I was told, that I was special enough to be with this person. I was special enough to be in the eyes of a celebrity or somebody who was on the radio or on TV. And I accepted that. While I was down there was something that happened. I don't even know what to call it. There was something that sounded like an earthquake, something that sounded like people got into a fight. There was a shooting. I was taken from one room to another, and then from there, someone left me there. I started moving and trying to get out of where I was. I was with the friend that I came in with, who was freaking out. She was hyperventilating. She was crying. She was trying everything to get out, and it made us get deeper in. The lower you go, the harder it is to get out. No one knows where the doors are. No one knows where the exits are. No one knows where some of these tunnels lead to. So it's not as easy as just say, I'm just going to get out, or I'm just going to try to find a way out. If you are walked in, you're escorted in, somebody has to help you get out. After what happened, we had to leave. Again, I don't know what was going on. I'm still not sure what happened that night. There's a baby farm that exists. There's all ages. There's kids who don't act like kids. They act like wild animals. They hiss at you. They act like wild animals. I know some of them have been there since probably birth or before. There's children of all ages. There's people who have been there since they were babies, but they're adults now.
And how long do they stay there? Till what age?
I don't know till whatever happens to them happens, and whatever their time is. There's baby farms that exist underground. Your hospitals are complicit in giving babies to baby farms. And when I say, I'm talking newborn babies fresh out of the hospital. I've seen a lot of things, and I've seen a lot of my friends die. There's so much that goes on. There's so much that goes on.
And it's not, so these particular things that you're talking about now, these extreme, horrific acts, this is reserved for the elites. Is that correct?
Yes. They get away with eating, beating, torturing, buying children from many places, and it also feeds their career. Selling your soul doesn't necessarily mean selling your soul for money. It means selling out for things that you're willing to do, a dedication to what they call their God. Then people compete with that. Everybody is competing with that, trying to do something equal or worse.
Are they open about who their God is?
Sometimes. Yeah, some people act as if they're Christian or other religions that we all know of, but and I was buried alive. I was saved and told that I had to give my life to them because they saved me. It's in everybody's face. It's something that happens every day.
So a few people were asking, or someone was asking, whether all of this took place in America, but from what I understand, you've also been to Buckingham Palace. Is that correct?
Yes. In my time at CBS, I was taken over borders. I was taken out of the country. That should have been a problem. That should have been an FBI problem, but it wasn't. I was taken for jobs over the weekend for a few days at a time. Sure. When I was taken to Buckingham Palace, I was drugged. I was told where I was going. I was told that I would be out for transport. I was told wasn't told that it was an auction. My pimp kept telling me that I was coming home. I thought at 15 I was married to him. I had very expensive wedding rings, and I was, accepting what was happening and not fighting it. And I thought we were married. I was trying to make sure that I stayed with him and not, he didn't sell me like he did his other girls. So I went into an auction there and auctions are not what people think they are. Auctions are, sometimes you're standing or tied up or having to lay down naked. Some people are allowed to take samples, which means they're allowed to touch you. They're allowed to, but I was taken to many auctions. I was.
Every auction is different, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Right.
And I was tied to tables. I was treated like an animal. So
you mentioned that you had this attachment to the pimp. Is this something that happens to a lot of victims? They form an attachment to these people?
Yeah. Yes, you do. You're promised so many things. You're persuaded in ways that you need, something that you're missing. People, look at things like, at 15, at 16, you're a troubled teen, but usually there's symptoms to a real problem by the time that you're a teenager. And acting out just doesn't mean that you're doing things because your parents said no or something you don't agree with all the time. I was in foster care. I traveled with a trash bag. I was always somebody's toy. I was always somebody's punching bag. I was always somebody's satisfaction for something they needed, their selfish reasons. I felt seen. I felt cared about. And sometimes it takes just a little bit for you to attach to someone, and being scared. And how many times would it take for you to be abused by someone? How many times would it take for you to learn how angry and evil they can get? For you to stop fighting, for you to stop. If you can't get out of the situation, your survival instincts kick in. And they do things that will make you agree with whatever they're trying to get you into.
So then, actually, before we go back to Buckingham Palace, you mentioned to me the first time that we spoke that there are a lot of victims who are upset with you because you're speaking out, who may even still be involved in this. Is this because they feel like they are actually special, protected by these people, and they don't want that exposed? They actually want that to continue?
Yes, they feel like they're working. They're told that they're, if you pay somebody, if you give someone something, then they will give you something in return. So that means that if you've never had a home, they'll give you a home. If you wanted to be on your own and be able to have your own car, or be able to do the things that you need to be able to do, they promise you that if you just do A, B, C, or D, then you can have all of that. And then once you do A, then it gets way deeper before you get to B.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So Buckingham Palace, you said that there was an auction there. Were there, again, elites present at that auction? Were there regular people? Who goes there?
Military. All kinds of people. Military, judges, elites. International orders. People will fly into these auctions to pick up someone from other countries to take them back to their country. It's legal. Trafficking is legal in other countries. You can marry a 6-year-old to a 50-year-old. That's legal. There's sex tourism. That's legal. But sometimes they want what they call different products. So they will travel and invest.
How do they communicate? How do they communicate with one another, Ali? How does one of these sick people say to a pimp, "I want this"? Do they have secret communication channels?
They do, but there's things that are out there like Craigslist, everyday sites, online sites that are hidden in plain sight. Messages are hidden in plain sight. If you go onto Craigslist right now, you would be able to find people who are offering jobs that are undercover to be able to pick up products, which are people. I know everybody has heard of the Wayfair scandal. That's real. There are many ways that they can communicate to be able to sell and trade. You are passing a trafficker, you're watching one, you are looking at one every day. Your sports, your elite, your doctors, your attorneys, your judges, your lawyers, just because, everybody wants to just look at the elite and go up to the top, but that's not it. And, I've been abused by a lot of people in elite places, but that's nothing compared to what has happened with the people in low places and the people in the middle. Your everyday trash man, your everyday social worker, your everyday teacher. There's a trafficker that's around you every day, no matter where you are. And people just don't realize that. They always want to go straight to the top because they don't want to look at the things that are local and around them. And this is not just you're not just looking for the scariest person that you can think of that looks like they're going to eat you. That's the TV mentality and the narrative that people want you to see as in human trafficking, that you're going to be looking for this big and scary person, and it's not. In trafficking, it's not just about sex, it's not just about a bad job gone wrong. You can sell drugs, drug trafficking, you can sell drugs and get a shipment of drugs once or twice and then still have to try to find that shipment again and may not be able to get it. But a human you can sell over and over and over again until there is literally nothing left. And this is what they do. Organ harvesting is real. There's the joke of you can go somewhere and you can get a heart cheaper than you can at the hospital. The hospital prices to get a kidney transplant are insane. And sometimes they're given to people because they put them in a ranking because the hospitals are complicit, and people wonder where that stuff comes from, and it comes from victims. Then they're gonna say, hey, I can make so much money with this one if I can get a shipment of 3 more. They have to go out and they have to be able to get them all together if they want to sell them all together to the traffickers who place them somewhere, or who are able to do the transportation, or who are making those deals, the major deals. Then if a pimp was supposed to get them to another trafficker, it's not just right. So many things can happen in a matter of seconds, but you don't usually go straight into jobs. If someone grabs you, if you meet a pimp on the street, if you meet someone online, you don't just straight out say, okay, I'm going straight to elite escorting. No, that's not the way it works. It depends on if you're a virgin or not. It depends on who you are. It depends on who's looking for you. It depends on what they need, and it depends on how angry they get. Right. It's an extreme process. It's crazy. It's an industry. They're built into the perfect slave. You cannot have someone right off the street crying and losing their mind over a small job and go into an elite job, and it happens that way, unless it's a job where they want you crying and screaming. That's not going to work out. So yeah, it's a process.
You've got lots of people that doubt your story, Ali, you and many others that speak about these topics. What do you say to those people? Because you shared with me that you've actually had to be on the run essentially for several months now. What do you say to those people?
It's up to you to do something. The burden of responsibility, and there's the burden and the responsibility of proof is on who's listening. When you make a call to Child Protective Services and you say, hey, I hear someone possibly abusing a kid. I don't know what's going on, but I need you to investigate that. The burden of proof then relies on that person that they called. I don't need anyone to do anything for me or believe me. it's not just happening to just me. It didn't just happen to just me. It happens every day. It happens all over the world. I know so many people that are sitting here can probably tell you that they only know a handful of people in their life that have not been abused, molested, in some type of horrific situation that they've had to get out of. Crimes against humanity is not a religious, gender, any type of other issue that anybody wants to point to. It's a humanity issue. It's my truth, and that's all. Truth is the truth. It's priceless. That's all I got.
And what is your aim in speaking out? Are you hoping that it'll give other victims the courage to speak out? Because I know that you said that you've got evidence, but you don't know where to take it.
At this point, yes, I just bringing awareness that people need to wake up. People need to see that the real pandemic is human trafficking. All roads lead to trafficking. So many survivors, so many victims that are still in this life call me a traitor. After I ran away, after I escaped, and did what I had to do, pimps were telling people that were around me, girls and guys that were around me, that I stole from them, that I made their debt deeper, that it was my fault because I left, that they have to work harder. The lies are insane, and I did what I had to do to take a minute to see that you don't have, there's not a condition to being loved, to just being loved. There are no conditions, and you don't have to be someone's puppet, and you don't have to be someone's slave, and you don't have to be someone's sex toy. You don't have to do what someone tells you to do because they want satisfaction. It took me forever to realize that. It took me forever to see that somebody could possibly want me. I even pushed my mom away. By the time she tried to adopt me, I kept pushing her away because it was a lot for me to see that somebody actually wanted me. And I know it's a lot to take in. I know my story is a lot, but there are people way worse off than me. I'm blessed that these are the only things that have happened to me, because I know that so many people have it worse. So for them, please wake up. For them, please move. For them, please stand and fight, because there's so many people who need you to be their voice. There are so many souls that cannot rest. I've seen many of my friends die. I've seen many kids that I didn't get a chance to talk to or meet or know them personally. You will never get to hear their laugh, their favorite color. You will never get to know their real names. Because so many people want to push this under the rug, and so many people want to say it's not true and it doesn't happen, and it's better off to not listen to it because it's too dark and it's uncomfortable. So many people had to get uncomfortable and realize that there's something going on with this world, that things keep coming out and it's not making any sense to anyone. Where do you think it all comes from, and how many years do you think people have been working on it? And there are so many children who cry for their mama, and they're somebody to just help, somebody to do something, somebody to stop what's going on, and nobody wants to talk about them. Nobody wants to touch it at all. And it's wrong. It's wrong. And I don't care if you don't believe me. It happened to me. And it's happening everywhere. At the Maxwell trial, no one wants to open the black book. Those laptops matter. And no one wants to talk about the celebrities, the people that were involved, the people that worked for them, the people in the middle, the people on the bottom, the grunt workers, from the people who clean the sex toys to the people who made the orders and got onto the planes. You have not heard mainstream media talk about it. whatsoever. But mainstream media will pull out another narrative for you to be distracted by, for you to be upset with somebody, to create division amongst races, to just fearmonger. But we won't talk about the things that are actually scary.
Have you seen a particular pattern? I mean, I know what my thoughts are around this, but biggest trial in, I don't know, ever, human history, and not a peep, yet we're talking about a variant with extremely mild symptoms as if it's going to end the planet. I believe that's a distraction.
Exactly. A very smart variant that knows when you go into a restaurant, take a seat, and when you have food in your mouth. It's beyond ridiculous how well whoever runs things, I do not know who sits at the top, but it's sad how much they know that people are easily distracted, and how they play on everyone's intelligence. Because they can tell you, look here, look there, be upset about this, be distracted by this, because please do not look towards the Maxwell trial. Please do not look towards the everyday people that you idolize, that you stream their music, that you sign their paychecks, that we put our monies, excuse me, I'm a college student, I promise, I'm just really stressed out. Banks that we put our money into. I know people have heard about JP Morgan being involved in the Epstein trial. Stores that we buy our clothes from, Walmart, Wayfair, Target, fast food that we go into, when McDonald's is saying, hey, it's real chicken now, it's real meat now, but nobody was asking, well, what was it before? This is the app. There could be no bigger. This is bigger than the OJ trial. Everybody that will refuses to say anything about the trial, those are the people that you should be questioning. Mm-hmm. Especially any news anchor, news channel, local news. This should be something that you turn around to like you turn around to a 6-foot socially distanced COVID sticker. Everybody is talking about the wrong things, and trust me, if you knew what was really going on, you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You would throw up the way I do every night. You would probably have equal to PTSD just from understanding what is happening, and everybody wants to wait until it's personal to say something or to do something, and why do we have to wait for it to get there? Everybody would rather say, what's going on in the elite's home, what's happening in Beyonce's home, what's happening in Steven Tyler's home, or what's happening in your home, because you got to get your backyard first, and nobody wants to kick out that of the family. Nobody wants to talk about that person that we shouldn't be bringing around. Nobody ever wants to look at what's really going on.
What can parents do to protect themselves from this? Because this is real too, right?
Right. First of all, do not be in denial. Do not think that it cannot happen in mine. Do not think that I live in a nice home, or I live in a gated community, or I live somewhere that doesn't exist. Again, human trafficking doesn't have an age, sex, or preference on it. If they need their product, they need their product, and they will do what they have to do. When people start realizing what's really wrong, everyone will be able to come together and stop what's going on. Human trafficking is a part of a very well-made machine, and it's not the type of machine that just a piece of it is broken. The whole machine needs to be taken down. The whole machine is done, and somebody needs to do something. And I pray that there is somebody in power, or somebody that has the clearance or the power to do something for everyone and to make everyone move. This is not just a money issue. You can't just throw money at this and it's just going to magically be okay. And you can't expect someone else to fix it. This takes people, everyday people, standing up. Your authorities are involved. Every authority that you think that you can trust is involved.
I'll be keeping you all posted on anything related to the Diddy case and the alleged elaborate trafficking network that's being revealed one puzzle piece at a time. More and more folks are becoming aware of the elephant in the room and serving as voices for the voiceless, and that's a great starting point. I'm going to keep making noise, so make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll catch you on the flip side.
The Senate subway, an essential part of Capitol Hill since the early 20th century. The Senate subway, an essential part of Capitol Hill since the early 20th century, operates primarily out of public eye. And while millions visit the Capitol yearly, only some know about the quiet underground trains that shuttle lawmakers to and from their offices. With exclusive access granted only to senators, their staff, and select officials, it remains one of Washington's marvels, a symbol of efficiency and privilege that comes with power. Still, since the subway isn't accessible to the public, few know about the hidden system that keeps the US government going. But today, we'll uncover its secrets. So stay tuned as we discover America's Senate subway. I'm your host, Ryan Sokash, and you're watching It's History. Before discussing the subway, let's step back to a time when the country's capital was just an idea. DC's story starts in the late 18th century when the recently independent US sought a permanent location for its government. There was intense discussion among political leaders on whether the capital should be located in the north or the south. A compromise was eventually reached in the Residence Act of 1790, which stipulated that the capital would be situated between Maryland and Virginia, between the north and south, along the Potomac River. The new capital was designed by French engineer Pierre-Charles L'Enfant, with much of the initial planning overseen by President George Washington. L'Enfant's idea for Washington, D.C. was ambitious, emphasizing long avenues and public squares, with plans drawing inspiration from his home country, France. The goal of the capital was to serve not only as the administrative heart of the country, but also as a symbol of the nation's democratic ideas. Wide boulevards and public buildings were designed to be both functional and beautiful. However, L'Enfant's ambitious vision took time to come to fruition. Washington, D.C. remained under development for a significant time, and the city only grew after his death. Despite the slow start, Washington, D.C. began growing into its role as the nation's capital. Infrastructure improved, and the city expanded. In 1800, the federal government officially moved to the district, with the Capitol building becoming the epicenter of political activity. The Capitol would experience multiple phases of construction and expansion in the next century to meet these increasing needs for government. Despite DC's growth, however, it was almost entirely destroyed in 1814 during the War of 1812. Due to this, the city stayed small for a long time and had some of its territory taken back by Virginia. However, DC eventually experienced a revitalization during the Civil War and began rapid growth. Naturally, as the city developed, transportation became a pressing issue. From the start, early members of Congress and government employees faced daily challenges moving between various government buildings spread across the wide city. The expansion of the Capitol building and the construction of new government offices only increased these distances that the politicians had to traverse. The city's layout, while beautiful on paper, was only sometimes conducive to efficient travel despite its grid-like design. So, throughout the 19th century, various modes of transportation were introduced to help alleviate these difficulties. For example, horse-drawn carriages and streetcars became popular means of getting around, but they could have been better. Congressmen and senators frequently had to deal with slow-moving traffic and unpredictable weather. Washington, D.C. was known for its humid summers, freezing winters, and frequent downpours, making outdoor travel uncomfortable and nearly impossible. For politicians who worked long hours in the Capitol, they needed to move around quickly and efficiently between offices and chambers, and this became increasingly evident. In fact, it was getting worse. As the building expanded, the distance between key locations such as the Senate and the House chambers, the official lawmakers' offices, and various committee rooms grew. By the early 20th century, Washington, D.C. was a growing metropolis with more modern amenities. However, even with the advent of the automobile, navigating the city remained cumbersome for those working on Capitol Hill. The streets around the Capitol were congested, and the time spent moving between buildings affected the efficiency of the legislative process. As the Senate expanded, these logistical difficulties reached a tipping point in the early 1900s. Senators and staff members constantly moved between different parts of the city, and more often than not, they were under tight deadlines. This was the moment that the inefficiencies of the existing transportation options became apparent, leading to the first ideas of the Senate subway. The Senate needed a more streamlined, reliable, and waterproof mode of transportation that could keep pace with the demands of an increasingly complex government. And so, the seeds for a bold and somewhat unusual idea were planted. And so it was, a transportation system that would operate out of sight, underground, and exclusively serve the US government was on the horizon. The first serious step towards creating a unique transportation system for the Senate was taken in 1909, during a time of significant growth. The Senate had just completed construction of the Russell Senate Office building just north of the Capitol. This new building provided office space for senators, but also created a logistical problem. They now had to make their way from their offices to the chambers quickly, particularly when important votes were taking place. Recognizing the need for a more efficient way to shuttle them between the Capitol and their offices, Congress authorized the construction of an underground transportation system. In 1909, a simple, open-air electric tram was installed to ferry senators between the Russell Building and the Capitol. This rudimentary system consisted of small, open cars that ran on tracks between the two buildings. While far from luxurious, it represented a significant step forwards in terms of efficiency and convenience for the senators. The early Senate subway was not without its challenges. The open design of the tram cars left passengers exposed to the elements, particularly in the winter when cold winds would sweep through the tunnels. Nonetheless, the system proved popular with senators, and its convenience ensured longevity. It also began to symbolize a certain level of exclusivity, as it was available only to members of the Senate and their staff. The next major upgrade to the Senate subway came in 1912, when a more advanced electric rail system was installed to replace the original tram. This new system featured enclosed cars, which offered greater comfort and protection from the weather. The sleek design of the new cars made the subway more visually appealing, and the system's increased efficiency was well received by those who used it regularly. And with that, by the mid-20th century, the Senate subway system had become an integral part of daily life for the senators. Its continued popularity and importance led to further expansion. In 1958, the Capitol underwent a major renovation, including the construction of a second subway line. This new line connected the Capitol with the Dirksen Senate Office building, built to accommodate the growing number of senators and their staff. The Dirksen line used a more modern, automated train system, which did not require a conductor. The new cars were sleek, enclosed, and operated on a continuous loop, providing near constant transportation between the Capitol and the Dirksen building. The expansion of the Senate subway system continued into the 1980s, with the addition of a third line connecting the Capitol to the Hart Senate Office building, which opened in 1982. This line featured fully automated cars, similar to those on the Dirksen line, but with further improvements in speed and comfort. This system now spanned 3 separate subway lines, each linking the Capitol with one of the Senate's primary buildings. And it needs to be said that throughout its history, the Senate subway has remained a symbol of efficiency and exclusivity, a unique feature of Capitol Hill that sets it apart from other government complexes worldwide. The system is typically inaccessible to the general public, which adds to its air of mystery and intrigue. What's more, despite occasional upgrades and renovation, much of the original infrastructure remains intact, making the subway a fascinating blend of history and modern convenience. Over the years, however, the Senate subway has seen its share of complications and technical issues. There have been breakdowns, delays, and even occasional power outages. Though these problems have been rare, and the system has primarily operated smoothly for over a century, with really only 2 major incidences. The first major incident took place on July the 12th, 1947, when Senator John W. Bricker was shot at as he was entering the subway. The perpetrator of the crime was a former Capitol Hill police officer named William Lewis Kaiser. Kaiser claimed that he was trying to refresh Bricker's memory after Kaiser lost a substantial amount of money in real estate. It was later concluded that Kaiser purposely missed his shot or used blanks. The second major incident happened on October the 7th, 2007, when a car failed to stop. This crash caused a collision and delays, with the operator being taken off to the hospital for his injuries. The construction and continued expansion of the Senate subway reflects not only the growing needs of the U.S. government, but also the unique challenges of operating within the Capitol complex. Since its inception, the Senate subway system has played a vital role in the daily workings of Capitol Hill. What began as a practical solution to shuttle senators to and from their offices and chambers quickly became a fixture of Senate life. Tourists visiting Washington, D.C. often marvel at the idea of an underground train system that they cannot see, ride, or access. Well, the subway system is primarily intended for senators, their staff, and official guests. The general public can be granted access, although it's been rare since 2001. As you might imagine, this is due to the growing security concerns that have mounted ever since September 11th. As the subway security has adapted, fewer individuals have been allowed to ride it. In fact, individuals in the media who were once afforded access also reported losing the privilege. Though the system has hosted notable guests over the years, visiting dignitaries, foreign leaders, and even presidents have used the subway when visiting the Capitol. This system provides a discreet and efficient way to move high-profile people around without drawing the media or public attention. In this sense, the subway has served practical purposes and facilitated the Capitol's security and operational needs. Now, over the years, the Senate subway has seen periodic upgrades and renovations to keep pace with modern technology and safety standards. For instance, the cars on the Hart and Dirksen line were also fully automated. Their tunnels have been reinforced to meet new safety standards, and regulatory maintenance ensures the system operates smoothly. Though the subway hasn't added any new lines, however, the original Russell line cars have gone through several iterations, changing at least 4 times. In contrast, the other 2 lines have been changed only once. Though the Senate subway system remains largely out of public view, it has a subtle yet notable cultural impact and has bridged over into pop culture on numerous occasions. Notable appearances include House of Cards, the Netflix series centered around political intrigue in Washington, D.C. In addition to showcasing many Capitol locations, the Senate subway was implemented in certain scenes. Then you have the West Wing. Though not explicitly shown, the subway was implemented or referenced in some episodes, a detail that added a sense of authenticity to the show. The rarity of its appearance stems from the restricted access. Ultimately, the Senate subway stands as a quiet but essential piece of American political infrastructure, an unsung element of the legislative process that continues to serve its purpose while capturing the curiosity of many. And we'll leave it there for today, but if you'd like to learn another Capitol Hill secret, then click right here to watch our special episode about Abraham Lincoln's last meal. You can also support the channel by clicking subscribe, and as always, I'm Ryan Sokash, signing off. Also, that Eats History video that I just promoted, well, it has a cringy moment or two, so watch it at your own risk.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for coming to Trafficking the Truth. I am Rory, the host of the show. We are very happy to have you as always tonight. We have a good panel as always and a good topic tonight. Hope you guys like the new intro, or it's something we're trying out, and let us know if you like it or not. We can always change it if you don't. So let's go ahead and say hello to our wonderful people in the chat. We have Woke Up 1984. Hello, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. We got Crime Spy 2020 to 2024. How are we doing? Doc Terry, good to see you. Sorry you missed TSNK earlier, but we're happy to have you here tonight. Miss Debbie Gazzaro, we love you so much. Thank you for coming. Hello, Ronnie. How are you tonight? Got some good people in here. Kelly's here, of course. All right, let's go ahead and bring up our panel tonight. We got Miss Terry Martin and Miss Kelly Patterson. How are we doing tonight, guys?
I'm
Good to
fine.
see you.
How, I think Kelly's not feeling great tonight.
Kelly, you're on mute, dear.
I always do that.
That's okay. It's a habit.
No, I'm not feeling too hot, Terry. You're right.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry for that.
Makes
Can
me
I
feel
say
bad.
something about that? You
Sure.
know, our show, our program, whatever we call this podcast, it is. We want to always be educating, and I want to talk about that issue of health just for a moment because I'm not going to always tell you when I'm not feeling good, but I'll probably just say I'm fine. But my husband has to live with it, and being trafficked plays so much havoc with your body. And what I've come to learn from with all the other survivors that I work with as well is that is one of the main symptoms that you can look for to know if someone is being trafficked. People often think that they are hypochondriacs, or I should say even we are. I don't think anyone ever thought of me because I was just really sick all the time since I was a young child. I was hospitalized quite a bit, things like that. But some of them people misunderstand, and they think, oh, this person's just a hypochondriac, or they're just whining to get attention. And the fact is, maybe they cannot tell you they're being trafficked, but they can talk about, my body hurts, my body's broken, my body is sick. And so it is just a symptom to really look for, as well as the fact that there was one large study done, and hopefully there'll be others, because it's been several years. I was a part of that study, and we found that trafficked individuals almost all have multiple autoimmune diseases. To my knowledge, I probably have what I've been told by specialists is more than anyone they've ever come across. And that I tell them and I may have said this before, but I'm collecting diseases. I've had nothing else to do. But I've got, 10 autoimmune diseases on top of multiple issues. I'll go in for some other checkup and they'll find a broken bone that I can't explain to them. And they'll tell me, well, you have to remember that both your eyes had to be black when your nose was broken, or, that was blunt force trauma or a severe car wreck. And I'd be like, I don't remember. And when someone is crying out about their health, and if you see other signs there, it's something for us to look forward to. And so when I speak about something like this, it's not to be, oh, look at Kelly. It's look for it, watch for it, have your ear open, think about it differently. And it might not be from that. Any kind of abuse can cause health problems, but it's just something to really be aware of. And I think about, what we're going to be talking about tonight. And I wonder about because it doesn't show up necessarily like by age 6, we know from little snippets of memory that some abuse was already going on. No idea how much, but we want to watch for what are the long-term effects going to be on someone like Allie and, others. It's not that I'm trying to place it upon them. I just know that it is. And I have a young lady right now that I fear may not make it another year.
Really?
Yeah. And I love this girl. And she has my heart, and she's very, very sick. And her family, they just thought she had mental illness, and they thought she was a hypochondriac. They missed all the signs, not because they meant to. They were just unaware. No one had ever told them. And when the family heard me speak, they recognized their daughter. And they asked me to meet with their daughter, who kept telling them something bad was happening to her. But by then they didn't believe her. She'd been sickly for so long. She'd been, you know, all of this. And now by the time that they're getting to her and she's been diagnosed with multiple things, without a miracle, I'm not going to see her another Christmas. So I didn't mean to really go there that deep.
No, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
So Doc Terry, actually, so she had a very good comment, and I do want to kind of go through it here. That's amazing regarding the autoimmune illnesses related to trafficking. It actually makes sense. Thanks for sharing. Very important as a healthcare provider. So
Yeah.
so is there any kind of advice or signs? So for someone that Doc Terry that works, you know, in the healthcare industry, what kind of advice or, you know, signs can you give these healthcare providers? What advice or information can you give them so they can spot this kind of stuff? So hopefully they can nail it in the bud before they are possibly give it back to their possible traffickers.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, actually, Dr.
You're welcome.
Terry. The first thing I want to say is please go to our website, treasuredlives.org, because I do have an entire symptom list for first responders and those in the medical field. And that would really be helpful to you and very particular to what you do. And I couldn't go through that whole list right now, but it would be really informative. But yeah, one of the biggest signs I tell them to watch for, sorry, that one I wasn't expecting. I can't cry tears for myself, but they'll come out for others. One of the main signs I tell healthcare workers to look for is that if they will come in with someone, they're not going to come in alone because they can't trust them to be alone, or they might tell, or they might escape, right?
Mm-hmm.
So generally they're going to have someone, a male, although they're catching on that we're catching on, they'll have a male come in with, and he answers all the questions for her.
Got it.
She's not allowed to answer. She's not making eye contact. He's doing all the talking.
Okay.
He's doing all the interacting. He'll stop things short, you know, of going any further, things like that. And if not, they'll have a female who, you know, if you don't tell on her, you're in trouble too, you know, and unless the two decide to escape together, the one's going to narc on the other. And so that's one of the big things to watch for, is someone speaking for someone. But also just signs of multiple rapes, maybe multiple abortions or miscarriages, bruising that doesn't really make sense, wanting to get it over with quickly. Now, some people are just afraid of medical people, but there's things like that. And then, of course, as we've talked about, the tattoos are still a thing.
Okay.
And so you can watch for all those tattoos we've talked about on here before.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see any number of those together, this is the most important thing I say to medical people, is when you get a concern, now you separate that person from the one that came in with them, and you make up a reason. You come up with anything. We got to go take her for a urine sample. We need to take her down to x-ray. We need whatever it is, or him, because it could be a him. You make up a reason to separate them medically from the person, and the moment you have them separated, they are now safer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They won't believe they are, but you can say to them, we are safe now. You don't have to go out there again. Are you okay? If you're not okay, I'm not going to let him see you again. I will take you to a whole different part of this facility. We're going to call 911 if you want us to, etc.
Okay, so Christy Angel Stanford has a question. She says, Kelly, I'm sure certain providers get paid to look the other way. How does that work in a hospital?
That's the truth. And that can be that way in a hospital. I actually knew a facility in our community, in the nearby city, that was actually owned by traffickers, and these are major doctors. And when that's the case, if you know, I would say most of the people working there are unaware, still unaware. This is an ongoing thing. You know, there's, I have to be careful what I say here on this one. In any facility, that's a possibility.
Okay.
So if you can, we had a situation, I'll use this example. We had a situation in a hospital where we had a girl that they had to move her 3 times within the hospital because somehow someone was getting her information to the traffickers, and they kept coming to her room. By the 3rd time, they didn't let anyone know but like 2 people. Once they did that, then she was in there as a Jane Doe, and she was moved into a separate room with nobody else knowing. We were able to keep her safe. They were able to, I should say. That was the only thing they could do. And it was in that 3rd move that then we were able to help, in this case, the person to the marshals actually took over the case, which is very unusual. But that's a long story how that happened, and it was a phenomenal idea. Relocation and everything, and you know, saved a life. So it can happen anywhere, and so you have to get creative. And if you have any suspicion like that something is off or wrong, you know, there are certain things you can do if you've worked in a facility long enough to take things into your own hands, to move things in a direction that you need to move them, and you know who to trust and who not to, a lot of times. Where the people get confused is when your upper echelons, like the owners, the head doctors, you know, the brain doctors, the heart doctors. This is where it can get, it's almost unbelievable, and you don't want to believe it. But
well, I mean, so this kind of leads us into what's happening with these elite traffickers, people like Jay-Z, P. Diddy. Now we're hearing even more people, possibly LeBron James is involved in that. Now, we can talk about those people, but it's already we're really the priority on that. So we're going to put our own spin on it. So Kelly, let's talk about why these people are being implicated and why they're even being named. Is it because, well, let's say this. Are they more people that are going to fall on the sword types of people? Because they're not really that high up in these elite trafficking rings. Am I right? Like, these are their quote-unquote patsies. So can you tell us how these elite trafficking rings actually work and why people like Jay-Z and P. Diddy are actually going down?
So what did they do to be dumb enough to get implicated? And who did they tick off?
Exactly.
I mean, that's what it comes down to.
That's pretty much what it comes down to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I go back to remembering again when I spoke to the gentleman. I've spoken to him multiple times that I'm friends with, who accompanies or has accompanied Trump all through his last administration. And he is the gentleman that put together all of the information that took down Epstein. He knew that taking down Epstein, as he put it, was easy. It's easy like taking down P. Diddy. There is a different level of elite there compared to, and I'm just going to say it, the 13 families of the Illuminati, for instance. And there is a group above them that I have to find out if I can name or not. I have to look into that a little further. But know that even the 13 families are not they're pretty much the top of the chain, but there is something above them. And but you don't mess with the 13 families.
Oh no.
Now we've got which prince is it that was implicated in this one now?
Prince Harry.
Prince Harry and Prince Andrew was in the Epstein.
They do. Well, he was. I'm sorry, Epstein. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
Epstein, and they do come from one of the 13 families.
Yeah, they have that royal bloodline that goes way back. So,
but guess what? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say from what we were discussing that these bloodlines have been around for not just hundreds, but thousands of years. So this is,
Yes.
say the word biblical. So yeah.
Yes, very. I mean, ancient. To the ancient, you can follow them actually. So my family bloodline, related to 3 of those families. Well, one of them is the royal family. I'm direct descendants from the royal family in England.
Okay.
And I'm nobody.
Can I ask you a
I'm
question?
nobody.
Well, then I was going to ask you, so because of your bloodline, do you think maybe that's why you kind of were targeted a little more?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They have all kinds of bizarre beliefs about your blood. They have all kinds of bizarre beliefs. I'm trying not to be too disgusting.
It's fine.
Not only do they have bizarre beliefs about your blood, but about any bodily fluids. And I'm sorry.
No,
And
it's fine. It's just the truth. If it's the truth, it's the truth.
because they do. It makes you a commodity in the elite trafficking, but in the same token, it does not put me on the level of those at the top of the 13 families. And the prince that is implicated, Harry, right? Or no?
Prince Andrew was for Epstein.
Andrew was Epstein.
Harry is for
Yes. So clearly,
both of them. Yeah.
those two found themselves in predicaments they were not to be in. And just like Diddy, they're considered, oh well.
Yeah.
But someone at the top of that food chain of that family, which I will say was the queen, but now, whom? They're not biblical bloodlines, no. I see that, Doc Terry, thank you. There's always someone, even if you took it clear down to in your city. So in a lot of cities, and in our city, we have individuals who are at the top of the food chain for the city.
Right.
We have people who are deeply involved and invested in say.
Uh-oh. Sorry about that, guys. Kelly froze up there for a minute.
We're back. We went into a dark hole.
I think somebody's maybe cutting your cord there a little bit.
Watch what you say, lady.
She's talking too much.
There's always going to be a family member or two that what we've learned about them. So we've got a family where one of them ended up in prison. The others are flourishing. What I've learned over time about those individuals that end up in prison, in trouble, etc., is they're falling apart. They actually might have a bit of a conscience, even though you don't think so when you think of Epstein Island and you think of Diddy parties, but there might be an actual bit of a conscience there, and they're falling apart under what is expected of them as being from that bloodline. And when they fall apart and don't rise up to be the leader that they're supposed to be, which means being absolutely wicked, allowing yourself to be completely overtaken and love the wickedness. When they cannot stand up to that, then they fall apart. They mess up. And then they're fed to the media and they're fed to the jails, and it gives you a whole different look at some of what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
But it's a real thing. It's, if you can stand up to the wickedness and you can be completely evil and vile, and you're of the 13 bloodlines, you're never going down. No one's not going to even hear about you doing anything inappropriate or getting in trouble or anything. It's just not going to happen. This does not make the Epsteins and the P. Diddy's good people. They're still absolutely vile. They're just not of the 13 bloodlines. They don't matter on that level. They matter on a fame level. They matter on their influence on our country. And even just the general feeling of safety that we may all have, and how this is shocking, and it's bringing, but the good news is I believe everything works to good, right? And for those who are called, I'm going to say it the right way, according to his purpose. So it doesn't work to good for the evil people. But to those who are serving good, then even these things have a way, because look what it's doing. It's making it able for us to talk about the Illuminati, the 13 bloodlines. You can actually Google, but we're going to put them up. We're going to talk about them deeply real soon, actually. And we will name every one of those families. And I don't even recommend Googling, because I will tell you, I mean, you can, but what used to be out there that you could pull up, you can't get anymore. You cannot get the true information on that for anything. They've just torn it down. Where 5 years ago, you could find it everywhere.
Well, because 5 years ago, no one believed it. Everybody thought it was some big, huge conspiracy theory. And then right after Epstein happened, it's like, this might be real. So
there you go.
So speaking of the Illuminati, so people like, Jay-Z, LeBron, Leonardo DiCaprio, Denzel Washington, all these people went to something called a white party. Now, back in your time, with unfortunately being involved in this situation, did they have these kind of parties, and were they called white parties, or were they something else?
I did not ever see a white party. The only white thing I was a part of, and this is outing some stuff, and I think I briefly mentioned it once, but I might have mentioned, I'm not actually sure, the Daughters of Isis.
Okay.
Who wear all white, and they are a very odd, unknown, impossible to find out about now, part of the Masons and Shriners. And they actually wear a white fez, and they're females. Almost impossible to find info on them now. There used to be photographs of them out there. I don't know if there still are. I was at one of those and inducted into that when I was 6. Gotcha. And that's just a hideous, you can imagine if it's ISIS, it's just hideous. But no, in fact, generally I saw either red cloaks or black cloaks.
Okay, that's a little more of an occult feel to it. So I think what's happening though, to explain for people who don't know what the white parties are, so basically what these white parties are supposed to be is an Illuminati party. So the whole kind of spiel of the Illuminati is do what thou wilt. So they are, they are the truly enlightened ones, and when they dress in these all white and then bleach their hair, for them it's a bit of a transformation. They become higher beings in their mind, which is total BS, of course. And they always preach to be your own God. So when you go to these white parties, P. Diddy already vetted you, so you can't go to these white parties unless he thinks you're going to, join his cause, anything like this. So I guess what they've done is kind of morphed into a new thing. So they went from the kind of cloak and dagger secret society thing where they're just full on out in the open now, but they use the disguise of purity, dressing in all white and bleaching your hair blonde as enlightened ones, which is completely false, because the Bible does not teach anything about that. The Bible teaches love, community, family, all that stuff. You obey God. You're not your own God. That's very, very, very obvious. So that's what these parties are all about in theory, but what they're really doing is, well, what Jay-Z is being accused. And I'm not going to go too into Jay-Z tonight because there's a problem with his accuser. Apparently there's a lot of inconsistencies in her testimony, so I'm not really going to get into him tonight, even though I know he's guilty of sin. Like, we know this, but I'm not going to go too into him tonight. But so let's talk about.
Can I mention something about that? With the supposed Illuminati that you can join now. I don't know if you've all seen. You can just join.
Yeah, you just go on their website and join, which is.
Can I expose that?
Please do.
That is what we call storefront Illuminati,
Okay.
just like there are storefront Satanists. So the people that are out there bragging about being a part of it, come join us. I'm going to wear my big pentagram everywhere. Yes, Job's daughters, absolutely, it fits in. I'm sorry.
I would like to hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the young daughters of Masons.
Interesting.
And just like there's the it starts with a D, and all of a sudden I forgot the name for the guys. I'll think of it. And a Mason's daughter can be a Job's daughter. And unfortunately, there's just a lot of hypnotic garbage going on. Actually, a lot of programming of your thought processes that occurs in those. And they're just training them up to advance them into, for the females it's Eastern Star, and for the males it's the Masons. And I'm sure they're prepping them. Maybe someone out of there gets selected to be part of the Daughters of Isis. This is. When I tell you about Daughters of Isis, I'm telling you about something that isn't even supposed to be known. And when I tell you there are storefront Illuminati and storefront Satanists, that's not supposed to be known. But we need to know that. We need to be aware that those storefront ones, they're just, again, I'll use a Satanist as an example. They're proudly wearing their pentagram and, openly talking about the stuff they do, but the true, and it isn't that they aren't out doing satanic things. The difference is those that are deeply invested, that truly run this occult on a worldwide level. Those guys don't pronounce it. They're going to be maybe your biggest giver sitting in your church. The family that always offers to babysit the pastor's children. That maybe donate the most or the biggest organ or whatever the case may be. They're going to be on your city council, and they're going to be the biggest philanthropists, and they're going to look like they care about the homeless, because you see, they're hiding in plain sight. They're not going to get caught. It's a rare occasion when one of them will ever go down. But these storefront people, they're entering at, what we might want to call a grade school level.
Yeah, candidate. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they like to think they're a part of something.
Yeah, no, posers. They're just posers. Yeah, they don't believe in anything. Yeah.
And they don't even understand that while they're selling their soul, they're just playing a game.
It's playing a game that you'll never win.
Nope.
No, you'll never win.
And it goes nowhere.
Absolutely.
And then they wonder why am I not getting famous and rich like these others? Because you're not in.
Yeah, no, you're not in the inner circle. You're not one of them. So yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
And then those guys are not in that next level up.
So I just have a question for you, Kelly. So what is the fascination with what is the fascination with blood that they have? Like, what is? I don't want to talk about body fluids, but let's talk about blood. What's the fascination?
They believe so many things come from that. Yeah. You have to remember that you're dealing with a people group that believe what they believe. I mean, they believe that in the end of everything, they actually believe that Lucifer or Satan
is God. Yeah.
Is going to beat God.
Okay.
And they believe that in order to serve that being, they must be as evil and as vile and as awful as they can possibly be in order to serve that false god. And
they're doing a pretty good job of that.
Oh, they aren't they though? Aren't they though?
Fantastic.
I mean,
Fantastic.
It's awful that I'm shocked, I guess, at the amount of people that are willing to just join even the storefront side of this and think, and they're no better off than the guys doing the worse in a way. You know, I mean, I think there are levels of hell from what I understand, but
Yeah, from what I
you
understand.
know, if you're out to do harm, you know,
I mean, does
and
it
you
does it
turn your
matter
back
what?
on-
Yeah, does it really matter what level of hell you get to? I mean, is that a goal?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And
you
someone
don't.
asked about adrenochrome, absolutely, because they believe there is so much power from the 13 bloodlines, which is so bizarre. They believe there are powers such as, and I'll get to that adrenochrome because I've seen it done. It's been around a very long time. They believe that they get youth from that.
Kinda like a
There's
fountain
some
of youth
bizarre
kind of
belief.
Mhm.
Yeah. And there's some bizarre belief about the blood of the bloodline and the other stuff, that it contains powers and abilities.
Okay.
Even, I'm sorry to say, but even like sexual superpowers, you know, all kinds of, there's just crazy things that they believe come from that. And they believe that magical powers can come from that. And they believe that in involving in the actual blood, drinking, and not only just drinking, I mean, I've seen where it IV'd into them. They believe that they gain part of the bloodline then, which they're always after because that's royalty to them.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Gotta
So, for instance, at your very first ritual into this type of elite from the 13 families, a member of the 13 families needs to be at your dedication to Satan, which was the case in my situation. They have to be there. At least one.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where you live on this planet. One of them will come in incognito. Now, the people in the room will know, but nobody's going to know they've flown in.
That's
Stuff
crazy.
that people don't talk about. Stuff
Yeah.
I haven't talked about ever publicly. Just
No,
a couple close friends.
because yeah, I mean, even 5 years ago, people would be like, "You're absolutely out of your mind.
You're a nut job."
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're a nut job. Let's have a good life. Good luck to you." But no, I mean, this is what they're doing, guys. You know,
Yeah, well, it is. It's not. You know, I'm not speaking about anything supernatural. I'm talking about what I have physically seen done. Anything, the craziest things you can think of, most horrific tortures you can imagine, I've either had done to me or I've seen done to others. And you know, obviously there's some I haven't seen because nobody's seen everything. That's a fact.
Right.
But if you're in this type of a group, you're going to see things that the average person doesn't ever have to be subjected to. At least you hope not. And things that, you know, you do your very best to dismiss and put as far back in your brain as you can as well. You don't want to think about it and focus on it, but at the same time, and by no means, the last thing I want is to sensationalize it. I hate that. So it's very hard for me to come on here and speak about this and decide what is important for people to know. Where do I draw the line? You know, where does it become, you know, I don't want to ever be sensationalizing because I feel like then that is, in a sense, it's victimizing victims. And I don't want to be any part of that either. But exposing this sickness and just absolute pure evil is important.
Okay, so after that, I do want to play this interview by a Diddy accuser, and it's It's a little bit tough to hear, but actually, so Kelly, I want you to break down this interview if you can, and then tell us. So, like, you were telling us at the beginning of the podcast, how usually sometimes you're not feeling very well, but so what kind of long-term health effects is this person going through and other people going through? We could talk about that as well. But let me play this for a little bit.
The first drink started to have some effect on me.
So we think, am I allowed to say this person's name? Who we think it is? Should I not? Should I not?
I don't think it looks like it myself. But
I don't think it's him because I think the person that we're thinking, is actually one of the bad people.
That's what I thought. I wasn't sure. So we thought it was Medea, but I guess we'll just say that if you know who Medea is as a TV character. Other than that, it might not be them, but that's kind of what we thought at first.
And I just thought, wow, these are really strong drinks. It wasn't until the second drink, and it was already too late, that I realized that there was something wrong with the drinks. Sadly, Sean Combs was waiting in the wings. He was watching from some sort of vantage point, and once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that he was in a position of power, then he took advantage of the situation.
You allege that you were forcibly pushed into an SUV by Sean Combs. That act alone, according to your lawsuit, left you in considerable pain. And then once inside the vehicle, your lawsuit says plaintiff was held down by Combs, who overpowered him while he struggled to escape due to the effects of the drugs in his system. And it goes on to say that he sodomized you.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop.
The real gift can't be wrapped with a bow. The real gift moves like this.
It was incredibly painful. And he was acting like it was nothing. And he seemed to be disconnected from it. But it was abusive beyond belief.
So, Miss Kelly, can you kind of get into what he's talking about and the long-term effects physically that this man is going to suffer and people like him for the rest of his life? You were telling me this is some of the most intense pain you could ever go through, so.
Yeah, he's I know there's people that are into this thing, but let me just say, if you have never been, and that's what this guy is explaining. It is absolutely the single worst pain I believe you could ever feel. I have been tortured in many ways. Things that you could read about in Auschwitz, or you could read about with our vets of the Japanese or Vietnam. I have been through those things. Yeah. Things put on your fingernails, things like that. I've been through that stuff. And I'd rather go through any of those again than the first time someone ever does that to you. Because, and not just the first time. Not just the first time. If it is not something that you are drugged to go through, there's just no way to describe that pain. There's no way to describe it. And I feel so bad for that man, because when he says he is screaming, I believe him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who wouldn't be.
So to me, it's obviously sounds like it was planned, and they were preying on him, and then they threw him into a car that was soundproofed and nobody could hear him, or drove him to a secret location. I mean, they do whatever they got to do, but so was it pretty accurate the way that he described that? The drinks were really strong, and then he waited until he was in a position of power, and then he pounced. Is that kind of how their modus operandi is?
Well, that's one of many. They don't have a problem. This happens all the time too. They don't have a problem just grabbing you and shooting you up instantly. They don't even mess around with the drinks. Wow. In fact, I wonder sometimes why he was messing around with the drinks to do it slow, except that maybe he thought he would be able to later say, oh, you willfully drank that.
That's probably.
Something like that. Trying to somehow not be culpable is my assumption, because they still use it today. It was used on me all the time. You can chloroform someone and they're gone. And then you hit them with some drugs and they're not going to remember. So why he was taking the time to put, here's one drink, here's two drinks. I think he was just trying to keep himself out of future trouble.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. So that way, if and when this person goes to the police and be like, yeah, he gave me some drinks, and then they go question P. Diddy, be like, yeah, drinks. That's just whatever happened after that. I don't know. It's up
Not
to
my
him.
problem.
Not my problem. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how that goes. But so I also did want to ask this. So at these elite parties, these white parties or whatever, can we really believe that there was maybe a handful of people there that did leave the party early and they really didn't know what was going to happen afterwards? Or is everybody at that party there for a reason, in your opinion?
It's pretty hard to know, isn't it, without us being there? I'd love to hear, Terry, if you've thought about that too. But the thing I was thinking is, I can't remember who spoke about it. They spoke about J-Lo.
Yes.
And he talked about sitting next to her, and that there were children there. And we're not playing that tonight, or are we?
No.
So in that video, she's sitting with children, and she's telling this gentleman.
What, Terry?
That isn't that sexy, and they're children.
Right. Yeah.
I was going to say that actually was Beyonce.
Oh,
not
Beyonce.
J-Lo.
I'm sorry. I said J-Lo. And there's two more ladies I always get mixed up.
Okay, so this is Beyonce that has a kid sitting on her lap and she calls it sexy?
Mm-hmm.
And children, and a bunch of children were paraded in.
Mm-hmm.
And she pointed to that and said, "Isn't that sexy?"
Mm-hmm.
And this guy was creeped out and he left. But what is his culpability for seeing all those children in that room and not turning it in?
He said nothing. Yeah, so yep, exactly.
I'm glad he left.
Mhm.
I'm glad he was repulsed by it and weirded out. And
he's
I
seeing
give
it
him,
now. That's something.
yeah, I give him credit for that. But I think of the hundreds of people that sat in those same shoes and maybe did walk out like he did, but none of them were willing to save these children.
Okay, so Kelly, let's talk about that. Why would these people not do the right thing and call the police or call whoever? Tell us, is it because they're mind controlled, or they're so afraid that they're going to get killed, or like, it's got to be something?
That's right. It's Larry Johnson. He did not seem mind controlled to me.
Okay.
Just by how he talked about it. So I think you nailed it. I think it's fear of repercussions.
Mm-hmm.
Fear of not being believed, which that is a huge thing, and I will give them a pass on that too, because we survivors, and I'm one of them, don't turn in our stories because of fear we won't be believed. It's too bizarre, it's too weird, they're too famous, no one is ever going to take your word, and it's your word against theirs. So I guess I can give a pass a little.
I mean, I can see the reasons, and I think it's like we just talked about. It's because the guy's probably scared out of his mind. I do understand that, and those are very, very powerful people that you were dealing with. Absolutely, they could wreck your life like that. So I mean, yeah, I guess I'll give him a pass on that. But I mean, I don't know. Once you see children start getting paraded like that, I'm sorry, you kind of got to put your foot down on that one. That's just my opinion. I feel.
Yeah.
But that's
well,
really
the guy that was sitting next to Larry Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw it, I don't know if he's like he was a pro football player. I don't know if it was sports. I'm not sure, but he's an older guy, and he said he was like, yeah, he didn't tell them what. He didn't mention the name, but the same thing kind of happened to him. What he said is that, did you notice what they do is they'll kind of like keep checking the temperature, and seeing how much we can hit, and see if you're gonna buy into what we're doing. We don't just all of a sudden throw you in there. I mean, we gotta groom
Good
you
point.
with it and
Trying to
get-
boil the frog a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Ronnie had a good point too. I mean, maybe they even did go to the police and they weren't listened to.
That was a really good point too. That's a big fear, is because these people are so powerful. I mean, how do you think they get away for so long? You think cops don't know anything about this? Like, there's got to be no way. No way. These cops, some cops have got to,
But there's always going to be some involved because you can't get by with it without them.
No, that's like, well, just like, okay, so let's talk about the sheriff and the judge, right? So sounds like we may have been kind of right on that one. So there's reports coming out that this judge was taking, how do we just say this? Well, I don't know how to say it, sexual favors from these women that were in precarious positions. And so it looks like he's at least implicated with that. So, in that situation, I'm not going to talk for Kelly. She'll tell you her story whenever she wants to, but I know she was involved with, in her time with the sheriff and a judge, correct?
Oh, more than one judge.
More than one judge.
We're Johns. I don't mind saying I had two law enforcement. They were sheriff's office, so I'm assuming deputy sheriffs that were my handlers for a number of years.
So there you go. So to kind of coincide with what Ronnie was saying, is there is a very real possibility the cops or whatever law enforcement agencies are complicit. And we had Basil Boz on last week say the same thing. This particular, I don't want to get, how do I say this the nice way? There's a lot of government agencies that are complicit in these trafficking rings. I guess it's the best way I can put that.
Yeah.
So for Mr. Johnson to not go directly to the cops and say anything about it, I can kind of understand. Who do you trust? Who do you trust? I think that's kind of the problem is everything and everyone, not everyone, but a lot of things are so corrupt. How do you call the cops on the cops when the cops are corrupt? Who do you call?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah.
You're powerless. There's nothing to do, and these poor children, these poor other people it's just terrifying. Absolutely. This is very terrifying because who do you go to? And I guess that's why Kelly and I and Taylor are here, is to bring awareness to the situation. So, and guys, trust me, we are trying as hard as we can to set up kind of foundations, get in touch with people that can help us to set up where people have a safe space to go, particularly survivors or people that are even been somewhat involved in trafficking, want to get out of trafficking, whatever. We're, this is why we're here, is to bring awareness so we can help these people, get out of that and stop this. Will it ever stop? Probably not, because this is literally a 1,000+ year thing. Thousands of years human trafficking has been going on in some sort of way. You can go back to the ancient Egyptians. How do you think they built those pyramids? Straight up human trafficking, slave labor. That's what that was. So a lot of it. And then our history with slavery, it's been around for a long, long time. Humans are treated as animals sometimes, and it's very, very sad. And these elites, these 13 families, have the utmost disregard for you and everybody else on this planet. If you're not a part of them, they hate you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're evil, and they'll take you out, and they don't care.
Yeah.
Rory would have never known about the judge if the sheriff hadn't have shot the judge. It was meant to be swept under the rug. You're absolutely right, Thomas Sharp. And I think you're from that area. I think you're from that area, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Thomas is from that area. You're absolutely right, dude. That's why he, in my opinion, again, don't know for sure, but in my opinion, I do believe that judge got taken out because he was trying to coerce the family, or kind of was holding something over the sheriff. Or something, basically he was going to get away with it. And I think the sheriff just said, no, you're not. You're not taking me and my family down. You're not doing this to my family. This is my opinion. And I think he took care of it. But, I mean, it's kind of tough that the judge was a very shady POS. So, as we suspect.
And let me make it clear, that is trafficking.
That is trafficking.
More than once someone referred to, I think even in the pre-trial, or pre-hearing, or whatever they call it, referred to as what was going on there as a brothel.
Yes.
Brothel, I want to say something about that.
Yeah, if you can explain those, please. Yep.
I was put in a brothel. So when you hear me sound like I've done it all, part of my traffickers thing was to put me in multiple experiences, because I had been trained since early childhood, and I needed to be trained to stand up under any situation, understand it, and be able to go there when they needed me to, because so much of what I was being used for was blackmailing others. So knowing how to operate in a brothel was important. I was put in a very famous brothel in Reno, and you've all probably heard of it.
Yeah.
And I was in there for a few months. Being in a brothel, none of the girls that were there that I interacted with were there because they wanted to be. The one or two that I talked to that were there, they came there of their own accord, weren't allowed to leave.
No, that's a problem.
Because they put you into debt bondage. And at the threat of your life, you will never be able to pay them back, by the way. Until they've decided you've aged out of a brothel, you're staying and you're going to owe them. You will never make enough money to pay them what they say you owe. And it is the same exact setup with strip clubs. So now I was there because my traffickers placed me there, and the owner, who was once very famous and is now dead, thankfully, was working with the traffickers. I mean, nobody's going to say no to the traffickers that I have. They're just not going to.
Right.
Because they did directly serve the 13 families. So it's going to be what it is. And I was going, so in them referring to that as a brothel up there, a lot of people hear that and they think, oh, then these girls were just sleazy girls trying to get out of trouble. And, oh, they just didn't want to have to wear their ankle monitor or this or that. No, these girls were already being forced in there, or you're going to prison for life, or whatever they held over them, and then told, here's your little bonus. It's like handing a stripper a $1 bill. But you're giving your soul up, but here's $1. And they're saying, oh, maybe we'll let you go without your ankle monitor. But that girl is still being trafficked. And by the way, anytime an individual is getting anything not consequence, it doesn't have to be substantial. It could be a pack of cigarettes. But anything in trade, and that can include a sexual favor against the will of the other person, whether they are coerced, whether they're frauded or forced, that's trafficking by its very definition. So what was happening, and I believe 100%, and what they're now describing up there with the sheriff and all of that, and the judge, trafficking.
Yep.
Plain and simple.
Right.
Not prostitution. Prostituted, if you want to say that, not prostitutes.
Right. So prostitutes make their own choice to be there, but if you're prostituting, it's against your will. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Wow. Yep. Deputy was pimping out at least one of the victims. So this is what Thomas is saying. He's from the area. The deputy was pimping out at least one of the victims, probably all of them, but one is confirmed. So how likely, Kelly, in your opinion, how likely that the judge was having some sort of unwanted intimacy with the daughter, in your opinion?
Oh, I either he was about to or he was.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I think. That's a presumption, and I realize that. I realize it's a presumption. We don't have any proof. We have the family denying it. I would too. It's my daughter.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, but let's just be logical here. So, I mean, the father of the daughter that has it's just weird. Why does a judge have a 17-year-old, or however, was she 15 or 17-year-old? I know she's a minor. It doesn't matter.
I don't remember.
I think she's 15, somewhere around there. She's a minor. Why would you have? There's no reason for you to have a 15-year-old girl's phone unless it's your daughter phone number on your phone. There's no way. So, I mean, it's just pretty obvious to me that the sheriff knew something. The sheriff was told something, knew something. He felt his family was in danger. I think the judge was pulling power moves on him, and he said enough is enough. This is my opinion, of course. But did he do it? Yeah. Or maybe he took out the judge to bring awareness to them. Maybe this is his way of the only way this guy's going down is I got to kill him, and then everything else comes out.
Right. And maybe nothing was happening with his daughter, but he was saying,
maybe
I'm gonna.
Mm-hmm. Or
And-
maybe he did it for the other girls. I don't know. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
We don't know. What I do take away from it, something that has stuck in my mind, is I believe it was his attorney, the sheriff's attorney, that said that you will see that he was a hero, and that sticks in my mind quite a bit. I wanted to say a funny sidebar. This gets so serious, and you guys don't know this, so this will make you giggle too. But so I do listen to your other podcast, and Natural Healing. I hope you're listening, because it's about you.
Oh, Natural, here it comes. Okay.
No, this is crazy. I'll be listening for I don't know, another room or whatever, and you know how your own voice does not sound like you to yourself, but you eventually get used to the fact, okay, that's me. But that doesn't sound like me. Natural Healing sounds like me to me.
Really?
She sounds the same way my voice sounds to me on the podcast. And every time I hear her talking, I think, wait, I'm not on the show. So I would love to know if other people think that Natural Healing and I have a twin voice. And the only way they're going to know that is if they're on your other podcast. And then compare the two. But oh my gosh, every time I think it's me.
That's funny. Huh.
Yeah, so I might have a voice twin, or it's just something weird in my ears.
All right, hold on. I want to pull up.
That's cute. And if she didn't hear, oh good, she's here. Good. And actually listening to her, I've always not liked my voice, but I love hers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, hey, I don't sound bad.
No, Kelly, I love how you're always so self-conscious of how you sound, or you're natural for this. It came easy to you. Seriously.
Rory, that's a really serious point, though.
Mm-hmm.
I could almost cry. In trafficking, they tear you down and build you up daily. 1 minute you're the best they've ever had, and the next minute we're going to show you how to really do it, and they bring in another girl. Or you're so beautiful, and the next minute, we could just rip your face off and replace you with someone else.
That's craziness. That's just absolutely crazy.
And so what happens to us, and this happens to women in general, I understand that, but I will just openly confess mine's very severe. And so I deal with that self-consciousness about looks, about how I sound, about body, all that garbage. And unfortunately, that is a consequence. It's one of the things in my healing journey that is not yet fixed.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I know any survivors who don't deal with this on the daily. And many of them have eating disorders and everything else because of it.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, Terry. So what did we want to talk about from our last interview with Mr. Boz from last week?
We wanted to talk about something that was pretty darn big, and I was giving you many, many hints last time. We're going to find out a little secret about maybe kind of close to however she wants to take it, but Kelly, because Mr. Boz gave her a gift, as he says so.
Oh.
Let's hear what
I was like, what are we talking about?
Kelly's
Okay.
story, if you haven't heard it, is one that in one way it's everybody's story, but in another way it's extremely unique, very valuable to learn from. Hers is a real story. The great thing about Kelly that I learned early on, and I'm going to probably embarrass you here, is a lot of people that have been sex trafficked have not been sex trafficked to elites. They have not been sex trafficked, here I go, Kelly, to the Kissingers of the world. They have not been sex trafficked to very famous musical bands. They have not been trafficked to diplomats, to presidents of countries. So we call this elite trafficking.
So can you kind of elaborate a little more on what Boz is kind of telling us here, please, if you can? That's a lot.
You know what? I'm keeping my attorney's words in mind.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm gonna say this. Yes, I have been trafficked to dozens and dozens of people that everyone would know of any generation. I have had my own room in a president's mansion. I have been in king's palaces.
I'm sorry, did you say a president's mansion?
Yes.
Okay,
Not of the United States. Not of the United States. There are presidents in other countries. I have had presidential candidates of the United States as Johns. I have.
Okay.
Boz knows so much about me. You just have to think about what he did. He was not just CIA. He was not just special ops. He was so much higher than that. You'd have to read up on everything to understand this guy. We'll have him on again. He chooses his words carefully. I will say that. And that Boz is a very honest human being. I may never, I would love to name names, but others can implicate people and either be very close or be right on. And I'll allow things to come out the way that they do. Fluently without. Anyway, Boz will be on again. Yeah, natural healing. He will, and he has agreed to come on. As frequently as he is able.
Yes, he can.
He will never run out of stories for us, and he's on the front lines of this battle. I have probably been with some of literally the most famous people in the world in the entertainment industry. And when I say be with, I don't mean of my own free will.
Right.
And literally probably, if not one of the most famous rock bands in the world, but multiple rock bands.
So I got to ask you, how do these, okay, so this just popped in my head. My dad used to tour. He was a studio musician. He used to do that. So is the ruse, is their groupies? Is that how they hide these trafficked girls in a rock band? Because I don't understand how because a rock band is crazy, okay? These guys are on the road all the time.
They are.
Shows.
Yep.
They're out getting high and drunk like mothers. It's a crazy life. So how do they keep these girls in check, I guess is what I'm saying, in a rock band? Because I find that kind of hard.
So in the case of, I'll use a couple scenarios. So there are situations where I would say the rock band probably thought, well, they couldn't have. They knew I was brought into them.
Okay.
I was ushered in to the back rooms, to the green rooms, to the rooms where they had all their food and all of that stuff. There is a chance in some of those situations that they thought that I was being brought in willingly or as a paid lady of the evening. That's a possibility.
That's okay. I was wondering.
There's a situation where the rock star signaled me from the stage. So he already knew.
He knew you were.
That was a setup, actually. There's no question. I'm not going to say how he did it because that would give away to people that I know who it is.
Right.
And I'm really trying to avoid that right now. As some of these people, it's not that I don't want to take them down. Just please know that if I'm not naming someone, it's because of their connections and not what my attorney is saying, but rather what the CIA, FBI friends are telling me.
Yeah, you know.
And it's just to keep me alive.
Safety first. Absolutely. It's not worth dying over these people. And these,
Right.
they'll do whatever they
It's
gotta
not
do.
worth it saying it on a podcast.
No, it's not. I mean, it's
We'll
not.
put it that way.
And I think it's safe to say that elite trafficking with big wig bands and stuff, it may something. If you don't understand what trafficking is, it may look pretty cool to you. Am I correct?
Yes, and we're actually talking about some ways to maneuver some of these people. Maneuver doesn't sound right, but to maneuver the landmines that are around these situations in order to figure out how to let there be justice. But I can tell you, in the case of one very well-known rock band, they darn well knew, because they weren't just involved in situations that we would have to call group SA on me, where it was obvious I was being forced.
Yeah.
But they were also in, I'll just say it. They fully believed in Satanism, and they were in satanic rituals.
I think I know what you're talking about.
There when they wrote one of their famous songs in the Church of Satan in San Francisco. So some of those people are very occultish, Terry, and they really believe that.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll just say this. I'll just say this for myself. There's a I'm just going to say this is one of probably the most famous rock band of the 70s, and I found out that they liked underage girls a little too much, and I refuse to listen to them anymore. That's pretty much all I'll say. Think of the biggest rock band from Britain in the 70s, and I'll just leave it at that. They've been indicated in this kind of a behavior. It broke my heart because I freaking worship their music, but I can't listen to it anymore because I'm very sure that they are involved in this kind of behavior. So I'll just leave it at that.
Do I know who you're talking about?
One or two people I can think, or one or two groups.
Pretty sure if the biggest rock band of the 1970s from Great Britain. I'll just leave it at that.
But there's still two.
Okay, you're thinking of the one from the 60s.
Okay.
And I'm not. And
they took over for the one for the 60s.
So who I'm talking about is not from Great Britain.
Right. No, I know they're everywhere, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I know who you're talking about then, and that is heartbreaking.
No, it broke my heart.
That's
but it's a lot of these guys. But like you said, they were very into the occult. They were it's not the Stones.
That's who I thought you were talking.
Nope.
No, I know who you're talking.
The Stones and the Beatles are the same era. So after the Stones and the Beatles, this band became the biggest rock band of all time from Great Britain. You'll figure it out. It's fine. I'll say Black Dog. I think a lot of you people could say that. They wrote a song about a stairway that goes someplace. And that's
I know who you're talking about.
Now you know. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was very, very,
Okay. Here's a question, Kelly. I'm going to give you something that happened that I witnessed when I worked at the Ritz-Carlton. I was a...
Good for you, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but good for you. Yeah. I had to throw away a lot of my record collection because I was just like, oh my God, you people are freaks. You people are freaks. Who are these people? Yeah, no, it's just disgusting.
So I handled it. One of my things that I handled was entertainment. And that meant that any band that was performing in Kansas City usually stayed at the Ritz, right? We only had one presidential suite or penthouse suite, however you want to name it. And one of those groups that he just mentioned, the actual name, they came, and there's two bigwigs in that band. Okay? We only had one presidential suite. They made us build onto the hotel another presidential suite. It didn't matter how much it cost, and then we were going to tear it all down. Because It was for them because they both were competing for. Well, one can't get in the. I mean, they're. You know what I'm trying to say? Is that like it's a power struggle, right?
It's control and power. Absolutely, control and power. Yep.
Right. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You'd be surprised. Speaking of that,
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing the bands that you never think would ever be part of this.
Yep, and this is why. I don't know, Kelly, if you don't have to say anything, but this is what brought that band up into my lexicon up here of memories, because the guitar player was major. He bought Aleister Crowley's house. How much more satanic can you get?
Absolutely.
Well,
and they have that line in the song,
Mm-hmm.
literally about Satan. I mean,
Yep. Satan's Doorway or something. I remember. I know all their songs.
Here's to my sweet Satan or something.
Yep, I know all their songs backwards, forwards. It was tough, but I can't do it, and I won't do it anymore. It's funny because my dad has no idea. I don't have the intestinal fortitude or the I don't want to break his heart and be like, hey, Dad, sorry, your favorite band that you raised me on. He's a drummer. He knows every lick of their drummers' songs, and I don't have the heart to tell him yet that, hey, those guys are not good guys. I mean, I think he kind of knows they're crazy, but I don't think he knows.
I actually did not know that about them, and so that's just one more I can't listen to now.
No, that's just another one. No, I don't even want to know if the guys before him were. I don't even want to know. That's going to ruin all music for me. So.
I know. The people that have my information in their vaults were all brokenhearted when they had to throw out a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Doc Terry. A lot of, unfortunately. So I hate to say this, but the music, I don't know, seems to be the devil's language. That's where he really kind of excels. If you see, look at what music is. Look at the record companies. Okay, the whole music industry is ruled by Satanists. Has been for a long time. This has been going on since pretty much record companies came into existence.
Well, look at the guy. What is the guy? I can't think of his name right now. Who did that hideous song? I think it's called Unholy or something. Yeah, Unholy. Sam Smith.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so,
really? This seems like the apple pie of the mom's eye.
Oh, honey.
No.
Did you see him? Where was it that he? Where did he perform? Where he was all in the Satan costume and the red and the it was awful.
Sam Smith? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Sam Smith.
Mm-hmm.
In red costume?
Yeah, it was awful.
Was he in a red ball gown?
No.
Or he was in it? Did he have a top hat with horns on it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
And I actually, I mean, the album is called Feed the Beast. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more.
If you never saw the videos in the red, you need to.
That's just disgusting. Yeah, we'll get into that some other time, but. Okay, so we do need to get going in about 10 minutes. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Kelly about elite trafficking or any of the 13 families and anything you want to ask before we get going? But yeah, I mean, damn, I did not know. I mean, how much more blatantly obvious do you need to be about what you are about? This is disgusting. And then here he is.
Doesn't even try to hide it. And if you listen to the lyrics of that song, it's literally about trafficking. Well, it's about visiting prostitutes.
Well, that's
and you have to really listen. I called it out when the song first came out. I'll just tell you guys. Someone pointed out to me, and I went on his page, and the song, there was almost nobody had written anything yet. And so I wrote something. I got attacked hideously because, how hauntingly beautiful the music is to that song. Mm-hmm. And people just attacked me like crazy, and they tried to argue with me about it being about trafficking. But, in the end, you can't really argue it if you listen to the words long enough. And you don't have to call it trafficking, but visiting a prostitute is very clear in what Daddy goes and does. I mean, it's not good. And So I'm in the, like, if you'd have to go back to when the song first came out, you would find me in there arguing with a bunch of people. And then I was like, then he comes out in that costume and I'm like, crap. I literally just wrote to a Satanist.
Yeah.
I was like bummed about that. I have heard about Fiona, but I have never listened to her. I probably should.
Is she an artist?
Say what?
Is she like a singer or something?
I'm gonna guess she might be is she SRA?
I have no idea. I've never heard of
Because
her.
I've heard that name before. Same, somebody asked about a book. No, not SRA. Okay. Yes? No? Yes? No? What?
I'm trying to figure out who she is.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look her up. But for some reason, Australia rings a bell for me. Like maybe I've heard of her somewhere. And what was the other one was somebody had asked, I was trying to look about a book, I think. And that's a book I have not read or heard of either. But I like to follow through. I don't have any time to read hardly, but I like to follow through on some of these things and at least look into them. I usually do afterwards just to kind of know who we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody mentioned I think a movie up here as well that I wanted to look into.
So apparently she's from one of the bloodlines. Possibly. That's very interesting.
Oh,
that's very interesting.
Oh, okay. She might actually be. I'm gonna check onto her because. Well, this is too small of a world. Someone who works with me once in a while as a counselor. Not anywhere in my state or anything.
Mm-hmm.
We work on the really big stuff, the 13 family stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Works with someone out of Australia. It could be the same person. I guess I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. Also, I don't know if you ever watched it, you guys, either one of you or anybody in chat, but P. Diddy had his own, I can't remember the name of it, for goodness sakes. It was on for like, I want to say only a year. It could have been on 2 years. But it was like, Star Search and all, and The Voice and all of that kind of stuff. And they had singers, and he was like the head honcho of it, and he did all the time, hungry, how are you hungry? How hungry are you? Constantly would do that.
Yeah. P. Diddy used to do that too. Yeah.
I'm saying, P. Diddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, is that something more than just, I know if you're hungry, how bad do you want it? That kind of stuff. Do you want to win this? Mm-hmm. And he would do it all the time in that show. And I'm just curious if that is something more than just how hungry are you to, win.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if nothing else, it shows his vulgarity.
Yep.
That's just vulgar.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that talking down to people that he's known for, and how he took his, because I'm using past tense now, took his domination in the music field and used it against others. Well, now he's lost his crown.
Mm-hmm.
And I am really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he's not replaced by somebody, but this world, I don't know.
Who knows? No offense, but isn't it like cut off the head of the snake, you get 2 more heads? Like something like that?
Seems so.
Unfortunate.
But at least people are aware. And that is, that's what we're trying to do. We can't stop it probably, but can we be one of their worst enemies by exposing, teaching, showing, talking about it, joining together as a group so that we're stronger in numbers? If we want to save our kids, it's up to us to do something. And I'm not just saying, well, let's just say kids, they start young. Am I correct, Kelly? The majority?
If it's elite, they have to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They have.
There you go.
They have to. And what I have been told by those that work with it a lot that if you have memories as early as age 4, which I do, that it most likely started in infancy.
Infants, yeah.
And it is my understanding that generally it has to have started in infancy to be a part of the, and Ronnie's asking what is SRA, that's satanic ritual abuse. We often just refer to it as ritual abuse now, but so those are the victims of Satanists. And we just have to recognize that they are real. I believe there is a Satan, but if you don't believe there is one, it still doesn't negate the fact that there is a whole genre of people, genre is the right word, but there's a whole group of people that believe Satan is real and serve with all their heart.
Well, that's all it really matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Their heart and soul.
They believe he's real, and that's the problem.
Right,
they
right.
believe he's real. Yeah. That is the problem.
So basically what I guess my last comment would be is that you guys, I know you guys here are, you've realized that this is so helpful and so necessary, and especially with the things that are happening and dropping since P. Diddy or since Epstein. We didn't know much about P. Diddy because he hadn't been exposed yet when we started doing this. But here's the thing, we knew Kelly, and Kelly came out and she's not feeling great sometimes. But I guess I'm saying this is such a worthwhile, I'm not asking you to share this for likes or whatever. I'm asking you to share so that we can grow, because this is going to get more intense day by day, and people are looking for heroes to replace those dimwigs or whatever in Hollywood and the sporting industry. I mean, you name it, it's gonna come. And we have a hero right here. We have heroes in chat. I mean, we're doing something. And I just know that you get it too. So that's
absolutely.
Sorry. I like dimwigs. I'm gonna use
Did
that.
you like that dimwig? I couldn't remember if it was
dimwit, but that's fine.
I like dimwig. I like that.
And and then I can always give you a little bit of, a laugh here and there.
Awesome.
No, but yeah, we do. We love you guys so much, and you see what you're getting. So that's all I'm asking.
Absolutely. So, alrighty, guys, we want to thank everybody for being here with us tonight. Hopefully, it was very informative and that we learned a lot. And again, awareness saves lives, and that's what we're here to do: is bring awareness to, especially if there are people in the healthcare industry that are in the chat. Hopefully, we gave you some information to where if you see somebody, look, if you see something, say something. Okay? If you see something, say something. Whether it's minuscule or not, you never know. Trust your instinct. If you see something that's wrong, don't be afraid to act on it, because you just might save someone's life for it.
And separate, even if it's not in the medical field
or whatever.
If you're in a gas station, separate the victim from the traffickers or the pimps. Maybe, can you come help me in the bathroom, and just grab her by the hand and pull her in there, which they're going to get mad at you and they might try to come in between, but they won't hurt you in public. So pull her in the bathroom if you have to, and say, I need help with the back of my dress, or whatever, or my shirt is ripped, or what, I don't care.
Whatever you're gonna do.
If that just came to me just now. You got to make sure you're safe enough to be real close to the bathroom door if you want to do that one.
Okay.
But separate them. And Terry, do you remember the really cool saying you had that my husband likes?
Oh yes. Share. I don't remember. I said it the other day, and I'm not trying. You just put me on.
So good. We're gonna have to make you famous for it. Well,
it's like be aware and care or something. I forget what it is.
That's it. Be aware or be aware to share. Be aware and share. Wait, no, that's not right.
That's not right.
No.
It's close.
We'll think on it.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
To share.
Ronnie, it is our pleasure. It is our pleasure for bringing awareness, and that's what we're here for. And please thank Kelly for being brave enough and loving enough to come out here and put herself on the line and give us this information to help all these people, everybody that's been trafficked or anybody that is being trafficked. And we got to thank Kelly for that. So
And you,
it's gonna
Rory,
be
for
coming out
all the
more.
work you do behind the scenes.
We all, we're here we're a team, and we're here for each other, and we're here to, this is, I don't know, I could feel it and know it. This is going to be one of the most important things I ever do in my life. And I couldn't be more blessed or thankful to be a part of it because as we talked about with Boz last week, we're all getting to that point. It's like, what did we do with our life? Did I do something? Like, what impact did I make? And if I can save one kid, either not just myself, if I can personally save one kid, my God, yeah, great. But if I can help, if we all can help through the awareness that we bring and the information, and somebody in the medical field or at a gas station or wherever else remembers what we talked about, and they're like, wait a second, I remember Kelly and Rory and Terry talking about that. That doesn't look right. And they go and get that kid, and that kid's out of that. Hell, I did something. So that's the way I got to keep up with it. But we want to thank everybody. Yeah, we want to thank everybody for being here tonight. We will, of course, be back at the same time next week. So yeah, we love everybody, and we will see you soon. Anything else? Kelly,
before you click off, real quick, right at the bottom, Christy Belly mentions John Todd.
Zodiac Records.
I just want to know what she's referring to.
Sounds like that might be the head guy at Zodiac Records is what I think she's trying to imply.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jax Overlies says, will you tell everyone to go watch Operation Amber Alert ASAP, Ryan Matta? Do you know where that is? It playing right? Is it a video? Is it a...
This one? Will you tell everyone to go watch Operation Amber Alert ASAP, Ryan Matta?
I have heard of Operation Amber Alert, and I know something about that. But if you're talking about the border, yeah, I have, where they put them in the buses, and then they basically take them everywhere. Like Baz was saying, they were trying to follow him. The bus was driving like 150 miles an hour. Remember that?
120. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you think we could put up that clip of Boz this week, Rory, with the airplane thing?
Oh yeah, we could. Do you want to talk about the bus? We'll talk about this off stage. We can either talk about the bus ride or the plane. Either one. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be something for you guys to watch for. He's been in on some very interesting border stuff, and they sent us a couple of clips that they said we could use.
Cool.
And it's live footage, so.
Oh, even better. All right, I will definitely get into that. But all right, guys, we love you very much, and we will see you next week. Everybody, please have a good week. Take care. Bye bye.
Love you guys.
Love y'all.